right here for a second, everybody. morning. Yeah, it's Saturday, baby, the big day. We will crown some champions today, but we've got some things to do first. We're going to present the awards of the 6 finalists for the first Impact Award, which is awesome. But first, let's just wake everybody up and hear it from the fields. And today, let's hear it from Newton, Milstein, Johnson, Hopper, Galileo, Daly, Curie, and Archimedes. Yeah, all right. It's early, but it's going to be exciting today. All right, we are about to announce the 6 finalists for the first Impact Award. It is the most prestigious award at FIRST. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purpose and the goals of FIRST. Each team will receive a blue banner and reserved seating for the team at this afternoon's playoff and Einstein tournament. And before I announce the finalists, let's hear it for all of the first Impact Award teams from the regionals and district events. Well done, well done, well done. After we present these 6 finalists, we will go into alliance selection. So it's a busy morning, let's get to it. Our first finalist comes from the Daly field. Team 1880, the Warriors of East Harlem, New York City, USA. Our next finalist comes from the Johnson field. It's team 9277, the Sparkans from Calgary, Alberta, Canada. And our third finalist, we go back to the Daly field for team 8393, the giant diencephalic brainstem robotics team from Baden, Pennsylvania, USA. And our fourth finalist comes from the Milstein division. Team 359, the Hawaiian kids from Waialua, Hawaii. Up next, the finalist comes from the Newton division. Team 6352, the launch team from Surprise, Arizona, USA. And our sixth finalist comes from the Daily division, Team 9545, Karakal Robotics from Istanbul, Turkey. Congratulations and good luck to all our finalists. We will announce the first Impact Award winner this afternoon during Einstein. After Alliance selection, we request teams that are not selected for the playoffs to remain seated for a few minutes to allow the teams that will be playing to get to the pits, get ready. The division playoffs will begin on the field at 8:30. We hope to finish around noon, 12:30, take a lunch break, and then Einstein begins at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Are you ready? Let's do it. Here's the Alliance selection video to remind you of the process. Here we go. Good luck to all the teams.
During Alliance selection, each team is allowed up to 3 representatives on the playing field, including 1 adult. Only a student is allowed to pick and accept or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the Alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. Teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team, who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select from the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up to become an alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with a lead queuer that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a 3rd selection round with round 2 timing to make 4-team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
Hello and welcome to First Champs Live. We're at the first Robotics Championship event presented by BAE, and it is Saturday of the last day of the official First Robotics competition. And this is such a great day. We are going to be crowning world champions today at the end of the day. To do that, they have to win the Einstein division, a round robin there, final matches there, but to get to Einstein, first, you've got to win your division. But before you can win your division and get in that playoff bracket, you've got to pick your partners, and that's what we're covering right now. This is alliance selections. But quickly, let's take a look at some of the matches that we played today. 997 qualification matches played Thursday and Friday of this week to get to this point to have our top seeded alliance. The divisions were quite close. There were great teams on all alliances. We're seeing average scores by these teams quite high. Up in the average scores combined between the 2 alliances, a low of the daily division of 781 points, but a whopping 918 points on the noon division combined scores. That means 450 at least points on each alliance. But when we look at the winning score, this noon division, the one right behind, we're going to talk about all divisions here in a second, scoring over 535 points is the average winning score on these alliances.
So that means the average winning score on the Newton division earned that alliance the 2 bonus ranking points for fuel, which we've seen at this tournament, the most you could get from that, the most that any team seeding was getting from these matches was 5 ranking points. But now all of that is no longer part of the game. It is just about your score versus your opponents.
Let's also appreciate that means that the winning alliance was scoring every ball on the field and then some, because there's only 500 balls on the field. So
only,
yeah.
All right, well, we already have our picks coming in, so let's start covering who these teams are selecting. We're going to go over to the daily division for the least surprising thing, in my opinion, that's happened. High Tide, 44-14 Robotics, they picked up their partners from 2 years ago winning a world championship.
2023.
2023, 3 years ago, 13-23 Madtown Robotics. These two California teams, when the divisions came out, everyone thought, oh God, if they get together, it's gonna be wild. It's gonna be wild.
Speaking of California, we have another All-California Alliance that's starting off on the Archimedes division with 5940 Bread picking 9470. That's Control Alt Defeat, who've had a breakout season this year.
Got the opportunity to play together at their district championship. They know each other quite well.
And we're,
Yes, they
we're waiting for the
definitely do.
pick to come in right now with 11-14 Symbotics. My opinion, I thought they were going to be the first pick. I've watched them play late afternoon yesterday. They looked amazing, and their pick is coming in right now. Who are they taking?
Got to squint at the screen over here. That's the one that we have up.
It's going to be Rush.
It's going to be very fast.
27 Rush, 11-14 and Rush playing together. Rush has had a fantastic season. They sailed through with a walk-off finish at the Michigan State Championships, undefeated that weekend.
So that's two district championship winners right there on that alliance, and we're going to see that a lot pairing up at these, in the beginnings of these alliance selections. Lots of district representation.
Looking over at Curie, we have some interesting picks going on here. 5907 chose 6369, and then Valor picked up the Cheesy Poofs in that number 2 seed.
So we didn't have a decline listed here, but you have to think there were a lot of negotiations last night. 254, the Cheesy Poofs, excellent robot, probably one of the best in the world. You have to think they were the first choice by 5907. You start to ask these teams at night, do you want to join our alliance, have some conversations, and maybe they decide we don't think we're the best fit, and they got the decline in, or they got not asked to join their team. Instead, Mercenary joined them. That opened up Valor to be able to pick 254. These are two really powerful scoring robots that paired up together.
I think that's the real nuance of the beginning of these alliance selections. Is it's now we're not talking about turrets or dumpers, we are talking a little bit about robot capabilities, but it's more about how well your two robots can team up and make a cohesive alliance with the last robot that's going to be on the carpet when you start playing these matches. Johnson division up, we've got Team Scream picking up Alt F4 from Ontario, and then 1792 from Wisconsin. They're picking up 498, the Cobra Commanders, with that massive capacity that 498 showed off at this championship.
Yeah, this Johnson division already looking like going to have a lot of parity across the alliances. I love the pick by the Blue Devils, getting the Alpha Dogs 49-46. I think that's been such an underrated robot. It's tall, but it is really, really good out there.
We also did have a decline in the Johnson division. 67, the Hot Team did decline. 63-24, the Blue Devils in that number 3 spot. So 67 will be forming their own alliance.
My
here.
scouting team told me 67 was the best team in that division, so I'm surprised they went so late in the draft there. But it looks like they want to champion their own alliance. Let's go over to the Milstein division, where we've got Super Duper Robotics 74-57 picking up Team Taters 21-22. They had initially asked Citrus Circuits 1678 to join them on the alliance. Citrus Circuits were at number 2 seed. They were able to decline and start their own alliance, and they picked up the Robotiers 2481. I've been hearing a lot of conversations about the boat is GOAT this year.
Between those two teams, just those two scoring teams, they can bring more than 220 balls into their alliance zone at once with just those two robots. So
all right, we're going to go back over now to the Curie division, where it looks like our number 3 alliance captain is about to make their selection, and
they're on their phone with their scouting team.
they might have gotten a decline there.
That's all right. There's nothing wrong with the decline. Well,
Speaking of declines, it looks like we have a few of them going on right now on the Newton division.
oh, let's talk about Newton. This is very, very interesting. 29-10, number 1 seed, defending world champion. They had the opportunity to pick up 91-28. Some would say the best robot in the division.
Paul would say.
Some would say. But they chose to go with someone else. Steve, who did they pick?
They picked up 2046 Bare Metal, also from Washington. They won their district championship together, so a lot of known commodities.
Yeah, coming into
there.
this event, Bare Metal was top in the PNW, looking great. I would say they underperformed the first few days of this weekend, so what drove that pick on the Jack in the Bot?
They must have looked at how they were playing later in the day and checked with them to ask them how what was happening, what issues they were having, and whether they were resolved, and they must have gotten a good enough answer.
And then, Sarah, you said there were declines, though, on Newton. What happened with the second round, the second pick?
We're trying to get a number 3 alliance put together here at 55-49. I believe has been declined 4 times, and they just got an acceptance from 1540 Flaming Chickens, potentially here.
So declines are a big part of the strategy of alliance selection, because being in charge of your alliance is a lot of power. You get to define the way that you're going to play, and that can be a big difference, not just about robot quality, but also about strategy of play.
They're also in this the selection process, we have a serpentine draft. So the teams with their second pick who are lower seeded get to pick earlier. And when you have a strong middle field, that can be an advantage, where the number 1 seed might be the latest to pick. While we're waiting for that pick to come in, we can see the average combined match score by division that we were talking to earlier, and you can see how strong the Newton division was. I mean, almost 200 points better than other divisions. Daly, Johnson, and Milstein bringing in the lowest, but some would say that prepares you better for the playoffs. That prepares you better for Einstein, because you're used to playing under more defense. Just because you didn't score as much didn't mean you had to play as you weren't offensively as strong. You had to play through harder defense potentially.
Well, we did see some like differences in how divisions played a little bit. We saw some divisions that had a few undefeated teams and a few that had no undefeated teams. So a little bit of perhaps a preview of what it's going to be like in playoffs, or kind of juking out teams and saying, well, now you're going to be playing a different game in playoffs. Are you prepared for this shift?
All right, I want to go over to the Hopper division next. We haven't covered too much of this. OP Robotics, number 1 seed, 2056. They've got a great turret, super far shooter. They picked up Buck's Wrath, 63-29 with their first pick. Ratchet Robotics then with the second pick picked up Blazing Bulldogs. Go Dogs, team that's been on fire the last few years, looking great this weekend.
Fire.
And then third seed, 97-85, Electrona. They picked up Wyndham Windup, 34-67 on that alliance. And on the 4th seed, 5,000 Hammerheads. They picked up Mechanical Advantage, 63-28, who was on Einstein just 2 years ago.
A lot of these divisions now have their alliance captains and first picks set. We have a few, though, where there's been a few declines and things are a little bit slower.
Going over to the Johnson division, we can see, we talked how the 3rd seed tried to pick up 67, Hot, the Blue Devils. They declined. They went down to the 6th seeded position. 67 picked up Super Nerds, 32-55, and now are championing that alliance.
Those robots have seen a lot of iteration, so they must really like how they've been playing here at championships. Curie finally getting going now that 5199 has picked up their partners, 3128, the aluminum narwhals, also from California, accepting that invitation. So now that a lot of teams have declined, there won't be more declines in this first round, because if you decline at this point, you won't be able to move up into the captain spot.
On the Galileo division, we saw the number 1 pick as made by the crew, 70-69. They picked up Orbit, 1690. Orbit was definitely an interesting story this year. They came in with such high potential, showing off early in the season, week 1, and then not getting a lot of actual match time to qualify. And then they come here and had a pretty slow start, picking up. But man, have they been good the last few years. They know how to play aggressively on Einstein. That is a pick just based on strategy to make your alliance very, very strong.
So most of these fields are now in the break in between round 1 and round 2. Those two partners get a chance to confer and figure out what they want on the second round of the draft, which will go from 8 to 1, and then the third round of the draft from 1 to 8. 2 fields have yet to move into the second round. Everybody else is just waiting for that turnaround to come.
I'm looking over at the Archimedes division here. We're going to have a really fun playoff here. So Archimedes, team number 1, Bread pairing up with Control Alt Defeat, going up in the number 2 seed alliance. Symbotics, Rush, 2 Hall of Fame teams, 2 historic teams playing together, 2 teams that have had awesome seasons. I mean, they play at the highest calibers, but even for them, they're 2 excellent seasons, both district championship winners. And then Alphabots and Code Orange joining up together. Alphabots was initially declined by the Gear Gremlins, 30-45. So then Gear Gremlins championed and led the 5th seed, and they picked up team 121.
So a second-year team as one of the first 5 picks putting together these alliances, teams are getting really good at getting really good fast. That's something that is coming into FRC is teams being able to work together so well and check out the community resources, and then you just start with a leg up compared to rookie years that everybody experienced in the past.
So, yeah, the Curie division, our only division not ready for the second round of picking. They are behind because they've had so many declines. We're already up, we have one more pick to Curie, so we can't say if there's been fully total number of declines, but we're at 12 declines across all divisions. Declining is not a bad move. There's nothing negative about it. It's a very strategic choice, and it's a benefit you have of being close to that top 8. For example, on the Curie division, now Neutrons, 125, is an alliance captain. They came into this, I believe, at rank 10, so outside the top 8. Due to the joining of teams within the top 8, they became a picker, an alliance captain, and with their pick, they got 9609, the Paradox.
So I think a big surprise is just from the initial part of this tournament is that 254 wasn't invited by 5907, CC Shambots on Curie. Everybody expected that pick. It must have been that 6369 was amenable to pairing up with them, and it was worth it to have that time together last night to form like a cohesive alliance strategy rather than have 254 decline and then have to scramble and figure out what to do on the day.
It's interesting because by picking 254, even ceremoniously knowing what their decision would be, you change the outcome of this division completely.
Because then they wouldn't be available to be picked by 6800, the number 2 seed.
That's right. So this is a very interesting choice. I can almost guarantee there were conversations that led to that decision and a trade-off balance of if it plays out this way, something's going to happen. If it plays out this way, something else is going to happen. That convinced Shambots to not pick 254 there.
The Hopper division blazing through its picks, already 3 picks into the second round, and look at the caliber of the teams that are going to be the third Alliance robots. 503 Fire Force from Michigan, a force in their division. 3015 Ranger Robotics from New York. At one point, we thought that they might be one of the first picks overall in this division as we were going through the tournament. So just the firepower that's available. Some of these robots won't be the primary scorers, but we'll see how well they can do the utility role. And just having a robot with so much capability means that we'll see some very interesting strategies play out as the shifts happen during these matches.
Steve, you mentioned that we have some younger teams being picked. We also are seeing a lot of international teams that are coming across. It's great to see FIRST become more of a global community. So far, we've seen teams from Mexico, Israel, the United States, obviously, India, all being selected already in the draft.
I want to highlight as we go down the Johnson field, they're coming around their back half on the second round now. The number 8 alliance led by the Bravebots, 4391. They picked up 5026 Iron Panthers. And with their third pick, this team 10340 It Can Girls. Very similar to 9128 It Can Robotics. Like similar robots, they're partner teams, they're sibling teams, they practice together, they build together. Different drive teams, obviously, a little bit different strategy. Both have been extremely successful in the Texas Championship. To get a robot like that as your second robot to round out your alliance brings so much firepower. Just looking at OBRs, their numbers are going to be really competitive on the 8th alliance. So we're going to kick off Johnson with a great 1v8 matchup.
So on the Milstein division, the 8 alliance has already picked up their third robot, 7426 Pair of Dice Robotics. Having these high capacity and like high throughput robots means that when they get the opportunity to take a bunch of fuel from their opponent's alliance zone and just pass it anywhere, that's going to shift the dynamic of the match, trying to tilt it toward their side of the field. And we see on Johnson, the number 6 alliance, picking up in addition to their first partner, 67 from Michigan, picking up 33, the Killer Bees from Michigan, a perennial player out here at these.
Yeah, I was definitely just going to say the same thing, to get these strong Michigan teams together, plus super nerds as well. I thought for a second it was Ninja Nerds. I was like, oh, all Michigan, this is going to be great, but obviously got my teams mixed up there for a second. Coming in on the daily division, we're looking at the second round here. Team 10-2-13, Balta, they picked up Morpheus 58-13. This is the number 5 alliance, and with their latest pick, they got Bumblebee 33-39, who's playing quite good out here. They're another Israeli team that is getting better and better through each match that they've played.
Yeah, and another team from that district picked up on the Milstein division from the number 7 alliance. 26-30 Thunderbolts looked very good in their later matches yesterday, and so trying to get a handle on how these teams play when their first matches were at championship, they might be some diamonds in the rough here, just sort of picking for potential.
And on Milstein, 29-05 being a second-round picks, the Sultans of Turkey, they've won regionals as the alliance captain, and now they're that second pick.
Well, with their new robot here, they showed off some new capabilities and maybe had a little bit of an uneven tournament, but at the championship you have to play for the total win. So some of these alliances, especially the lower alliances, picking for high variance but higher total ceiling that they could get.
If we look over on the Newton division, we just had 195 also picked up as a second pick on the number 7 seed. 195 putting up a great performance both in the New England district and on Newton in general. So a bit of a steal there potentially for the number 7 seed to get them in as a third robot on that alliance.
So on Johnson division, we've got the number 4 seed has picked their third team. So Steel Dragons out of Pittsburgh, they picked up Overcharge 9483 from Turkey, who has a massive robot with a single stream shooter, and then they also pick up another single stream shooter, Control C 955, who were the number 2 seed at the Pacific Northwest District Championship. So lots of accomplished teams coming out here.
Yeah, and then the 3 seed over there, the Blue Devils, they got Alpha Dogs in the first round, and then they've got Engineers here on the second round. Yeah, the double turret, plus Alpha Dogs being able to turret out there. So very, very high shooting, be able to shoot on the move. These are the robots that kind of play a different game because they're basically about always be moving, never stop, always be firing fuel. 2 times with the Engineers, double turret all the way back to their home zone.
Well, yeah, the turret equity over on this division, the number 5 seed 190 with a turret, 118 with 2 turrets. We're going to just see a whole bunch of swiveling going around on several of these fields based on whether teams preferred the ability to shoot on the move and intake in any direction, or there are divisions where we've got just a whole bunch of straight lines, 2 dimensions just extruded out. So right, put dumpers on dumpers.
Let's bring Daly up, and we're going to get a really big pick here. Daly, high tide, 13-23. They paired up. Who are they going to pick? As they say, this is a big moment for whoever gets picked. They've got to be feeling something special. They've made the announcement. We're seeing the pick come in up on the screen. Who's it going to be?
Most of our divisions are getting through this second round, so we're going to see kind of the core of the alliance, and now they're going to pick up that 4th robot, potentially a backup robot, potentially a robot that will allow the alliance to play multiple strategies. So it'll be interesting to see how alliances are thinking about it. And that pick just came in on the daily division. It is 4065 Nerds of Prey.
Nerds of Prey
from Florida, so one of our regional teams here, and pairing up with this high-powered alliance. What does that alliance want for between 1323 and 4414? You've got nearly everything covered, so where are they going?
You want a team with some pedigree. 4065, they've won the Smoky Mountains Regional as Alliance 1, pick 1, and then they captained the second alliance at the Tallahassee Regional. They went to the finals there. So you've got a team that is literally one of the best offensive robots at everywhere they played, being picked as the 16th pick, 15th pick in the draft.
Do we think we're going to see some 1323 playing defense then?
Well, I saw it yesterday, so I have to say yes. But it's going to be so dynamic. We talked a lot, like, is their time best spent playing defense, or is it storing balls? Is playing defense on the balls by just holding on to them a better use of their energy and time? But we saw the psychological effect of shutting down another robot, throwing off their game of thinking, hey, I can just shoot whenever I want, to, oh, I have to drive around a robot to shoot. That really hasn't happened very much this season, so.
So going back to Curie, which we have up on the screen, there's a lot of speculation because everybody at least expected, even if 254 was going to decline, that 5907 would at least invite them to disallow this pairing that's come up in the second seat. So perhaps we'll find out what exactly happened in either the negotiations or the strategy there, but it seems like you would prefer to spread out some of these best teams and have them have to pick down further in the draft to break up like this massive like firepower of 6,800 and 254 pairing up, challenging you immediately. If you win your first couple of matches, you're going to meet in match 11, and not having that already prepared will perhaps tilt the balance of this division.
Something strange happened. We're going to get to the root of this story and get it explained. I'm hearing reports it was a surprise even to the Cheesy Poop. So we'll get some more details on there, how this played out. All right, we are actually getting into the third round now. So at championships, there's a wrinkle in how things are played that's different than most tournaments, starting to happen in some district championship events, is that you get an alliance that is 4 teams. So you get to pick 3 partners to join with you, and you can sub in. You can make your lineup anything you want of those 4 teams. The alliance captain can take a break and sit out, and the other 3 teams can play. Some alliances choose, we're going to play all 3, the same robots all day long. We're going to try to get as much synergy between those, and they use it more as a backup. Others try to use it as a strategic advantage. Hey, we went a really good defense bot maybe to play some matches with a different strategy and some with a different offense.
And we see over on the Hopper division, the number 1 seed 2056 with their partners pick up for the last team on their alliance, 46-13 Barker Redbacks, who were on the alliance with 2056 last year that made Einstein from their division. So some familiarity there,
definitely some familiarity, but very different makeup of the alliance. The last time they went to Einstein, 46-13 was the captain. They're obviously going to be trying to reproduce it with Barker in that sort of backup flex position.
And we're seeing just beyond just the second round of draft picks, the third round of draft picks, Daly, the number 1 seed, picking up as their 4th robot, 1538, the Holy Cows, who were one of the best teams at the Southern California District Championship. We can hear in our ears, how did that happen? And we're going to hear that for the rest of these picks. I project that coming out because we look at Archimedes, the number 1 seed. Who do they pick up for their last robot? 7407 Wired Boars, one of the most accomplished teams in New England.
All right, so I want to go back to the Curie division because this is such a storyline. We're going to be talking about it a bunch, but we're just getting in the reports of all the declines that did happen on this division. And what I would have expected is that 5907 was the team that had a lot of declines. They're the number 1 seed. They're making the first bid. That's not the case. They picked Mercenary, Valor, 6800, then picked 2-bid for the Cheesy Poops, and then the third seed alliance captain, Robot Dolphins from Outer Space, they had a series of declines of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 declines.
In fact, the rest of the captains on that division declined 51.99. They would each prefer to have their own alliance.
Strike Zone, Neutrons, Bronco Bots, Future Martians, and Binary Battalions. So this really shook up the division at the 3rd seed. We sometimes, we look for this, it totally changes the dynamic of play, sometimes balances it out quite a bit, and really, when this happens, a lot of times it's one of the lower alliance that becomes very powerful.
So also looking here on the Curie division, we just talked about the Barker Redbacks. The Barker Graybacks, sort of the junior varsity team of Barker College, 86-13, getting picked by the number 2 alliance as the 2nd pick. So both Barker teams now in the playoffs.
In the playoffs with outstanding partners, right? Quite a great place to be for them. These 2nd and 3rd pick robots are so critical for their autonomous modes. We need all 3 robots scoring in the autonomous mode portion of the match. During qualifications, we saw highs. Anything above 150 was kind of a lights out performance. I expect with playoffs a little bit more time to script these together, so we could be approaching over 200 points during autonomous mode.
And now the number 3 alliance on Newton picking up 695 Bison from Ohio, a big dumper. Again, these teams that in their qualification matches were the primary scorers are now working in these utility roles, or perhaps the alliance is built so that these 3rd robots are actually doing the scoring and using one of the top 2 teams, one of these very excellently controlled teams, to disrupt the opponent alliance.
One of these alliances on Newton that I think is really exciting is the number 4 seeded alliance, 604 Quicksilver. outstanding weekend, just playing lights out. They picked up Warrior boards, 32-56 with their second pick, and with their third pick, they picked up 148, the Robo Wranglers, who I think have been outperforming their expectations this weekend. We know they had an extremely challenging qualification match schedule, and they won a lot of matches that statistically they were unfavored to win, so they are playing above their weight right now, and to get them in the second round is such a steal.
As much pedigree as teams come into championship with, it is about how you're playing in your 2 days of qualification and what teams project you'll be able to do during the last day here. The final day of the rebuilt season, it all comes down to how well you're performing in the moment, whether you think that these teams will break down or have issues, or if you think that they're going to be totally solid all the way through all of the playoff matches that you have to play. You don't have a lot of time in between your matches to fix major problems, so they all have to be minor.
On the Newton division, the number 2 seed, it can 91-28, picked up Greybots 973, and then they got Cougars Gone Wired, one of the few robots with a level 3 climb in this game. So I wonder, I didn't expect it, but I wonder if we'll be seeing any climbing happening in the playoffs today.
So what can happen in these very close matches that'll happen in playoffs is when you're talking about points density, if the two robots that are doing the primary fuel scoring in the last 30 seconds of the end game are taking up all of the fuel that's in your alliance zone, perhaps the highest potential points is from a robot independent of fuel going over and climbing up to level 3 and getting 30 points in a few seconds.
Next, if we look over at the Galileo division, we almost have all of the alliances set here.
So the number 4 alliance, 1768 from New England, picking up 2231 Onyxtronics from Israel, and then 8159 Golden Horn. So this alliance, now with their 4th pick, 3082, is combined, and they're waiting for their opponents in the first round, the number 5 alliance, to pick their last team, but they have to be expecting to play against Link and 7415. Jaguar Robotics was at one point the number 1 seed in this division for most of Thursday, so very accomplished teams that they're going up against, and the 4 and 5 matchup is often very contested in the first match of playoffs that they play.
Next, if we go over to the Hopper division, we are waiting for the final pick to come in on this division.
It is amazing how quick Alliance Selections is with the timer.
Yeah.
It just so many teams to get through.
Keeps it flowing, keeps it exciting. This Hopper division, though, the 5-seed Alliance, unusually strong, given, and I think this is an aspect of this game, is in the mid-pack, you can get a really strong third and 4th robot on your Alliance. But Hilltopper Robotics picked up Denim Venom. They got Nova 11270 in the 3rd round, and in the 4th round, they got 5406 Keltax.
So that's an alliance we should pay attention to, because 8044 rebuilt their robot for the championship into something that looks a whole lot like 4414 High Tide's robot. If they can get to that level of play, that is just a very high potential that wasn't available before the championship.
That number 5 alliance over on Hopper having a higher combined OPR of 730 than the number 1 seed, which has both OP and Buck's Wrath, but their alliance only has that combined OPR of 717.
Well, so that alliance probably looking to have a robust defensive strategy, because they know between 6329 and 2056 they can have offense handled. 6329 part of the world record score qualification match that happened here at championships, putting up over, it was 903 clean points. So they and Orbit they and OP can put up the points. So the combined OPR at that point, they don't care so much about what their third partner can put in for just putting fuel into the hub.
Hopper is our first division to be fully complete, so we have 8 full alliances here. These teams will be looking to start moving their pits over as we look to start matches. Looks like Johnson is also complete now.
When I look at some of the stats for the Johnson division, EPA isn't everything, OPR isn't everything, but it's sometimes an indicator of how much power is on one alliance. The number 1 alliance on the Johnson division is the number 6 seed, led by the Hot Team. Remember, they had a decline so that they could choose to lead their own alliance. They picked up from Michigan 33 Killer Bees, 32.55 the Super Nerds, and the Mech Tech Dragons 422, and they have a significant margin on EPA and OPR over their other lanes. As Steve was saying, doesn't really count for everything because not all 4 robots play at the same time, but still very interesting choices there.
Speaking of high OPR, let's go take a look at the daily division. No real surprise here. Their number 1 seeded alliance, 44-14, 13-23, 40-65, and 15-38 have the highest combined OPR of any of our playoff alliances so far of 889 points.
And I think we are going to, so it may be true that some of these alliances are planning to have their third partner be primarily disruptive defense or pulling or just passing out of the opponent's alliance zone, but it's possible that in some of these matches, these alliances will just be playing triple offense. If everybody collects the fuel that they can possibly get, comes back in and just overloads the hub, that might be enough to just win a match out of nowhere.
I don't think this is a game really where like you have a defense bot just playing defense. Everybody's contributing to the offensive game somehow. Even if they're not scoring in the hub, they're passing, collecting, holding on, hoarding. You know, there's so many aspects of ways to contribute to offense without exactly like just scoring the fuel.
And with the longer match time, it means that you have to plan for something that's happening in the future. You can't just go for the candy that's right in front of you. And some of that is just instead of bringing fuel back inside your robot, you have to pass it. And even the teams that are doing the primary scoring will be doing that during the inactive periods.
We've got Archimedes now up on the screen where they are also complete.
The number 1 and 2 alliances here on Archimedes are very evenly matched. I'm super excited to see it. I've definitely been a fanboy of 11-14. I think they just had such a lights out season, and when they get on fire and they just start dumping balls, it's just so impressive how fast they move around the field. So I think that second seed alliance is going to have a lot of power, but Brad leading the number 1 seed alliance also very, very good.
You talked about it earlier, Mason, but I think we might see more fourth robots on the carpet this year compared to previous years, because it might be worth it to just make sure that your robots are taking less overall damage. This is a brutal game. There's going to be a lot of contact with the field, with other robots, so it might be worth it just to cycle in your 4th so that you keep your 3rd or your 2nd a little fresher, have them take a match off, go over their robot, fix everything, make sure it's ready for the next one.
Yeah, in my experience, you know, having played in these kind of games, having gone the distance at the championship event, it is a longevity game. It's about keeping your robots alive. You're playing more matches today. If you're going the distance, if you're going all the way to the end of the day, you're playing more matches today, matching what you have done all weekend long to this point, and the cycle time is much, much quicker, so things break. And it only takes one little broken shaft or bearing on a robot, and the entire mechanism of funneling balls through the robot does not work.
Yes, exactly. And if we go over to the Milstein division, we see that they're picking up the last team that's going to be in the playoffs, waiting for the Feds 201 and their alliance partners to pick the last team that's going to be part of the 32 representatives for their field. Sorry, we're getting word in a little bit about the behind the scenes at Curie. Looks like there was a plan to have 63, 69 mercenary robotics be one of the declines or anticipated declines, but sounds like that went awry, and so the number 1 alliance perhaps even triple double crossing and trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen. They now have to make sure that they are cohesive with the alliance that they ended up with, even if they had a slightly different plan going into alliance selection.
Yeah, there's a lot of mind games that go into this, and there's also just a lot of decision making. Teams in their day, they're stressed out, they've worn out. They're like, wow, we're in a great place where we might be a picked team, or we might even be a picker. We have a lot to think about. They go home, they get lunch, they start looking at data, they recap the matches, and your opinion changes throughout the evening. And sometimes teams meet very late into the early hours of the morning, trying to make these decisions, and their mind changes like, hey, I think this is what we're going to do. Then you sleep, and you're like, wait, what? No, I changed my mind. I think actually we got some new data in last night. We had another conversation, and you change. And nothing's guaranteed until the picks are made on the field.
Only the Curie and Newton divisions still to go. All the rest of our divisions have their alliances set. We're waiting for one more pick on Curie and 2 more over on the Newton field. Of course, both those divisions having significant numbers of declines.
And so that extends the picking period, because each time you invite a team, as they come up, they get to accept or decline, but then the picking team gets another 45 seconds to make that pick. So just in the mechanics of the timers, that is why it is late. It is not because people were coming up, but because you have to have enough time to make another decision.
So we can start even looking at the first matchups that are going to happen in these divisions. I'm checking out Archimedes, because alphabetically it's the first, but we're going to see Bread and Control Defeat and Red Rock Robotics going up against Strikeforce in their first matchup. So that's like a 1v8. But I want to go down to match 4, where we've got 2 really great California teams. Code Orange, 3476, and the Alphabots from Battle Creek, Michigan. They're going up against the Space Cookies, having an outstanding season, 1868. They picked up Junkyard Dogs, 2106, and the Wild Card Robotics, 4646. So while they're the number 6 seed, the lower ranked seed in that alliance, that is a very, very well-rounded team.
It is. It's also rather interesting. We talk about, teams knowing each other and playing to their strengths, and often we see that with sort of a regional bias. You want to pick teams from the area you're from. Here on the number 6 seed in Archimedes, we do see some friends pairing up, with 1868 and 4646 being sibling teams, having shared some mentors over the years. So interesting to see that and how that dynamic will play out in the cohesion in that alliance.
Wow, sounds like kind of like a superpower. If you could share the mentors across more teams, you're getting more knowledge. It's kind of like a doubling effort. Whereas if they were on 2 different alliances, now that mentor has to cell divide and be in 2 places at once, right?
Yes, and they also share a vision system, so we'll see the full power of that coming to play here.
All right, the Vision Alliance. I love it. I love it. Over on the daily division, we've got our matches locked in here. That first match, round 1, is going to be that number 1 seed, 1323 Madtown, with High Tide Robotics, with Nerds of Prey, 4065. That number 8 seed is going to have a lot of work to do to catch up.
But if we know that any team is going to have an advanced plan for how to deal with a very high-powered alliance, it is 2067 Strikeforce, the captain of that number 8 alliance. With Krypton Cougars, winners of the Mid-Atlantic District, like they have enough horses to put up a bunch of score. What is their alliance going to be doing to slow down this just super laser beam stream of fuel that is going to be coming out of High Tide?
Right, and so much about this is like strategy too. And so getting someone like 2767 who's won divisions in the past, the mentors know how to pull that off. They can coach the team, coach the alliance to get to a strong place.
I believe we just had our final pick made. It was over on the Newton division, team 687, the Nerd Herd. So with that, we have all of our playoff alliances here set at the first championship. Over 120 teams who are going to be continuing to play today. We've gone from 599 to about 120.
Wow.
We'll see where we end up.
So the next phase of our coverage of the show is we're going to bring you absolutely as many matches as we can from these 8 divisions as they play their double elimination bracket. So 15 or 16 matches on each of these fields. We'll see exactly how many we get to you. We'll have replays, we'll have side-by-sides. We will be talking in between matches about the trends that we are seeing. I'm very excited to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, so we're about 20 minutes away from the start of qualification matches. So these teams now, did I say qualification? From playoff matches. Yeah, we're about 20 minutes. We're going to start that at 8:30. And so these teams have about 20 minutes to run back to their pits, move their equipment closer to the field, and make strategies with their alliance, double check that their robots are good, batteries are charged, all that good stuff, rewrite their autons so that they can work together, and then show up on the field and start playing. We are, like as Steve said, our goal here at First Champs Live is to bring you all the action so you don't miss a beat, so you know the story of all the best teams, all the best alliances and how they shake out. There will be upsets. It will be fun. We're going to cover it all. We're going to take a quick break so we can get ready, do some research on our own, and we will be back in about 15 minutes to kick off the playoff tournament at the World Championship here, part of First Championship, sponsored by BAE. You guys ready?
I can't wait. This is going to be an incredible playoffs.
All right, we will see y'all soon. Catch us back in 15 minutes.
Welcome back to First Champs Live, presented by the Robo Sports Network. We're here getting ready for the playoff bracket here at the championship. We have all 8 divisions getting ready for match 1. That's Alliance 1 versus Alliance 8. We play double elimination bracket here in FRC. Aiden, for those at home who might not really know how that bracket plays out, you want to describe it for us?
Yeah, so I think many people are familiar with a standard bracket, whether it's from FRC of old or from other sports where teams will play against each other, and then once one is beaten, they're done. That's it. That's the season. Pack it up. For us in FRC now, it's double elimination. So if you lose your first game, that's okay. You make a run through what's called the lower bracket. And so you still have a second life to get things going. And as we're going to start with the daily division here, you'll see Alliance 8 versus Alliance 1, always our first match to start things off. And no matter who wins or loses, they will have another game to play. And it will be against a different alliance based off of who has won or lost in prior matches in these playoffs. So.
All right, Izzy and Aiden, y'all are being so professional, but it's Saturday at Championship. This is the most hype it can be. And we're going to the daily division first. Madtown Robotics and High Tide Robotics are on #1, and they are heavily favored to win the World Championship. But you can't just win a World Championship off of one match. You have to make it all the way through that bracket you were talking about in your division, and then you have to make it all the way through that bracket again on the Einstein field. But High Tide arguably has the best robot at this championship, and I think it would be a huge upset if they lose any matches along the way.
It's all California, everything on that Red Alliance.
I do love the 1538.
Yes. Holy cows, we're their 4th robot, but playing in the first match. This is amazing. This match is getting started. Let's take it down to the field to watch our very first playoff match of the championship on the daily division.
13-23 and 44-14 heading out to the middle of the field, both scoring a ton of fuel there. But over on the blue side of the field, 34-78 raining in fuel for our Blue Alliance. It is a non-stop shower of fuel going into that Red Alliance hub. Nearly 200 points in fuel alone during autonomous. And now we begin the driver control portion of the match. Blue Alliance scored over 100. But that's hard to keep up with our #1 seeded alliance in red. Our #8 seed alliance in blue now. They have an active hub. It is their shift, so they got to try and catch up with our #1 seed on red. 285-165 is the score as blue closing the gap on our Red Alliance, but red approaching 300 points already, and they haven't even had their first shift of the match, which begins now. Here comes 13-23 and 44-14. Shooting in fuel there as 1538 tries to keep both of those shoot on the move robots fed. Already 400 points from our #1 seed Alliance. A minute and a half left to go. Final seconds of this shift as 1538 begins passing fuel out of the Blue Alliance zone, playing some defense on Lambot. Lambot with a hopper full of fuel, trying to get over that bump just so that way they can score. Red Alliance leading 525 to 269 as Lambot gets over there playing defense now. Is 1538 as Lambot locks into the corner, but Blue Alliance raining in a ton of fuel there over on the blue side of the field. 2 seconds left in this shift, and now it's the Red Alliance's turn to attack. Fuel over in their zone now as 1538 trying to send fuel back down to the red zone and keep their alliance fed. 650 points and counting here during this final isolated shift of match #1 of our playoff tournament. There goes another round of fuel from the High Tide machine. Madtown joining them there on the Red Alliance.
All turrets. Listen. All right, we're going side by side with the first match on the Curie division. Alliance 1 versus Alliance 8.
1538, the Holy Cows trying to drive around, play some defense there on 36-56. Madtown cleaning up that Red Alliance zone there. 8:25 and counting here as we hit the buzzer on round 1, match 1 of our playoff tournament.
For Fuel, Blue Alliance with the lead, 160, the Red Alliance 96, and drivers take control. 166 now playing some defense for your Red Alliance. Ozone Robotics, gnarly sounds coming out of the intake on there, and your Red Alliance hub remains active. All Red Alliance robots find themselves here.
Daily division looking like 885 for Alliance 1 against Alliance 8's 547. What a whopper to start off the morning.
Picking up underneath their tower. Last going up and in for your Red Alliance, going over 230 points. And here comes the Blue Alliance charging back with their first dedicated period with 225 points. And now slowly starting to make their way back to their side of the field is Strike Zone. Galaxia shooting down from their driver station and the corral, regaining the lead for your Blue Alliance courtesy of Strike Zone and getting sandwiched underneath the near side trench. Action shifts to the red side now as Shambots picking up more fuel, and Shop another volley to go up under heavy defense from Ozone Robotics. Kicker bar seems to be a little bit bent there on the 166.
We have a score from that Galileo match, 778 points. Number 1 Alliance taking the win, and we might be seeing that a lot more as we move through these matches.
With 47 seconds left to go. Here comes your Blue Alliance. Galaxia, Strike Zone, hard hits on the center of the field between...
We've got the scores over from that first match on Hopper, 676, Alliance 1 picking up another win. Our Alliance 8 will head down to the lower bracket.
Here goes Galaxia, here goes...
And you might have heard it behind us. The Newton scores are in 769 to 318. Red Alliance, Alliance 1 taking victory for that Newton first match.
Seconds left to go. Blue Alliance trying to make a volley. Here comes Strike Zone. Galaxia falling right behind them. 3 seconds left to go. 2, 1, and time expires.
All right, and scores are in from that first Archimedes match. Alliance 1, another win, 720 points to 584.
So far, no upsets that we've seen, but we haven't seen all 8 divisions play out yet. We're working through the divisions, but in this game, the firepower that a number 1 seed can put together is just going to be very difficult for an 8th seed Alliance to come out on top unless something goes terribly wrong. So I don't expect to see a lot of upsets, at least in this round. As we keep moving through the bracket, then I think there might be some upsets, but yeah, we'll see.
Going into a match like this, we see 1 versus 8, and either you kind of have a feeling that 1's going to have the firepower to keep it up, or 8 Alliance is strong enough that they will surprise you. 413 to 423, that is close.
And it looks like we are going to have scores from Johnson here in a minute, but 10 points separating these alliances. All of the matches we've seen so far, I think hundreds of points separating 1 and 8. Only 10 points here. We've got scores from Milstein, 555 to 451. Another 100 points keeps Alliance 1 in the upper bracket.
All right, we're still got 1 division coming up, and that's the Johnson division we're waiting on scores from. We'll see what happens.
And I will say, you were talking about how much firepower that Alliance 1 has across these divisions. I think Johnson, the 8th seed Alliance looked great. You had 43-91, 50-26. I'm pulling up their other partners.
And that's just the thing, right? You either know that 1 has that firepower, or you see 8 coming together and really gelling, and you are kind of pleasantly surprised. This first match, you know it can kind of go either way, but it's usually skewed towards 1. But when 8 has a strong alliance ready to rock, you know, you also feel confident about that one. I look forward to the 4 versus 5 matches every time because they're so close every time. That is a nail biter. Is that second match in the playoffs, which we're going to start getting into as we go through. But Izzy, you were saying that you had some things you liked about Alliances on Johnson.
Yeah, if you look at Alliance 8, 43-91, 50-26, 10-340, and 10-73, their OPR statistically is in the 600s. It's the third highest in that division. So stats-wise, a really, really good 8th Alliance. They kind of get the benefit of the snake draft, where they might make that last first pick, but they grab they just get to go right back on their second pick.
All right, we do have scores for Johnson coming up, and it looks like it is a huge upset by the Blue Alliance. 756 points by an 8-seed Alliance, and Izzy just told us they had the third highest OPR in that division and showing up and showing out in match number 1.
Their OPR is really, really close to number 1. They're separated by about 60 to 80 points average between all of these teams. So generally closer than you think, right? 80 points, that's one good cycle or one good defensive bump. That can swing the match any which way, really.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of that matchup for the 4 and 5 that can get really spicy at times, we're looking to look at that matchup in the Newton division. You have Alliance 4 with the Alter Alliance, 604, 148, 32, 56, going against that number 5 seed, and this really could be anybody's match.
Yeah, we're going to send it on down to the Newton division. We're on match 2 of that upper bracket, round 1.
We are ready to start this match. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
And we are off. Qualification, no. Upper bracket, round 1, match number 2. This is a double elimination match here on the Newton field. 32-56. Continuing to score from that massive hopper. We've got more going on right now. 604 scoring. That's going to put Alliance number 4, Red Alliance, up 144. That means that Blue Alliance will get the first shift, and here they go. Blue Alliance trying to catch up to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance making most advantage of that transition period, keeping them ahead. Blue Alliance now shooting 930. Up they go, McQuantico Bears, and back out into the midfield. 148 Robo Wranglers taking fuel away from the Blue Alliance. Take a look at that. Blue Alliance cupboard is absolutely bare. And we get down to 1 second remaining, and that means it's time for Red Alliance to shoot. Red Alliance working now, trying to maximize their score and get ahead of Blue Alliance, and they do pass the Blue Alliance now. Blue Alliance robots looking to clean out the cupboard of the Red Alliance, so take a look at that. Not much left there for the last few seconds of the Red Alliance shift, but here comes some more. 148 Robo Wranglers is shooting and scoring, putting 100-plus points between the Red and the Blue Alliance, but Blue Alliance isn't waiting around.
All right, well, we've got about a minute left in that match over in the Newton division. We're going to head on over to the Archimedes division for upper bracket round 1. Match 2, we've got Alliance 4 versus Alliance 5.
7 seconds remaining, trying to catch up to the Red Alliance right now. They may be able to get there. It's going to be real close. They're going to come up a little bit short. Red Alliance ahead. All 3 teams on the Red Alliance continuing to score, driving their score up over 500. Blue Alliance on the back foot. They will have another opportunity to score as they work right now to gather up as much fuel as possible to starve out the Red Alliance so that they do not have fuel to score during the last 30 seconds of the match. Here comes Blue, ready to go. They are shooting, they are scoring, trying to put another 100-plus on the board. But take a look, 604. They're shooting and scoring right now, but again, that cupboard is bare over on the Red Alliance side. Blue Alliance has an opportunity to catch up. Look at this, a huge mountain of fuel coming down right now. 13 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance out, trying to find anything they can to get into the hub. Red Alliance working the backfield. They have got some fuel there. They're going to score at 604, driving across the wall. And that is going to be it here. Wow.
Another load of fuel dropped into that hub. Red hub now active, and these members were ready for it. Unfortunately, AG Robotics stuck on some fuel in that depot zone of the Red Alliance area of the field. Their partners, the Golden Gear, is going to come in and try to help get them down. Just under a minute and a half remaining. The Golden Gear
We've got scores from that Newton match. It's an Alliance 4 victory with 685 points. That Alliance showing up for match 2.
Jumping into Spartan. Getting to this 1 minute remaining mark. Tiger Dynasty, robot full of fuel. They are lined up ready to go for the next second. And there it goes, hub now active. Tiger Dynasty not quite mitigating their shots, but their partner Spartan stuck on the hub or on the bump. They're gonna get them off and then go back. And now those shots as accurate as could be. AG still stuck on that fuel for the blue, from the Blue Alliance.
And we've got the scores in from Curie, 693 to 569. The Blue Alliance here, led by 7028, will be moving forward. Daily scores also in. That is a tight game. Alliance 4 versus Alliance 5, 636 going the way of Alliance 5. A little bit of an upset, but as we said before, it's close. Galileo also with a score as well. Alliance 4 takes this one, 638 to 538, a whole 100-point lead on the Galileo division.
We're going to head on over to the Milstein division for that match 2 in the upper bracket. We have Alliance 4 versus Alliance 5. Check out 44, 81, 686, and 3707 over on red. They're up against one of our Impact finalists, 359 over on blue.
And we have an Archimedes score, 719 for the number 4 Alliance. They're going to be moving on into the upper bracket, while Alliance 5 moves down to the lower. We also have a score from the Hopper Division. Alliance 5 pulls off the upset with 755 points. Again, these evenly matched 4 versus 5 Alliance matches are usually really exciting, and we've seen about half of the Red Alliances win and about half of the Blue Alliances win. So we're still waiting for that match on the Milstein Divisions presented by Qualcomm to start, and we'll see who comes out on top in this match, Alliance 4 or Alliance 5.
We're waiting for that Milstein match to get started, and it looks like we're waiting for some more scores. But what a crazy first round of matches. Not really first round, but like first round of matches coming off of each of these fields.
What's insane to me is that we're seeing these 4 and 5 Alliances scoring 600, 700 points. But we had that match over in Curie. Oh, we have a Johnson score right now. A Blue Alliance victory, 630 to 601. But we had a match on Curie earlier where the number 1 seed was only scoring 400 points. There's lots of defense coming. There's lots of different strategies coming. So we could have upsets all day long.
This is one of my favorite things about the championships. We truly are just getting the best of the best here in one giant convention center, and it's very astounding to see how deep the field can run, right? When you're at a regional, when you're at a district event, you're kind of getting to slim pickings at the end sometimes, depending on how many teams are actually in attendance. But here, everybody's punched a ticket, everybody's earned their spot, everybody is phenomenal. Quite frankly, while there's some alliances that are definitively stronger than others based off of the stats and the averages that they've been putting up, it just is everybody's game, or anybody's game, all at once.
Yeah, now, compositionally, how did these alliances shake out? You know, ratio of tallest, well, we've seen some all-turret alliances. Did we
There's
really
at least
expect
2. Wait, say that again?
I say, how did the compositions of these alliances really pan out, especially up in that Alliance 1, you know?
I mean, okay, at this point in the tournament, you have to look at how many fuel each robot is scoring. Doesn't matter what their makeup is. The only thing that I think made a difference in a lot of people's decision is, can they go under the trench or do they have to go over the bump? Because the bump defense at this event has already been really big. It looks like we're gonna start here on the Curie division. This is round 1, match 3. Alliance 2 versus Alliance 7. This should be a great one. Let's take it down to the field.
We've got a thumbs up from our FTA, so drivers behind the line, let's start this matchup in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 3, 2 in red, 7 in blue. The robots make their way back across the field. 3 robots for each alliance make it to the center of the field. Parker Graybacks does not survive the trip.
All right, we are in auto over on Milstein, but we're going to check out auto also over on the Curie division, upper bracket round 1, match 3.
The lead, 167 to the Blue Alliance, 103. The drivers take control. Red Alliance up and in. Poofs and Valor, followed up by the Graybacks. Over 230 points for your Red Alliance. Blue Alliance down by about 100 and slowly starting to clean up. Getting sandwiched around is 125. Knocked around, getting a tooth removed, but right back to their side of the field, just driving around, popping up fuel. Blue Alliance, Paradox, along with Roboticos, go up and in over 180 points. And here comes the Red Alliance. Graybacks and Valor now shooting from the tower. Poofs under heavy defense, able to get a small volley to go up and in. Double defense for your Blue Alliance, courtesy of Roboticos and Neutrons. Neutrons riding the line, picking up the fuel in the neutral zone. Over to their side of the field, stockpiling. Red Alliance well over 400 and now 447 points. Blue Alliance at 190, continuing to go up and in. Nice volley up and in from the team out of Mumbai, India of 9609. Following up by 125, the Neutrons out of Revere, Massachusetts. 1 minute left in play, and Red Alliance ready for their next shift. And here they go. Massive volleys going up and in. You can see the fuel piling up in the hub as it slowly trickles out back down onto the floor. Still falling out of those chutes. Valor up and in once again. Cheesy Poofs trying to find their opening. There they go. Big deposit there for your Red Alliance. Blue Alliance hub coming back online, and Neutrons and Paradox go up and in. Poofs stuffed to the gills. Valor trying to find their shot. It goes up and in. Graybacks feed their partners. Poofs doing the same. 12 seconds left to go. Over 700 points for your Red Alliance and counting. Cheesy Poofs finding an opening, swerving around, finding underneath the tower. 3 seconds left to go. 2, 1.
Have the lead. Blue looking for a last second comeback. 4 seconds on the clock. 2, 1.
Scores from the Galileo division. Alliance 7, 785 against Alliance 2, 750. And the Newton scores just about coming in. It's a Red Alliance, 642 to 511.
So before we went to that last match, it looks like we're going to get scores for Curie in just a moment. We just saw 254 play. Alliance 2 takes it 764 to 355. But we were talking about Alliance composition. And we were talking about how important it is to be able to go under the trench and over the bumps instead of just being limited to going over the bumps. And I want to ask you, Aiden, how tall is Hello Kitty?
How tall is Hello Kitty?
Yeah, how tall is Hello Kitty?
That's a good question. Hopefully within legal starting configuration.
Emerson, do you know how tall Hello Kitty is?
I feel like this is my millennial, self does not know this, and I should.
She's 5 apples tall, folks.
Oh, 5 apples.
She's 5 apples tall. How tall is 5 apples? About 22 inches. How tall is it from the floor to the top of the trench.
Well, it sounds like starting configuration.
22 inches. You want your robot to be as tall as Hello Kitty, folks. 5 apples. We've got scores over on the Hopper division, 747 to 622. Alliance 2 taking the victory there.
See, I was going to mix in the Milstein scores right here, which is Alliance 4 coming out on top, 531 to 445. And we also have daily scores that are coming fast and furious. Red Alliance victory at 583 points. So when you first asked me that, I was going to say, well, Hello Kitty's got to be taller than me, right?
Absolutely not. She's about 22 inches tall. So you want your robot to be about the height of Hello Kitty if you want to go under that trench. She's just 5 apples tall.
So you're telling me I'm less than 3 Hello Kitties tall?
Stacked.
Stacked up. Okay. All right. Anyways,
just something to think about. Making sure your robot's about Hello Kitty size. You don't want your robot to be Hello Kitty weight. She only weighs 3 apples.
You heard it here first, folks. Hello Kitty meta-defining for the robots here.
Meta-defining for the robots here, and vibe-defining for the robots here. And the vibes here in the first round of playoffs,
great.
Incredible.
Immaculate.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Saturday at Championship is one of my favorite days of the entire year. I said before we came on air, my blood has just been pumping at a faster speed through my body all morning. I'm also on my 2nd cup of coffee. And
it might do that.
It might do that.
After our first death segment, I had about a 3/4 full coffee. I did chug it just to get into the swing of things here.
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure that I was operating at full capacity because we have a lot of scores coming in.
Absolutely.
We want to get you the scores for every single match here in the playoffs, and so we're doing our best to deliver.
Well, coffee or not, Adrian, Izzy, I'm excited because I'm seeing teams play differently. One of the things I do want to talk about in that Curie match, 254's Alliance was playing kind of unusual to how they might have been playing in qualifications. One of the things out of auto, 86-13, the Barker Graybacks waiting for their partners to go do that double sweep through the center, and then they go and park themselves in the middle. This creates kind of a nice wall for the opposing alliance to come in, crash into them, not be able to grab as much fuel as possible, not do a nice deep sweep. Instead, they make this sort of blockade there. And then 254, not always the score on that alliance. In fact, you saw at the very end there, they were passing to their teammates. A little hard to get in on the defense coming in from the blue alliance, but they use the fuel as a sort of get off me tool to get the defender distracted, saying, here, go fetch this fuel. And instead, their partner's able to get the layup. There's a chase, and 254 finally breaks free and is able to score. So just unusual play that you're only going to see as we get into these playoffs, where everybody is desperate to do everything they can to punch enough points up into that hub and move on in these limbs.
Yeah, I believe we actually saw that happen more than once. We've got a score over on Johnson, Alliance 2 taking the win over Alliance 7. Alliance 2 moving on to that upper bracket match 8. But I think that wasn't the first time we saw the sit in the middle of the neutral zone strat, and I hadn't clocked that was intentional. But we're going to head on over to the Galileo division for upper bracket round 1, match 4. We've got Alliance 3 versus Alliance 6. And over on the left side, all right, we're going to show both Archimedes upper bracket round 1, match 3. They're about a match behind because we had some issues getting all 6 robots ready, but they let them take care of business. We've got 2 matches for you, Archimedes division and Galileo.
The only thing we want on Saturday is all 6 robots on the field working in every match. So let's go. All right, take a look at Archimedes and Galileo side by side.
Blue has a slight lead, but Red's shooting them in. Metal Muscle putting them in. Their partners, RoboForce, putting some in as well. And here come the Blair Robot Project as well. We've got Breakaway from Arkansas, tossing a lot of those fuel cells over to blue side. And we go to shift 2, and blue is on offense now. Petty Robotics putting quite a few in for the Blue Alliance. Raid picking them up off the ground. They're in position to shoot, and they're shooting them in as well as Petty once again. So the Blue Alliance with the lead, about 70 points, and we go to shift number 3. Red goes back on offense. Both teams over 300 points. Red closing that gap. They're trying to take over the lead. And it looks like they will right now. So red now in the lead as we're counting down to the end of shift number 3. Red just about at 400. They go over 400. We're in shift number 4 though. The Blue Alliance on offense. They're just about at 400. Now they're going to go over. So Blue takes the lead here with 40 seconds to go. When we get down to 30, we go into the end game. Both teams will go on offense. Here we go. Both hubs are active now, and red unleashes a flurry of fuel cells. They were waiting for it, and they put them all in. So red with a slight lead, blue with a slight lead. They're going back and forth. Blue already over 500. Red's over 500 now. We've got about 10 seconds to go. This one's going to go down to the wire. 10-point lead for the Blue Alliance, but red putting in a ton of those fuel cells. Time expires. Both alliances going.
Welcome back to First Champs Live. We're getting ready to check out the Newton division while we're waiting on scores over from Archimedes. We're going to take a look at Alliance 3 versus Alliance 6. And we're back. We're actually back. We're not going to watch Newton. We're going to go take a look at the scores from Archimedes.
They're going to watch Newton behind us. They're going to get the same kind of view that we do.
Yeah,
really,
you guys can.
the immersion.
I'll just scoot over here next to Aiden. And we've got scores over from the Galileo division. Maybe it's 609 Alliance 3 to 607 Alliance 6. That is an incredibly close match.
Tight margin of victory over there.
Could have been prevented with those penalty points. You have 5 penalty points for red.
Archimedes at 811 for Alliance 2, matching Alliance 7's 393. A lot wider of a gap there, but again, all these alliances are so strong, you kind of never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, and we're going to be moving on to the Hopper division. I'd first like to welcome back our friend Paul. Hi. Yeah, it is moving quickly over here, so I hope you're ready.
I threw me into the deep end. I do want to say, though, the 11-14-27 Alliance, everyone expected that matchup to happen, but with one of them being the number 1 seed. So the fact that it happened from number 4 is pretty interesting.
Yeah. All right, we've got a thumbs up over on the Hopper division. We're going to check out Alliance 3 versus Alliance 6.
Welcome to match 4 of round 1 on the Hopper division. Huge collections of fuel going up for both alliances. Alliance 6 pulling ahead, but Alliance 3 quick at work to take the autonomous. Who will it go to? It looks like
the scores over on Newton. Alliance 3, 552. Alliance 6 at 481. And we've got the daily scores, 651 to 648. A mostly clean game. Alliance 6 still eking out victory over Alliance 3.
Oh, look,
the
they lost
division.
Otto, and they won the match.
Zooming in on those robots, I see 17-10 making their way back to the middle and back to their zone. The blue hub is active and tons of fuel goes up and in. The Blue Alliance gaining on the Red Alliance. They're 100 points down, but with 1:25 to go, there is plenty of time to catch up. As the Red Alliance hub activates, fuel up and in courtesy of Electrona and their partners, Wyndham Windup. That final red robot, Team Titanium, launching fuel across the field. Alliance 3 up by 200. 50 seconds to go. Alliance 6 slowly climbing up towards 400. Fuel going up and off the field. Blue robots making their way across the field. It looks like Trana's lost connection in front of that blue bump, becoming an obstacle. 85-13, making their way over, looking for fuel. 15 seconds to go. It is still anybody's game. With one red robot down, the Blue Alliance members race back for final shots. In 3, 2, 1, time.
Looked like a bit of a 1v3 situation there. What did you guys think of that match?
It's got to be scary when you're the Red Alliance and not sure if you're going to make it. We do have scores from Johnson, a 20-point lead for Alliance 3 versus Alliance 6.
Oh, look, they lost auto.
Milstein scores. 519 to 603. Alliance 2, Citrus, Circuits, Robotics, and the gang going on to the upper bracket with a pretty significant lead. They did win auto.
They did win auto. Okay, yeah.
So we're 1 for 1 here.
I'm only going to point out the ones.
Yeah, so the matchup we were just watching, right? We saw 34-67, Wyndham wind up really trying to make it a Red Dead redemption. There were 2 teams that could not move on the Red Alliance. They were out. They were not moving. And it's just one robot versus what feels like the world when you're here at the World Championships. And they had enough of a lead. Those Alliance mates, I think it was just an uncharacteristic, weird little fault, but clearly they had done enough setup to get to that point, right? They paid their dues, and it's all up to one last team to kind of keep the margins high.
Yeah, a really incredible alliance. You had 9 event wins on side of Red, so even when you're facing adversity as a team on the field, with those event wins under your belt, you kind of know how to power through. We have Alliance scores from Hopper, Alliance 3 taking the win, 658 to 600.
They lost auto and were 1v3.
And 30 penalty points were in their favor.
Oh, that's good.
It was in their favor, but they did win by a much wider margin. Yeah. So.
All right, we're going to head on over to the Galileo division, Alliance 5 versus Alliance 8. We have 94-96 Link from North Carolina up against Hall of Fame Team 111 Wild Sting and 10-23 the Bedford Express.
Big match for both alliances. Over 100 points going to the red team. They win the autonomous round. So when we get to shift number 1 in 2 seconds, right now, the blue hub is active. And the blue teams will go on offense. Some tough defense by the Bedford Express, though, over on the blue side. We don't have any blue robots scoring yet here in this shift 1. Here comes some scoring. It's the Shambots putting some in. And now their partners Link.
All right, we're also going to head on over to the Archimedes division for match 4. We have Alliance 3 versus Alliance 6. Got Code Orange over on red up against the Space Cookies on blue.
Remaining. Plenty of time left in this match. The Red Alliance up over 200 points. Wild Sting scoring. Bedford Express scoring. Here comes shift number 3. The Red Alliance just under 300 points. The Blue Alliance now on offense here. There's Link scoring. Link scoring again here. They go over 100. We got about a minute left in this match. We are in shift number 3. And as shift number 4 begins, the Red Alliance goes to town here, scoring fuel cells like they're going out of business. 370 points for the Red Alliance. That's our number 8 seeded alliance. Red has a big lead here as we're coming down to the end game. Our number 5 seeded alliance in blue. This is now an elimination match. Winner stays active, loser goes home. We're down to about 20 seconds left in the match. Red scoring, they're going to go over 400 right now, and they do. Link and their partner Shambites both scoring for the Blue Alliance, but we come to the end of the match.
Active shift before the match hits end game. Lots of fuel flying out of that zone, both from Red Alliance members towards the hub, but also Blue Alliance as they try to take that fuel back for more scoring. We have 5 seconds left, and these alliances' scores are side by side. Right now sitting at 306 to 322, blue to red. Blue hub now active in the last 30 seconds, so these scores are going to continue to climb. Alphabots lining up, tossing up fuel as they slide around the field. Red Alliance continuing to go up and up, but blue not slowing down. 4:16 as we hit the 10-second mark.
And the scores are in from Galileo. Alliance 8 moving on with a score of 450 points to Alliance 5's 259. Unfortunately, this does mean that Alliance 5 on Galileo is going home. Their day is over.
Congratulations to all the teams on that 5th Alliance.
Yeah, congratulations. It's a hard game to play from the 8th seed, so really cool to see that Red Alliance take the win.
Yeah, and Alliance 5, you know, it's not the outcome that anybody wants to be out to, but at least you are here, you made it, that's amazing. You're still in the, what is that, 32 times 8, you're still in about the top 256 teams in the world. Pretty awesome stuff.
Yeah, we're going to head on over to the Hopper division for match 5, Alliance 8 facing off against Alliance 4. We're in the autonomous period. Looks like blue has a slight lead there. We've got scores over from the Archimedes division. Alliance 6 taking the win, 487 to 431.
Sounds like we just got Newton.
Yeah, and a bit of an upset, or no, not an upset. I'm sorry, it was close. It was very, very loud back here, and I figured something was happening. So it's Alliance 5 that takes the win. Congratulations to that Alliance 8.
Team Beam moving on.
And they did win auto by a small margin and still were able to pull it out. So that's a counter to my theory, at least one piece of evidence.
I think it's holding even at this point.
Yeah, we're calling it even, yeah.
Archimedes scores are also in Alliance 6. Here's an upset for you. 487 against Alliance 3's 431. Alliance 3 will be moving on to the lower bracket, but Alliance 6 gets a little bit of time until their next game.
Yeah, and they pretty handedly lost auto.
And yet they still won the match.
Yeah, they still won the match. It's not over till it's over. We're going to head on over to the Hopper division for lower bracket match 5.
Slowly climbing up over Alliance 4 slowly climbing up over Alliance 8 score. My mistake. They are back in business. Hammerheads and mechanical
results from Daly. Alliance 4 taking down Alliance 8 511 to 358. They did in fact win auto. The 8th Alliance will be going home, but congratulations to that team. And Alliance 4 will be moving on.
Shift puts them up about 80 points. But it is the Blue Alliance's turn to send fuel across the field. Red Robots going on the defensive, stealing fuel. Mechanical advantage being prevented from getting anywhere.
About 30 seconds left in that match over on Hopper. We're going to head to the Milstein division, Alliance 3 versus Alliance 6. We got 694 Stiples over on red.
36-41, the Flying Toasters sending another stream of fuel up into the hub. Their partners, Crusaders, doing the same. They're up 100. 2, 1, time.
And they're going to join their teammates 44 and 99. Both of those teammates trying to get around the defense of 4089 Stealth Robotics, who gets a hit in on Stipulse as they continue to score on the near side of the field. Time runs out for red, and blue is ready to go with a full volley here. Two of those teams getting the first volley in, and 4089 coming in to switch places there. They find a place right up next to the tower and continue to pop those fuel up into the hub for the Blue Alliance. That's the team from Cedar Crest High School. Stealth Robotics now joined once again by BCR Blackout. Just under a minute and a half left in play.
We've got the scores from Hopper Division. Round 2, match 5, Alliance 8 taking the win here, 623 to 484. Unfortunately, that does mean we are saying goodbye to the Hammerheads, Mechanical Advantage, Raider Robotics, and Mustang Robotics. A hard-fought day for the Blue Alliance.
Side of the field now getting ready to set up for their next alliance shift, and here comes the Blue Alliance trying to take back the lead from alliance number 3, and they do, now getting ready to extend this lead. They have 15 seconds here until the end game period. Red Alliance doing work collecting here and getting prepped for the final 30 seconds. Blue Alliance trying to amass as much of a lead here as they can before Red Alliance gets the opportunity to score. Here we go, 30 seconds left in a match number 4. Blue Alliance has the lead, but Red Alliance is cutting it quickly, 5:47 to 4:37. Blue Alliance recollecting here, and they're going to try and keep this lead throughout the last 15 seconds. Red Alliance.
And we have scores in from the Johnson. A tight match. Alliance 4 with the upset over Alliance 1. That's round 2 match. Alliance 1.
Alliance 1 is gone.
Losing both matches.
45-22, Team Scream, 70-55-58. Alt F4, 67-66, and 46-35, the Bot Busters.
Tight match.
I believe our first Alliance 1 out of the tournament.
That's our first one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And by the way, the Blue Alliance won auto, or lost auto. Just saying.
They might have. And we're going to head on over to the Archimedes division for lower bracket round 2, match 5.
Time for our first match in round 2 in the lower bracket now. This match incredibly important for both of these alliances. Golden Gears and AG Robotics throwing lots of fuel at that hub. Their partners, Gear Gremlins, doing the same. Red Alliance, lots of fuel coming up from those members as well, but Blue's gonna start with this slight advantage. That Blue Alliance score 172, Red 128. Transition period now, team's gonna have every opportunity to continue to score until their shift ends. It's gonna go to Red Alliance first. Krypton Cougars launching up lots of fuel, their partners doing the same. Collision between the Golden Gears and Cybersonics in that neutral zone. Gear Gremlins, lots of fuel in hand, launching most of it back to their Alliance's side of the field. They're gonna grab a bit more, make their way over the bump. 2 seconds left before their hub activates, starting merely moments beforehand. Gear Gremlins gonna empty that robot into the hub. Krypton Cougars, though, over there trying to steal this fuel back from that Blue Alliance. All the Red members in that neutral zone grabbing fuel, making their way back, tossing it over. AG Robotic almost ending up on top of the Krypton Cougars, luckily for them, keeping their wheels on the ground. Blue Alliance gonna walk out of that shift with 488 points on the board. Blue Alliance sitting at about 350, or Red Alliance sitting at about 350. 10 seconds still in this red hub shift, and they are trying their best to do everything they can, but Blue, again, stealing that fuel out of the Red Alliance zone. Blue hub now active for the remainder of the match. They're gonna cross that 500 mark. Red gonna have to give everything they've got when this 30-second mark hits and they get into endgame. Teams continuing to cycle that fuel from the neutral zone back to their side of the field, whether to store it or to score it.
The scores are in from the Milstein division, a Blue Alliance victory and also a yellow card. Alliance 3, 572 is just not enough to keep up. They will be moving down to the lower bracket. That's 694 Stiples, 4499 the Highlanders, 6002 Zoobotics, and 3075 Dream Team. Not going home yet. Still one more match at least to play.
And we're going picture in picture. We've got a Galileo division.
Increasing their lead to 215 to 147. Blue Alliance now trying to catch back up to the Blue Alliance, 58.95, cleaning up some fuel behind the tower, and they now continue shooting all of their fuel on target as they now secure the lead. As we go back.
I can't hear anything.
We've got the scores from Archimedes match 5. The winner, Alliance 5, 842 to 643. The Gear Gremlins and Co. still keeping it alive, but Alliance 8 consisting of 2767 Strike Force, 2539 Krypton Cougars, 2583 Orange Dynamite, and 103 Cyber Sonics are headed home.
Big score from Alliance 5.
Huge score.
Immediately trying to cut into that lead. 58.95 and 44.60. Their alliance partners, 44.69, moving into position, now scoring into the hub, nearly reclaiming the lead. They're going to need a little bit of lead here as Red Alliance is now set up and starts firing. Red Alliance recapturing that lead within 5 seconds. Now upwards of 470 points to 425. 10 more seconds for the Red Alliance shift, 28-13. Another volley up high for the Red Alliance. 59-13 making another pass as well. Here they go.
And we're going side by side. Daily division up on the left side of the screen. We're joining during autonomous mode. Alliance 3 versus Alliance 7, round 2, match 6.
That lead, 630 to 546, 5 seconds left on the clock. Red Alliance continues to fire. Blue Alliance now attacking back, but Red Alliance protecting that lead. Is it enough? We'll find out in just a moment.
Lead as we count down the final 5 seconds of their shift. The Red Alliance trying to get more shots in there as they hold a narrow lead against our Blue Alliance. They're going to need a big answer here over on Blue. Here comes the Blue Alliance now as they retake the lead. All of these Blue Alliance robots playing offense here. Inverse Paradox 1325.
We have our results from Galileo. Alliance 2 staying alive, winning 666 to 571. The Blue Alliance, Alliance 6, consisting of Raider Robotics, Petty Robotics, Breakaway, and Tiger Robotics. Thank you for that. They are eliminated. Congratulations to them for making it this far in the playoffs. They had a great run.
Quickly to our Blue Alliance, but they're running out of time in this shift. 5 seconds left, but here they go. They're about to take the lead, and they got it back. 368 and counting to 345, but Blue's ready to answer. Here comes Aces High and Iron Pulse, both scoring for Blue, while Inverse Paradox cleans up that Blue Alliance scoring zone. A ton of fuel in that hopper as it's just a constant stream of fuel into that Blue Alliance hub. Blue now leading by over 100 points here in match number 6. 30 seconds left to go. We're about to enter the end game portion of the match. Red Alliance answering back quickly here.
It's not just Daly, it's also Johnson. We're going side by side and bringing you the next match coming on up on the left side of your screen.
I love that the FTA's got their thumbs straight in the air now.
Nice and prominent. We know what's happening.
And I know they're doing it on purpose, which I love. It's amazing.
As they cross 600 points and fuel. Red trying to catch back up. 632 to 546 with 2 seconds left. And that is the end of match number 6.
Last second shots here being counted by our hubs. They indicate they won. Tie match here. Blue has active. Their
scores from Hopper, 683 to 631. A tight match between Alliances 7 and 6. The Blue Alliance here, 8513 Sisters first, 8214 Cyber Unicorn, 1710 the Robotics Revolution, and 401 Copperhead Robotics. Their day is done.
And we have the daily scores. Blue Alliance takes it 678 to 559.
And the carry score is rapid fire. Alliance 3 taking victory here, 719 to Alliance 6, 484. Still an upper bracket match, so Alliance 6 has another chance to keep things moving.
And the Newton scores, we have round 2, match 6 to Red Alliance, Alliance 7, 672 to Alliance 6 of 399. Alliance 6 will be going home.
That's Peninsula Robotics, Kingsman Robotics, Cerobotics, and the iBots.
Super Nerds shoots. 1972, they are shooting fuel over into the Red Alliance zone, getting ready for their activation. 836 is chasing down the Blue Alliance. They bulldoze some fuel and they grab some more. We shift over to Red, and 7220 Steel Falcons from Brighton, Michigan shoots while 836 grabs fuel over by their outpost. 9072 goes back into the corner, grabs a whole bunch. That's a dumper robot that shoot a lot of fuel. Killer Bees out in the middle of the field. They can grab a lot of fuel. They have a whole bunch. They slowly go over that bump. Getting rid of the in-game time. Both hubs are active, and the Red Alliance has the lead, 510 to 481. Lots of fuel coming up here. The hot team, they're stationary right in front of me. 67 from Highland, Michigan. Not sure why they're not moving. We have 2 working blue robots. 972 Tiger Bots come through. 67 looks like they're just trying to prevent the Red Alliance from getting over into their zone. 10 seconds ago, it's almost tied. This is coming down to the very last shots here. 972 shoots 836. 3, 2, 1. Doesn't get much closer than that.
Well, we're moving on over to the Galileo division while we wait on the very exciting, very close results from the Johnson division. Galileo Alliance 4 versus Alliance 1. We are back in the upper bracket. These teams not having any losses in eliminations so far, but the day is still young.
Starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Get ready for an exciting match, round 2, match number 7, as Alliance 1 versus Alliance number 4, Red Alliance already attacking that hub. Blue Alliance doing the same. Here they come, Red Alliance for their second pass. Blue Alliance doing the same thing. Red Alliance first to strike, increasing that score over 100. Blue Alliance right behind them, and look at 1690 and 7769 already in the center of the field. High scores for these 2 Alliance, 148 to 174, advantage to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance quickly scoring another volley of shots, now pushing past 230 just in their 10-second transition shift. We're back over to Blue Alliance now, defense being played. 51-81 trying to clean up all of the fuel for the Blue Alliance. Not a lot of scoring going on for the Blue Alliance. And as I say that, here comes...
The scores from that Johnson match are in 687 to 657. Lots of 6s and lots of 7s, but unfortunately Alliance 6 will be the ones to fall, with Team 67 Hot leading the charge. I mean, you just can't make this up. Hot, the team, Super Nerds, the Killer Bees, and the Mech Tech Dragons, they are out of the bracket.
Yeah, 67 declined, right? And so that strategy didn't work out so well for them.
Effectively clearing out as much fuel as possible, but now 51-81 playing some great defense against 17-68. Look at as they are now defending that robot. So they're calling on their bluff there as they were making their way over, trying to make that one shot. They're only going to get one shot, 10 seconds left on the clock, 17-68 trying to make their way around. 51-81's excellent defense, holding them to about a 1.5, 2-shot volley there for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance now continuing to expand that lead. 420, 440, 460. They're continuing to add more and more. They're crossing the 500 mark with only 10 seconds left on their shift. Blue Alliance now clearing out most of the fuel. They're not making the same mistake they made in the last shift. They're already set, ready to fire away as we enter the end.
And we're back to side-by-side. Archimedes division looks just getting out of auto, going into the teleoperated period. Alliance 3 looks like they have one autonomous mode.
And we're going to see it transition over to the Red Alliance here. They're up first, but that score still rising for Blue with those remainder fuel.
45 seconds left on the clock. Not enough time to catch up. Red Alliance with a final volley. Final scores coming up.
Active hub time, not quite yet to where blue left them at the end of the transition period, but blue was ready for their shift to start. Robo Lions and Code Orange launching lots of fuel. Alphabot's doing the same for this blue alliance. They're sitting at a little over 260. Teams continuing to see what we have done all day. Grabbing fuel from the neutral zone.
Alliance 1 seizing victory here on Galileo, 694 points. Alliance 4, only 464, not quite enough to keep up. That loss in auto does affect their overall score in the end. They will be moving on to the lower bracket on Galileo Division.
Just not enough firepower.
To their partner, Robo Lions, though, really working on collecting that fuel on the Blue Alliance side of the field, and they're going to start launching it now towards the hub.
Going side by side with the Newton division, just entering teleoperated period where Alliance 1 is playing Alliance 4 in the upper bracket of Newton.
400 mark. Red Thunder launching fuel towards their side. Lots laying in these sides, but neutral zone starting to fill. Lots of fuel poured into those hubs, then dumps out the back. Red hub active, chaos ready. About halfway to where blue currently sits, they have lots to make up, but we're only getting to 15 seconds left. Code Orange lining up. They're going to start emptying that robot into the hub. Coming out kind of slow as they wiggle their storage.
Receiving a lot of fuel from Team Warrior Bars. It's the Blue Alliance trying to close the gap here. 50 points separating both alliances. 868 Tech Hounds playing defense on the blue side. Now 1 minute remaining. And it's raining fuel into the red hub. 2046 coming through the tower, grabbing more fuel in the corner and now ready to shoot and score for the Red Alliance. More than 500 points for the Red Alliance. With the lead. In the neutral zone 3, blue robots looking for more fuel. As soon we will approach end game. 30 seconds remaining. More than 600 points for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance trying to close the gap here.
And we have the scores from Archimedes. Alliance 3, 629 to 360. Alliance 7 eliminated.
That's 54-68 Chaos Theory, 71-66 Red Thunder Robotics, 131 Chaos, and 16-19 Up a Creek Robotics.
Back to the Newton action.
Points for the Red Alliance, 2-1, as time expires.
Heading over to Milstein Division, where we're joining the action in the beginning of phase 2 transition period.
Machine to keep blue out of their zone long enough to delay those scores. 44-76 starts to pass some of that fuel back over onto the blue side of the field with just over a minute and a half left in play. Red Alliance maintains their lead.
We have the scores from Newton. Alliance 1 victory yet again in round 2, match 7. Jack in the Bot leading the charge along with Bare Metal, Tech Hounds, and the Robo Bikes. The scores are also in for Daily Alliance 1, another victory here, 44-14 and 13-23. That dynamic duo seizing victory with a 50-point penalties in their favor as well. But Alliance 5 will stay alive as they move on to the lower bracket.
With 4 seconds on the Blue Alliance shift. 57 seconds left in play as 2481 lets it fly for the Red Alliance. Citrus Circuits will join them. 16-40. In the red zone, trying to slow down blue along with 26-30. Those are some high-powered red machines. Keeping the scoring going, 472 to 325. With 3 seconds.
And we have the Hopper we have the Hopper results. Alliance 5 taking down Alliance 1 in round 2, match 7. Both teams stay alive. Alliance 1 will be moving to the lower bracket. We're looking at the Johnson division. While we also have the Milstein division up top, there is a jammed Hopper. It looks like it has a hat.
That is a
the
popcorn.
Hub put on its hat. It cannot take it off.
This might be the one hat we don't feel good about because it will mean that we have to restart that match.
We're going back to Johnson joining that live, but while this match is going on, I'd love to talk about that hat. That's like, probably 100 or so fuel stuck in the top of that Hopper.
Yeah, it just looks like a straight up popcorn bucket.
Yeah, it looks like a box of popcorn. It sure does. Back to the action on the Johnson division where Alliance 8 is going against Alliance 5.
Of their zone. 43-91, getting a few more seconds to try and tack on a few more points, taking the lead momentarily, but the Blue Alliance is prepped and ready to capitalize on all the game pieces in their side of the field. BraveBots trying to stop the Blue Alliance from getting 10-02. Circuit Runner Robotics shooting near the trench. 118 on the other side of the field. 190 with the long shots into the hub from the tower side. 10-20 gets a second cycle of pieces through as the Blue Alliance pulls through with a very strong lead through.
Well, we'll keep our ears open for the Johnson division, but we'll keep our eyes peeled for the Galileo division. They are looking at the last 50 seconds of upper bracket round 2, match 8.
On the red side of the field, 43-91, the BraveBots hang out over by the red tower. They've got the Robonauts in their territory picking up their fuel. Red Alliance gets a few pieces, but it's not enough to take the lead. Blue Alliance gonna get an opportunity to really pull ahead here, as they already had a hefty lead to start the last shift before the end game. BraveBots doing everything they can to try and siphon the fuel out of their zone. 118 gets a few more shots before BraveBots pushes them back to the middle of the field. 43-91 BraveBots and 103-40 Icon Girls trying to get a last second opportunity to try and pull through for their alliance, but the Blue Alliance has almost double the points of the Red Alliance right now. 10-02 Circuit Runners Robotics and Robonauts continue to score. The Red Alliance just can't keep up. Let's see how high the Blue Alliance can get in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alliance 7 here on Galileo, 666 to 566, and even 100 in this upper bracket match here, Paul.
Alliance 7 continuing the upset trend. They beat number 2, now they beat number 3, remain in the upper bracket.
The Appreciate mascot, a Roadrunner, and my goodness, are they speeding through these matches?
They certainly are, and the dad jokes and puns aren't living. 2468 did decline, so it was a good strategy for them. They felt that they could build a better alliance, and so far, that has proven to be true.
Well, as we keep looking at these strong alliances, we're cutting to upper bracket, round 2, match 7 on the Archimedes division, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 4. I mean, talk about strong.
Yeah, I mean, the Thread Alliance it's a nice, formidable alliance. I mean, autonomous mode of 156, setting the stage for domination in this match.
During autonomous, Bread gonna start launching and take care of that transition period. It is now Blue Alliance active hub time. Spartan Robotics pushed up against their driver station. Looks like they are stuck. Piece of fuel might be underneath them, preventing them from moving. Theory 6 and Tiger Dynasty working on collecting fuel out of this neutral zone. Luckily for Spartan Robotics, where they are, they were able to launch some of that fuel out of their robot and into the hub in time. Red Hub now active. They are going to continue to score in this hub. Already 300 points earned by this Red Alliance. Bread launching more. Wired Boars over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. They are grabbing that fuel, launching it all the way back to their half. Now it's Blue's turn. Theory 6 lined up with with their hub. Wire Boars trying to slow them down and stop them from getting underneath that trench. But luckily for Theory 6, they're able to get that fuel.
Keeping that Archimedes action going, but checking in on the Newton division, it is starting to become a close race between Alliance 2 and Alliance 3 in the upper bracket over there.
Control Alt Defeat, Bread launching all sorts of fuel at this hub. Theory 6 trying to just take this fuel from the Red Alliance side and toss it back on over, but Wire Boars said nope and sends it right back where it was to this Red Alliance half of the field. Just 30 seconds remaining, and now both hubs active. Spartan Robotics full of fuel, making their way on over, gonna try and line themselves up, starts tossing that fuel, making it in, but Red not slowing down. Red Alliance almost over that 600 mark. Blue Alliance just now breaking 400. Just 5 seconds left, and fuel just continues to fly, high arcing across the fields in the last seconds.
Again, a flurry of fuel up and in. More than 500 points for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance with the advantage. Gray Bots from San Luis Obispo County, California, shooting and scoring. And now 10 seconds remaining. The advantage is Red, but the Blue Alliance trying to close the gap with Rhythm Robotics. 3, 2, 1, as time expires.
Going over to the Curie division where we're watching round 2, match 6 action. Alliance 7 versus Alliance 6. The loser of this match will be eliminated from the tournament. We also have the scores from the Archimedes division, upper bracket round 2, match 7, where Alliance 1 takes down Alliance 4, but Alliance 4 is still alive, moving to the lower bracket.
Polar Pilots. Spectrum under the big defense from Phantom Cats of your Red Alliance, 26-37. Blue Alliance now surpassing Red Alliance's point value of 372 and now going up and over 400 points. 30 seconds left to go. As now both hubs active once again. 125 neutrons, the lone Red Alliance robot on the offensive. Paradox stockpiling in the center of the field. They race back underneath their side of the trench. Blue Alliance continuing to go up and score. Red Alliance trying to pull it back into their favor. 8 seconds left to go. Last field continue to go up and in. Here comes your Blue Alliance. 3 seconds left. Will we see another volley from Red in the closing seconds? Oh boy. Blue Alliance.
And we're going to the daily division where we're joining the action live during period 3, Alliance 6 versus Alliance 2, round 2, match 8. This is still in the upper bracket.
That's 40-28, going and collecting fuel there from the corner of the field. Now Robo Jackets going over to the blue side of the field. A ton of fuel over there on the blue side of the field. So Red Alliance going to have to go over there and take it away. Red not able to catch up to our Blue Alliance here during their shift. But there goes Cyberus losing some of their shots there. They're going over to the middle of the field. All 3 Red robots loading up with fuel, getting ready here for their next shift. But Blue Alliance's lead is now over 100 points as Robo Jackets escorting the 60-17 machine around here during the end of their shift. It's now 358 to 260. Blue Alliance leading as the Red Alliance's final shift is underway. There goes 40-28, the Beak Squad out of Cincinnati, gathering fuel now, getting ready to take another shot, but 60-17 is just gobbling up as much fuel as they can over there on the Red Alliance zone. We're now in the end game portion of the match, and Blue Alliance with a very comfortable lead as they have an opportunity to build it up here. Can they pull off another upset over our 2-seeded Alliance?
And we have the scores from Curie and the Red Alliance with that last flurry of shots at the end of the match, taking the match 530 to 517. Alliance 6 on the Curie side, Future Martians, Spectrum, the Polar Pilots, and Avalanche Robotics. Their day is done. But congratulations, what a hard-fought battle between these two alliances. I'm ready. And we have the results from the upper bracket round 2, match 8. Alliance 6, another upset, taking down Alliance 2. Alliance 2 advances to the lower bracket, while the Blue Alliance goes on to match 11. It's been like easier, yeah. We're joining Archimedes, getting ready to start that match. This is upper bracket round 2, match 8, to find our second alliance to go to match 11. This is Alliance 2 versus Alliance 6. A lot of upsets happening in these divisions.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 8, round 2, upper bracket. Autonomous period starting, these teams going back and forth. Scores still maintaining a pretty close margin. Red Alliance, though, gonna really start to take this lead here. 130 points now, 40, over 60, 70. Blue Alliance not far behind them, though. 200 points in that autonomous period for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance sitting at about 150. Blue gonna start with that first active hub shift. Starting off, Wildcard Robotics really working on loading up that hub. Their partners trying to get back to the field. Looks like Space Cookies, but they can't. Control Z making it really difficult for that Blue Alliance to get over the bump. Luckily for them, able to do it and get those points in. Red hub now active. Blue Alliance sitting at 268. Red Alliance loading that hub with fuel to the point that it is stacking up on top of each other as it rolls out the bottom. 400 points already for this Red Alliance, and we're only about halfway through the match. Blue Alliance hub now active.
We are going side by side with the Johnson division, joining the action during autonomous mode.
Trying to do everything they can to catch back up to this Red Alliance, but we're getting closer and closer to that last shift and end game for Red. Symbotics lined up and ready for that Red Alliance. Large capacity on that robot, and they are going to take advantage of it all. 45 seconds, Red Alliance about 470, but these teams have something. Team Rush, working on getting as much in there as possible. Looks like Control Z for the Red Alliance all the way over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, grabbing fuel, plowing some back to their half of the field. 30 seconds left means Blue Alliance hub now active as well. Fuel coming in from that far corner out of the junkyard dogs. Red, though, not slowing down. 700 points now for the Red Alliance. Blue just behind them with a little over 500. Under 10 seconds remaining, Team Rush, and it looks like Symbotics both gonna try and get one last round of scoring in 3, 2, 1.
272 to 216. Blue is behind, but they are filling that hub up. Alpha Dogs, that's Moto, their robot, with 110 fuel capacity, placing fuel up there. They go along the line station wall. They're being pestered by 1792 Roundtable Robotics, but that is relatively unaffected. Shift over to Red now. Blue still has the lead, 350 to 273. 1792 grabbing fuel along the line station wall. Their intake is not fully deployed. Looks like it's slightly up on one side. That may impact how quickly they can intake their...
We have our scores from Archimedes there. Alliance 2, 800 points. Alliance 6, 611. That will keep Alliance 2 in the upper bracket and Alliance 6 down to the lower bracket.
So much firepower on that Alliance 2, man.
The Dogs from Bolton, Ontario, Canada starts shooting from that center shooter. Blue now taking a bigger lead here, 440 to 357. Lots of fuel going by both alliances. We have a broken robot here. 6324 is broken in the middle of field. Their intake is not working.
We're bringing it back side by side, the Hopper division, Alliance 1 versus Alliance 7. This is in the lower bracket, match 9. The loser of this match goes home.
Racing to the neutral zone to fill that robot with fuel. OP Robotics going back to their zone for more shots. They go up and in. 63-29. The Bucks Wrath showing how badly they want this win as more fuel goes up right at the end of that Red Alliance shift. The Robo Cubs making their way back across the field.
We are going to go side by side with the Newton Division lower bracket match number 9.
Yeti. Tons of fuel going up right at the shift change, but Blue Alliance robots are laying in wait to play defense. The Bucks Wrath making their way into the middle, chasing the Robo Cubs back over to their side of the field. There's 30 seconds left to go, and Alliance number 7 is down by 200. OP Robotics making their way back for another volley of fuel. Their partners doing the exact same. At the end of that match, Alliance 1
is ready for the shift change, and they shoot and they score. There goes Warren Warbots back out after having put another giant volley of fuel up. 25:02, shooting a little bit low. 195 Cyber Knights out in the defensive position. They're trying to slow down Red Alliance scoring. Blue Alliance with a slight advantage as we move into the red shift, but Red now has taken the lead. 32-56, Warrior Bots shooting now under pressure from 195, 148, chasing down Robo Wranglers heading over to their side of the field to contribute to the barrage of fuel heading into the Blue Alliance hub. Blue Alliance now back by 100 points. There's enough time, but are there enough resources to close that gap? Red and Blue thinking about the end game, thinking about what's going to happen next. 195 taking as much fuel as they can from the Red Alliance and attempting to get back to their side of the field while slowing down 604. 604 on the delay, taking the shots for the Red Alliance as we get down to the end.
We have our scores for the Johnson match there, upper bracket, round 2, match 8. The Blue Alliance, number 3, taking that 541 against the Alliance number 2's 387. Blue Alliance will stay in the upper bracket, Red Alliance to the lower bracket.
But I don't know that that's 180. And there's 148 trying to put the last pin in it for the Red Alliance. 741 points on the board. We'll see what the final result is in just a moment. And here we go. Who's going to be moving on and who's going to be heading back to the stands? Red Alliance will be moving on in the tournament to match number 12 with 757 points on the board. Well done to the Red Alliance, and that means a warm Newton goodbye.
And we have the scores from the Newton Division Round 3, Match 9. Alliance 4 taking it home, 757 to 620. Alliance 7 going home, and those teams are...
Yeah, that is captained by 2052 Nightcrawler, their partners 9408 Warren Warbots, 195 the Cyber Knights, and 341 Miss Daisy.
We're going over to the daily, we are going to the daily division. Going to the daily division where we're just about to start autonomous mode, and here we go.
Blue Alliance 5 in red. 176 heading back over to the blue side of the field, taking aim at that hub, trying to build up a lead and get that advantage over our red alliance here in match number 9. We are in the lower bracket, so loser is eliminated from our playoff tournament here as 10-2-1-3 coming over with a hopper full of fuel. That's our team out of Turkey. Them and Morpheus and Bumblebee filling up that red alliance hub here, trying to catch up to our blue alliance, but blue building up quite a lead during autonomous and the transition shift. They still hold on to the lead here with 10 seconds left in this red alliance shift, and red needing to go collect fuel now. But Balta, 10-2-1-3, going and stealing fuel, sending it down the field. Red Alliance did manage to take a lead.
And back with that side-by-side technology. Curie Division on the left. That match looks like it's ready to get started. With Alliance 2 versus Alliance 3, match 8 of the upper bracket to find our second alliance to go to match 11.
3 different nations represented on blue: Canada, the United States, and China there, as Iron Pulse coming back over to the middle of the field, looking to steal fuel and set up Blue Alliance for a big second shift here in match number 9. 1:10 left to go. Red Alliance trying to catch up here. They trail 330 to 290 as we enter the final minute of match number 9. Red Alliance inching closer and closer, but running out of time to tie our Blue Alliance, but they managed to take the lead in the closing seconds of that shift. But Iron Pulse Robotics, Aces High, and Inverse Paradox all ready to go out of the jump. They already have a 100-point lead on our Red Alliance now, as they lead 460 and counting to 349 with 35 seconds left to go. We're about to enter the end game portion of the match, meaning all hubs will be active and the Red Alliance can now start incrementing their score. Blue Alliance really started to run away with this one, as Inverse Paradox just a constant stream of fuel coming out of the 1325 machine out of Mississauga, Ontario. 577 to 478 is our score. Blue continuing to pile on the points, crossing 600 points with 8 seconds left to go. Alliance 3 looking to move on here in our lower bracket as time expires on match number 9.
Break free, find a spot against the tower. Valor doing the same thing on the other side of it, able to get a volley to go up and in. Graybacks, they shoot from the point. Fuel up and in, over 280 points and climbing. Another volley up for your 254 machine out of San Jose, California. Graybacks coming right back. Few of those shots do go up and in. Most of it back to the neutral zone, waiting for them to go and collect and rearm. Red Alliance 254 playing defense on the blue side, picking up fuel, racing back to their side. Picking up just a little bit more. Small bulldoze underneath the near side trench. As we hit under 1 minute left in play, a Red Alliance hub goes back online. More shots up and in for your Red Alliance, going up over 400 points and counting. Valor getting a little bit hung up on some fuel over by their corral. Robototes continue to play defense and hold them against the diamond plate wall. Robots break free and go back into more defensive roles of the Robototes machine. 30 seconds.
And we have the results from Daily. Alliance 3 taking down Alliance 5, 706-499, keeping their dream alive. Unfortunately, Alliance 5 from Daily is eliminated, and they are.
Yes, great jobs to teams. Alliance Captain 10-213 Balta, 58-13 Morpheus, 33-39 Bumblebee, and 33-14 the Mechanical Mustangs.
Hello.
Last fuel up and in for both alliances as this match draws to a close.
And we're joining the hopper action as it's happening during autonomous mode. Alliance 8 versus Alliance 3 in round 3, match 10. This is an elimination match. Coming up with Galileo scores. Alliance 2 versus Alliance 4, where Alliance 2 has taken a slim victory of 588 to 560 with the help of 75 penalty points. Unfortunately for Alliance 4, that means they are eliminated. Those teams.
Great jobs to those alliances there. 1768 Neshoba, 2231 Onyxtronics, 8159 Golden Horn, and 3082 Chicken Bot Pie.
And if the action is furious, we have the Curie results. Upper bracket, round 2, match 8 from Curie, where Alliance 2, 647 to 349. That means Alliance 3 will be going down to the lower bracket, and Alliance 2 will be joining match 11.
36-47, making their way back out to the neutral zone. Defensive play coming heavy on the Red Alliance. 97-85, pinned into a corner. But those red robots are hard at work, scoring in the active hub.
And we do have the results from Archimedes lower bracket round 3, match number 9. The Red Alliance ekes out a victory 568 to 535. They advance. And unfortunately, Alliance 3 is eliminated.
Yes, great jobs to their Alliance captain, 8608, the Alphabots, 3476, Code Orange, 1261, the Robo Lions, and 9032, the Robo Whales.
Joining the side-by-side action here, Newton Division and Hopper Division. We're joining Newton in the beginning of mode phase 2 during teleoperated period, where Alliance 5 is going against Alliance 3 in the lower bracket, match number 10.
Number 3 up by 150. Electrona looking for game pieces on the far side of the field. Their partners, Wyndham Windup, moving back to that active hub. There's 18 seconds to go. Last-ditch efforts to take a lead. Team Titanium, no, the Ninjaneers, moving back to their hub to score.
On the Red Alliance. Red Alliance are going to close it up right now. Here we go. Giant pile of fuel, 695. Can they score it? Yes, they can. And they will get very close to the 475 mark. They're going to go over that as we get down to 10 seconds left in that last red shift. Red Alliance with an opportunity to expand the lead. Here it comes, but resources are dwindling on the Red Alliance side of the field, and Blue is ready. Here they come. Blue Alliance. They are scoring. They are putting that fuel in. But look at this. Fuel for fuel. Red Alliance is matching the Blue Alliance. They are just a few points behind. And here comes Blue Alliance trying to expand the lead. But Red Alliance.
We have the scores from the Hopper Division, match number 10, where Alliance 3 stays alive, winning 516 to 348. Congratulations to Alliance 8.
Yeah, they were captained by 238, the Crusaders, 3641, the Flying Toasters, 503, Frog Force, and 540, Talon Goodwin Robotics.
While you were reading those teams, that match at the end was very close. We're going to join the action live in the beginning of teleoperated period in the Johnson Division, where we have match number 6 in the lower bracket, Alliance 6 versus Alliance 7.
They're trying to prevent it. 1 minute 45 seconds ago, we shipped over to the Red Alliance. They're behind, but they have an active hub. 67, the hot team, they're grabbing all the Red Alliance fuel and shooting it all the way across the field in a full field shot. 32-55, Super Nerds also grabbing lots of fuel. Lots of thievery here by the Blue Alliance.
And we have the scores for Newton. What a match! 636 to 626. I do want to point out that there was a 3-point loss by the Blue Alliance in autonomous mode, and they still were able to pull out the match. Alliance 3, unfortunately, is eliminated.
Yes, great jobs there to that Alliance captain, 5549 Griffin Robotics, 1540 the Flaming Chickens, 695 Bison Robotics, and 6647 Prepatech Voltec.
And we're back to the action. Milstein and Johnson Division, both matches during teleoperated period. Let's take it down to the fields.
87. Red only has one robot shooting right now. Looks like the hot team is playing some defense. They tried to prevent 9072 from going up into their zone. Hot team grabbing fuel. 836 stealing fuel from the Blue Alliance. They're now playing defense and preventing the Blue Alliance robot from getting through that trench. Endgame, both hubs are active. Blue is the only team shooting right now. 67, looks like 67 has died right now. 67, that one blue robot no longer working. We have 2 blue robots working. 14 seconds to go, 5:05 to 4:09. Blue has the lead. Can red come? 9072 Tiger Bots unleashes a barrage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Red Alliance extends their lead here in their Alliance shift, 400 now to 258. 2 more seconds on the Red Alliance hub, and Blue takes over once again. 2 machines firing off from the corners of the field. Team number 2630, the Thunderbolts, on the far side of the field. And it looks like a team of waffles as well here for the Blue Alliance, trying to close this gap with 8 seconds left until the end game period. Unofficially 454 to 366, and Red Alliance is ready. Here they go.
Side by side, Archimedes just about to start the match. We have a thumbs up. Let's join the action.
They fill up their hopper with the rebounds from the Red Alliance, and now they're going to try and get back into blue territory. They do so with 15 on the clock. Here comes the yellow team from Kingston, Ontario, switching places with Thunderbolts going to midfield with 9 seconds left. Another volley of fuel from the Red Alliance here as they head up past 650 points. 2 seconds in play.
Space Cookie stuck on top of all that fuel that was poured out of the hub. Red gonna start with the first active hub shift. Blue sitting at 100 and now 200 points. So Red will be up first for scoring. Junkyard Dogs making their way in. Space Cookies back on all fours. Does look like a roller bar of their intake, not quite attached the way it usually is. Hopefully not detrimental to their ability to collect fuel. Red Alliance still working on catching back up to Blue, but Blue was ready to go. That Alliance lined themselves up right in time with the start of that active hub. Another piece of fuel unfortunately stuck underneath Space Cookie's robot. They are up on that fuel. Their partners, Junkyard Dog's gonna come and get them down. Fuel continuing to fly all over the field, back and forth it goes. Does look like, unfortunately, Junkyard Dogs for the Red Alliance not moving at this.
We have our results from the Milstein division. Round 1, match 3. They're a little behind that jammed popcorn-looking hub, but round 1 upper bracket. Alliance 2 takes it 661-503. Alliance 7 moving to the lower bracket. And we have Galileo scores round 3, match 10, lower bracket. Red Alliance, Alliance 3 stays alive with the win, 548 to 442. And congratulations to the number 8 Alliance.
Yeah, they were captained there by 65-28, the Terrorbites. Their partners, 24-91, No Mythic, and 111 Wildstang, and 10-23, the Bedford Express.
Remain, wild card launching all that fuel up into the hub. Unfortunately, again, some of it just bouncing into the back of that net or just to the side, hitting the bump. Not fully effective scoring at this time, but they're doing everything they can. 10 seconds remaining in the match, and this Blue Alliance's scores just continue to climb. 700 now for this Blue Alliance, and it's only going to go up from here, but time's gonna run on out.
And we're back. Welcome back. We were off screen for quite a while there. Just the action is so furious, reading the scores and everything. I'm joined by I'm sorry. I'm joined by Brian Gaffey and Adrian Emerson. Welcome, the two of you.
I'm happy to be back because the action here has been crazy. That's why we haven't been able to get back to the desk. It's just match after match after match after match. We've had upsets. We've had #1 alliances that are already out of the tournament. We have #8 alliances that are still alive. The action is crazy here.
And we have the results from the Archimedes division here. Like I said, the action doesn't wait for us to stop talking. Lower bracket, round 3, match 10. Alliance 6 taken down by Alliance 5. Unfortunately, Alliance 6's day is over.
Yes, it was a great job there. 2 Alliance 6, captained by 2106, the Junkyard Dogs, 1868, the Space Cookies, 4646, Wildcard Robotics, and 2960, Automation Nation. They did a really great job this weekend to make it this far. Picking up some wins at championship is not easy to do.
If you are playing right now, whether you're winning matches or losing matches, you are in the top of the top of the top of FRC. And everybody that qualified to be here has a robot that is capable of basically scoring as much fuel as needed to win a match. It's just about strategy. It's about working together. But every robot here is just incredible right now, especially if they're still playing.
It's just the little things right now, the flow of teams. And you can see some teams got some really nice pickups for their third robot, like robots that have been the alliance captain on the #1 alliance in their district or regionals and won those districts or regionals, and they're the third robot. So once you get that flow in, the scoring firepower is not the question. It's ball flow. Where are you getting the fuel from? Are you coordinating your autonomous modes? It's every little fuel counts.
And I will say this. As a team that built a turret robot this season, that did not rebuild, that stuck to our guns, seeing so many all-turret alliances in the tournament still right now that are putting up 700 points is just music to my ears.
And Adrian, we have some scores from the Curie division, the #5 alliance taking down the #7 alliance, 603 to 552. Little help from penalty points, but that didn't seem to make the difference. Round 3, match 10. Congratulations to Alliance 7 as their day is over.
Yeah, no, again, great work there by 125 the Neutrons, 9609 the Paradox, 7565. CC Sene, Roboticos, and 2637 Phantom Cats. They were doing a fantastic job there all weekend. Really great deep playoff run by that alliance.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting down to the wire here. We are playing almost every match now is an elimination match. We only have a couple matches left in the upper bracket, and then once we make it to the finals, we're back to a best 2 out of 3. But right now, almost every match, if it's in the lower bracket, it's an elimination match right now. If it's in the upper bracket, you still got a little bit to play, but there's not many matches left there.
We got a big match coming up here on Newton. It's Alliance 1 versus Alliance 2. They're doing alliance introductions right now. I'm very excited for this match. This should be fun to watch.
Yeah, there was a little bit of controversy during that alliance selection. A lot of people thought that Alliance 1 was going to be comprised of Team 2910 and that #2 seed Itcon Robotics 9128. But, Jack and the Bot kind of went in a different direction. They won their district championship with Team 2046, who wasn't even ranked in this division. But they have the synergy, they know their firepower, and they said, we have got to try this out because we just know we work well with them.
I mean, I even said yesterday, if you have eyes, you know that Jack in the Bot's going to pick 9128. Well, I guess I needed to put my glasses on because Jack in the Bot said, not so fast, my friend.
That's right. Sometimes there's things that you can't see. It can be the how the drive teams mesh together behind the glass, that experience of going through a whole tournament together. That could be big.
Yeah, all ties go to chemistry and synergy, really. So if it was a virtual tie from performance, that's the way. And we have daily scores now. Round 3, match 10. This was a lower bracket match in daily. Alliance 4 taking down Alliance 2. Another upset in the lower bracket. Unfortunately for Alliance 2, they are now going home.
Yeah, that's right. Great job there to those alliance captains. 4028, the Beak Squad. 3538, the Robo Jackets. 9094, the Earthquakers. And 7632, and Kang Robotics Maker.
Looks like Newton might be ready to go.
I was going to say, we talked about Itcon, we talked about Jack in the Bot, we talked about Bare Metal. Let's talk about 973, because they're scoring a lot of fuel, and Itcon is, that alliance with them is going to be one to be reckoned with. I cannot wait to see what happens in this match. We're headed down to Newton, upper bracket, match 11. Let's see who comes out on top.
Drivers behind the line, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we begin match number 11. The winner of this match punches their tickets to the finals. But the losing alliance stays in the tournament, and they'll fight one more time to see if they can join the winner. Red and blue looking to maximize scoring, 20-46. Shooting sideways. Very uncharacteristic. This means a very slim margin for the Red Alliance at the conclusion of the autonomous period. Red Alliance using the transition. Blue Alliance starting their shift. Blue Alliance now with an opportunity to create a substantial lead between them and the Red Alliance. 973 being held back by 20-46. Strong defense there being played by Bare Metal, but here comes 20-46. They're going to shoot now, see if they can put some more distance between them and the Red Alliance, but Red Alliance is ready. They are shooting. There goes 20-46 into the back row. They are going to let it fly. Jack and the Bot out in the midfield trying to pick up as much fuel as they can to try and score it, getting some push from Greybots. They will score that now. Red Alliance with a lead, but a definitely achievable lead for Blue Alliance. So we'll see if they can match them point for point here as we move through their shift. More fuel flying for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance looking to pick up all of that fuel that comes out of the hopper, out of the hub, and out into the neutral zone and save that for their use later. But 973 on the defense. They've got a huge pile of fuel, which they will not score. Blue Alliance up.
We've got scores from the Hopper division. That is in the upper bracket. Alliance 2 coming out with a huge score, 851 to 590. But that, since it's in the upper bracket, that Alliance 5 still is alive in the tournament. Let's take it back to finish up this match on the Newton division. It is a close one.
Start their final shift here in the end game. Red Alliance is exhausted with fuel. They've got a little bit left. We'll see what 20-46 can do. And here comes Jack and the Bot. They're going to shoot, trying to retain and expand their lead. Blue Alliance has a lot of fuel, but can they even get to the point where they can shoot it? Cougar's gone wired, lining up, trying to shoot on the other side. It's Khan. Red Alliance looking to catch up to Blue. Here comes a final round from Jack and the Bot, and Blue Alliance surging ahead. Red Alliance retaining their lead in the last seconds. We will have your official results up in just a moment and find out who.
All right, we're back here, and I want to welcome Justin Foss back to the desk. How has your morning been watching these crazy matches?
Yeah, back in video world, we've just been watching all of the upsets and some of the expected wins. But yeah, the action has been coming fast and furious here this morning. You can barely keep your eyes on the single screen, so.
I mean, and we've got scores for that Newton match that we just watched. Alliance 1 does come out victorious, 688 points, but Alliance 2 is still alive because this is match 11 in the upper bracket. We are getting ready for another match over on the Galileo field, but before we get there, Brian, what has been the most surprising thing to you so far today?
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be, just, how incredible some of the, coordination these teams have been pulling off around, like, hey, we know we have to keep cycling this fuel to get 800, 900 points scored. So, having like one robot being able to score a whole fury, and then there are two alliance partners waiting at the other side of the hub, redirecting that fuel to their side, and just really careful flow of the fuel, something that's been very more coordinated than it was during the qualification matches.
Just behind us on Newton, we actually saw for, well, the first time I've seen, at least in the playoff bracket, 3 robots fully moving and autonomous. So on the Blue Alliance side, there was a robot that started behind their partner with a delay in their autonomous and then followed their partner out.
Yeah, we call that the follow-our-auton, and we've seen it in like 1 or 2 maybe qualification matches, but now we're going to be seeing it more for sure.
Right, because you need to maximize every second that you can get during those matches, and having a robot just sit there, maybe only scoring 8 fuel, that's not what you got to take to win on Einstein.
We're waiting for that match on the Galileo division. It's match 1, or Alliance 1 versus Alliance 7. It's going hot right now, so we're sending it down to the Galileo division, presented by Mauser Electronics.
2 undefeated teams going up against each other. Alliance number 1 in red. Alliance number 7 in blue. The autonomous round goes to the Red Alliance. Tacking on some extra points there in the transition. And now as we go to shift 1, the blue hub is active and blue is on offense.
Scores from the Curie Division. Alliance 3 is eliminated in that lower bracket in match 10. Alliance 4 comes out victorious. Who do we have on Alliance 3, Brian?
Yeah, that's right. They were captained there by 51.99, the Robot Dolphins from outer space. They were with 31.28, the Aluminum Narwhals, 90.68, the Chargers, and 24.12, the Robototes.
Very great job by that Alliance, and now we have scores from the lower bracket in the Milstein division. Alliance 5 comes out on top of Alliance 8, so that is unfortunately the end of Alliance 8's day. But Brian, who do we have on that Alliance?
Yeah, no, another great run there by Team 201, the Feds, 60.90, Wayland Wildcats, 74.26, Paradise, and 44.21, Forge Robotics.
Yeah, as we said earlier, every robot that's still playing is an incredible robot, and anyone getting eliminated right now is at the top of this championship. So we're going back down to the Galileo division to finish the last minute of match 11.
Red goes back on offense. They're pushing 500. They're going to go over 500. We've got 40 seconds to go in this match. The Red Alliance looking to get over 600 shortly. As we come down to the end game, a big flurry put in by the Blue Alliance as both hubs are now active, but still have a ton of fuel cells raining by the Red Alliance here in this match. They're over 600. Counting down to the end of this fantabulous match. Under 10 seconds now, 630. We're going to be up to over 650. 2 seconds now, 1. And time expires.
We're in the upper bracket on many of the fields now, so we're starting to see a lot of the number 1 seeds over on the Daily Division and on the Galileo Division, side by side, now live for you.
Alliance 1 on that Galileo division does come out with the win, 707 points in the upper bracket. Alliance 7 captained by Team 2468 Appreciate, not out of the running yet. They're just moving into the lower bracket. We'll see them a little bit later on. Now we'll head back to the Daily division presented by BAE Systems.
From our Red Alliance, 196, 125 during this transition shift. Madtown and High Tide quickly scoring. They're pushing their score to 260 points, giving them about a 100-point lead over our Blue Alliance as their shift begins. Here comes Eagle Force, having the defense played on them there by 40-65. Our team out of Mineola, Florida, their first ever trip to the championship, and here they are on the first-seeded Alliance on the Daily Division. There goes Eagle Force, a couple last shots before the end of their shift, and now we're transitioning over to the Red Alliance side of the field. 339 and counting to 277 for the Blue Alliance. A minute and a half left to go. Final 10 seconds of this shift as Madtown and High Tide scoring away here, rebuilding their lead to over 100 points, 440 and counting to the Blue Alliance's 280. Now it is the Blue Alliance's turn to score here with this 305 points going here. Eagle Force having some trouble getting over the bump as Nerds of Prey are blocking him out. really slowing down this Blue Alliance attack here as High Tide has filled up that entire hopper. There must be 100 balls in that hopper right now as they begin scoring at the beginning of their shift. Over 500 points now. 20 seconds left in this shift. How high can our Red Alliance go here as Blue Alliance trying to collect fuel and set themselves up for a final push in the end game, which begins in about 10 seconds. 630 to 390. Red Alliance now really starting to take control of this match as the two behemoths here on the daily division, High Tide.
All right, we have scores in for Archimedes. Alliance 2 taking that 642 to 505. So we have that upset there where the number 2 Alliance takes on, gets to, knock the Alliance 1 down to that lower bracket there. A little interesting, Bread 5940 ranked 1, 1114 ranked number 2, opted to try and find a different robot to play with here. So interesting to see how those play out, and will happen throughout the playoff tournament here. All right, and we're going to send it to the Hopper division. We're going to the lower bracket. This is round 4, match 12. Alliance 1 in blue, Alliance 3 in red.
The initial lead. I see 35-06. They have over 200 points for Autonomous. Very impressive.
We've now got the scores for the daily division coming up on the screen. Alliance number 1 takes the victory over blue, 798 to 536.
To collect fuel from. They have tons of options. 35-06 Yeti once again on the defensive.
All right, we're going to go side by side with the Newton match number 12. They were tied at the end of autonomous mode, so let's see how that plays out.
Captain of that number 3 Alliance looking to line up with the hub, defended by a blue robot. Their hub is active and fuel goes up and in. Yes, 63-29, moving back and forth across the field. They call Bucksport, Maine, their home. Another dump of fuel into the hub on the Blue Alliance side. They crest over 500 points. Seconds to go. This one is for all of the chips for these two alliances. .2056 OP racing back to their side of the field for a couple last shots as 20 seconds ticks down. Wyndham wind up, moving to the middle. Team Titanium on the defensive, looking for last second shots. Alliance 1.
Wow, that was an electric end to that match over there on the Newton Alliance. Back and forth throughout that entire match there.
I think Paul Copioli would be at the desk right now saying that if that Tide Auto had worked out differently, then the Blue Alliance may have come out on top. But it does seem to be a little trend here at the championship. But we're very excited to see the scores for that match. But before that comes up, we're going to go to match 11. Over on the Curie division.
1 in red and Alliance 2 in blue. Hard hits at the center of the field. Chop Chop trying to make their way back across for a second swipe. Blue Alliance pouring it down. Massive auto scores for your Blue Alliance, 186 to 120. Red has some cleanup work to do, but the Blue Alliance makes their statement during the transition period. Chop Chop and CC Shambots up for your Red Alliance, going over 190 points. Blue Alliance sitting at 273. More fuel to go up and in for 254 over to their side of the field while their hub remains inactive. Chop Chop now lining up long shots going up and in for your Red Alliance. Closing in on Blue Alliance's 273, and now they have the temporary lead. Blue Alliance, however, massive volleys all the way up and in, regaining the lead for your Blue Alliance, over 350 points. More volleys to go up and in as Chop Chop for your Red Alliance feeds to their side of the field. Two Blue Alliance robots, your captain and their first pick of CC Shambots and Mercenary, playing defense on the Blue Alliance, keeping them at bay and now filling up on fuel. 254 now hitting 166 on the red side of the field as their hub becomes active once again. More shots up and in for your Red Alliance, going over 400 points. Trying to catch back up to your Blue Alliance as the Graybacks feed to their side of the field. Cheesy Poofs back down to their human player station, picking up fuel, riding that line, and a last deposit up and in from your Red Alliance during their period, bringing their score to 489 while the Blue Alliance goes over 500. 48 seconds left to play here in this match as they continue for more fuel all across the field, finding whatever they can get, send it over to their side or put it into their hub. However it will fit, they try and score. Fuel crossfire in front of the Blue hub as they go over 649 points. 30 seconds left to go. Red Alliance playing cleanup. Chop, Chop, Chop going up and in. Mercenary right behind them. Shambots pummeling the fuel. There goes the Blue Alliance. Valor trying to line themselves up. Might have a stack light pulsating. Red Alliance trying to come back. 7 seconds left to go. Last second shots trying to come in. Here come the Poofs with 1 second left.
It's just match after match after match here at the championship, and they've all been so excited. That match was insanely close. It looks like the number 2 Alliance may have come out on top, but there were a lot of fuel in the air at the end, and we know that there's like a 3-second buffer, so live scores don't mean final scores.
Yeah, absolutely. One of those things that I really love actually about that number 2 Alliance on Curie is they do some really great. We've got scores actually coming in for our Milstein. Match number 6, 783 to 562. Congratulations there. On Curie, we've got our Blue Alliance taking it 778 to 689.
Just insanely high level of scores. Look at this, losing it with close to 700 points.
I mean, come on. All right, Newton scores. It looks like Alliance 5 does come out on top in that lower bracket. That means that Alliance 4 with 585 points is going home. Who do we have on that Alliance, Brian?
Yeah, no, great job there to 609 Quicksilver, 3256 the Warrior Borgs, 148 the Robo Wranglers, and 4590 the Green Blitz for, a fantastic strategy and playoff run here.
It does break my heart a little bit to see the Turret Alliance go out, but I guess we'll keep looking at all the big dumper alliances, and we'll have to watch those more throughout the playoffs. All right, let's head down to the Archimedes division to watch match 12.
Trying to catch up to Red Alliance's 291. Blue sitting at 290, and there it goes. There's 291 and plenty more for that Blue Alliance. Red Hub about to be active. Teams about to start launching their fuel before the hub completely turns on. Gear Gremlins and their partners, the Golden Gears.
We have scores for that Galileo match. Alliance 3 advancing in the tournament, coming up on top of Alliance 2, who is now out of the tournament since this is in the lower bracket. Brian, who was on that Alliance 2?
Yeah, they were captained by 5913 Patriotics. They were partnered up with 2813 the Gearheads, 10980 the Deadbolts, and 4607 CIS.
Nice job to those teams. Let's head back down to the Archimedes field. 40 seconds left in this insanely close match.
5 seconds left to just pass them. These close scores means teams in the last 30 seconds are going to have to put everything they have at their hubs to really show who can score more. Red Alliance already proving themselves here, 550 fuel. Blue Alliance just behind them at 540. Red continuing to climb as we get to the 10-second mark. This fuel coming in. Spartan Robotics, Tiger Dynasty launching loads and loads of fuel. Theory 6 cycling back and forth. 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like both alliances over 600, but we'll have to see how close.
Man, one of my favorite parts about championship is to watch all the students in the stands being so excited. That little clip that we just had from Archimedes just made my little heart warm. But we have so many matches here. We have lots of people that may be a little bit disappointed that they're out of the tournament, but we have so many happy people in this arena to still be playing. So the Red Alliance does come out with a victory, 710 points, and Alliance for 658 points. And unfortunately, their day is over. Tell us about that alliance, Brian.
Yeah, they were captained by 1241 Theory 6. They were partnered with 971 Spartan Robotics, 5010 Tiger Dynasty, and 9001 Delta Force.
You know, as we make our way through the playoffs now, we're really starting to see the scores elevate even higher and higher. Here we're seeing losses with the scores in the 650s.
Yeah, and so let's see how high the scores can go on Milstein, match number 7.
They grab some fuel as well. Red Alliance heading back with their second volleys now. Super Duper Robotics and Team Taters with their alliance partner 4907 getting off the carpet here as time expires. Should be good for a 15-point climb here in the autonomous period for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance continues to pour on the fuel here in the transition shift. Red Alliance will go on the offensive.
All right, we have results from that daily division. Alliance 3 wins against Alliance number 4. That puts Alliance number 4 out of the tournament. Who do we have on those that alliance, Brian?
Yeah, number 4, a very historic alliance there. All very old storied teams here, with captained by 316, the Lunatics. They were partnered with 340 Greater Rochester Robotics, 469 Los Gorillas, and Team 11 Mort. So.
Very nice job to those teams. Back to the Milstein division for the upper bracket, match 7.
Head on 4907, who's taking the long shots cross court and feeding that fuel back over to the red side of the field. 5 seconds left on the Blue Alliance shift with 1:20 left in play.
All right, we are going side by side with the Johnson division as well. That's going to be on the left, round 2, match 6. Let's watch both of these matches.
Taking some now underneath both of the trenches across the front side of the field, up and over the bump with just under a minute left in play. Alliance number 1 trying to close the gap here from Alliance number 4, unofficially 298 to 277, and all the action shifts to the blue side of the field. They are active for another 15 seconds here, and Red is trying to slow them down. 4481 once again up and under the tower here as 4907 powering those shots cross court. 686 and 4907 are those two machines that you see launching the fuel all the way to the other side of the field, and Team Taters is set up here for the end game period. 389 to 313. Alliance number 4 trying to close out Alliance number 1 here in the last 20 seconds of the match. Team Taters bringing it back with just 15 seconds left, but here's the wild card, the Thunder Stamps, up to level 3 of the tower. 8 seconds left in play. Red Alliance trailing unofficially, 404 to 361. 3 seconds left to go, and time.
At the end of that shift, one more shift remains before we go to the end game. It's an exciting match here for this second replay of this match. Killer Bee is doing what they do best, as trying to pick up the fuel over by the tower, but they've got some defense from one Red Alliance member, and now we've got 2 actually playing against the Blue Alliance as the Hot and 3255, the Super Nerds, unload another load of fuel. As we go to the end game, it's close here. Red Alliance starts that last scoring opportunity here in the end game, just making it rain over in the red zone. No blue robots over in the blue zone, but Hot is quick to go back to their side of the field. Killer Bees going to try and stop 836 from going to their red zone. Blues keep trying to come up, but Red Alliance is not making it easy for them. Let's see if the Red Alliance can pull through in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, that was an absolutely electric match. I couldn't believe how high those scores went. Foss, what did you see there?
I mean, we were talking here at the World Championships, an Alliance 6 and an Alliance 7, both scoring over 600 points. One getting close to 650. The other were looking like they were well over 700.
And meanwhile, over here on the Milstein division, we have scores where Alliance 1 puts up 394 points, and they are going into the lower bracket because Alliance 4 is staying in the upper bracket with 432 points. So wins in this event are coming at 400 points and at 800 points. And that's a little crazy.
Yeah. You know, I think it's a lot of strategy. We're seeing the scores in some matches really being forced down by the ball control, and that's not a bad thing.
No, I mean, it makes matches more interesting for sure, instead of just pure firepower on both sides, going back and forth all match. But that is what we're seeing in some divisions, and in other divisions, those scores are coming down lower. And now on the Curie division, we have an Alliance 4 versus an Alliance 5 in the lower bracket, and we know that these matchups can be some of the closest because these are so evenly matched. They made all their picks within one spot of each other in Alliance selection, and so you don't know who are you going to, you never know who's going to come out on top. We do have another score for you in the Johnson division. This was a replay, but the same Alliance did win as in the original match. So that is Alliance 7 in the lower, advancing in the lower bracket, and Alliance 6 is now out of the tournament. So let's hear about those teams.
Yeah, no, they were captained there by 67, the Hot Team. They partnered with 3255 Super Nerds, 33 the Killer Bees, and 422 the Mech Tech Dragons. Like, you know, you gotta be able to walk out of the venue with your head held high when you're putting up 642 points in these playoff matches.
Absolutely. It is hard to win a match here at the World Championship. Every match is hard. So congrats to those teams, but we are going to go down to the Curie division. There's about a minute and a half left in this match, and it is razor thin margins here.
From Pantheon, as Gray Matter continues to hold down the binary battalion of the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance's hub is active. Nobody's shooting up high right now. All that fuel stockpiled was poached by SS Prometheus. And now fuel continuing to fly down on the red side, getting back in the game, regaining the lead over 430 points. And here comes your Blue Alliance coming right back. 380, 390, 400, 410, 420, 430. It keeps going up for your Blue Alliance. Hemlock's Gray Matter, Stack Light, pulsating. Robot appears to be down right now, might be trying to come back online. This leaves your Blue Alliance all the breathing room to score up high. Intake a little racked there for SS Prometheus, 2992, as your Red Alliance's hub goes back on the offensive mode. Bronco bots up and in, friendly fire between them and Rice. More shots going up and in. Red Alliance takes the lead, but the Blue Alliance pulls it right back. 15 seconds left to go. Pantheon coming back for your Blue Alliance with the full hopper field going up and in. 3 wide. Bronco Boss trying to go up and in. Prometheus holding back Rice. Blue Alliance starting to pull ahead. Red with
We are going straight to the Milstein division for round 2, match 8. This is the upper bracket, Alliance 2 versus Alliance 6.
From the neutral zone, Citrus Circuits with another payload, and so is 2905. They will meet at midfield, and the Red Alliance will take the advantage coming out of autonomous control. 180 to 1.
That sounds like something to do on the air.
All right, it looks like we have scores from the Curie division. It is Alliance 5 coming out as the winner. Alliance 4 is, this is the lower bracket. So this is the end of the day for Alliance 4. So let's hear about those teams before we head back to the Milstein division.
Yeah, they were captained there by 1987, the Bronco Bots, and then they partnered with 870, Team Rice, 5712, Hemlock's Gray Matter, and 987, the High Rollers out of Las Vegas.
Red Alliance Hub already a large volley in from Alliance number 2 here with just over a minute and a half left in play. 13 more seconds on the Red Alliance shift as another delivery from the Davis, California machine. They find more underneath the tower, a quick acquisition, and the Citrus Circuits are back, but they have to contend with the 4089 Stealth Robotics machine. The team from Duval backs up and heads cross court, getting ready for their Alliance shift starting right now, and they are trying to cut this gap. 471 to 345 and counting for the Blue Alliance. Just over 1 minute left to go. The Roboteers are filled up and they are getting set here on the red side of the field. So are the Citrus Circuits, ready to time this volley as soon as it sounds. And here comes red. Pouring in up high, 520 and counting with 50 seconds left to go. 49-15, rounding out this Red Alliance. They've been playing the defense in the blue zone for this match, and you can see them firing off this fuel up and over into a neutral space. 35 seconds left in play, 4 more seconds here until the end game period. And here that sounds. Blue Alliance trying to close the deficit here, 666 to 441. Red Alliance trying to close it out in the final end game period of play. 2200 back at the tower. Another volley here from the Blue Alliance, inching closer, but Red Alliance is up past 740, 50 points. Not slowing down on both sides of the field. It's 3, 2, 1. The scoring just did.
What a big old score over there from Alliance 2. I mean, the Citrus Circuits and the Roboteers on the same alliance, it gives me goosebumps because they're just so good. And I just love watching matches at Championship, man.
Yeah, I mean, that number 2 alliance, they've proven that they can, score faster than the hubs can sometimes even keep up with how much fuel is going through there. When you put 8:33 at the end of live time scoring, it makes sense.
That's some bragging rights that really nobody this year has besides, it seems, that alliance. So that's kind of cool.
On Milstein, they are the big dumper alliance for sure. One short robot, one tall one. And we saw earlier they actually caused a field fault. That's what you're we're alluding to. They actually filled the hub too much.
They turned it into a big dumpster.
It literally looked like a gigantic cone full of popcorn. And it actually had to be a field fault, and they had to shut the field down. So we got the foghorn, the field prep back out there to reset the field and check everything over.
I haven't really seen that happen this year, so that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and it's interesting that they can still, Citrus is driving so well. Because their robot, they got that hopper that expands both outward and upward, so they can return back to the midfield through the trench. But when they're out in the middle, they go tall. They have to come back over the bump there. Opens it up for a little bit of defense, but they always seem to be able to navigate around that.
Yeah, it looks like we do have an official score for Milstein. That is an Alliance 2 victory. It's in the upper bracket. So the 6th Alliance is not out of the running yet. We're going to see them again later on today.
But, Emerson, I think a lot of these robots, I can't pass up an opportunity to reference some Taylor Swift here.
Never.
So, I like to think that some of these robots they're in their championship era, they're in their life of a show robot kind of a thing. But, I've got a deeply personal question for you here.
Please.
What is your favorite Taylor Swift era?
Are you ready for it? Boom, boom, boom. I'm a Reputation girly, of course. And why is that? All black everything. Come on. But the Reputation era is what most teams are in right now at Championship. Their reputation is at stake, whether they win or lose a match. Now, I will say my favorite era is definitely Reputation. My favorite album is Folklore, but that's not a Championship vibe. You know what I'm saying? That's the season is over, everybody's gone home, it's May. You have some time to recover, you just get in that folkiness, but not at the Championship. We're Reputation here all the way.
Yeah, no, the big bombastic stadium noises there, but.
I love this. Okay, Brian, I am going to unfortunately have to stop talking about Taylor Swift and go back to the Hopper division next. Hop on over to the Hopper division. I've been wanting to say that all weekend, so I feel like this might be my last opportunity. But I cannot wait to see how the rest of these matches play out. We have Alliance 1 versus Alliance 5, and this Alliance 1, OP Robotics, winners of the Ontario District, picking up Buck's Wrath, who has been one of the best in New England for the past few years. This Alliance 5 is going to have their hands full over here.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Buck's Wrath able to, you know, they've had deep playoff runs. They've made it to Einstein in 2023. They've had, you know, they're constantly on, you know, maybe we can call it Einstein, the New England Einstein, technically Ingenuity, but they're perennial favorites going out on that field time after time. And, you know, this could be an alliance that can really push it, which makes it really shocking that they're playing in the lower bracket right now against Alliance 5.
And match 13 is where all the drama happens, because this determines who is moving on and who is going home. And every match after this is a finals match. So this, like, all the marbles are right here. So match 13, lots and lots of drama. We have lots of robot prep still to happen on the Hopper division. So that just means you get to hear us talk a little bit more.
Let's actually zoom out a bit and talk about some alliance structure. So coming into the championships, I think a lot of people were favoring like a double big dumper alliance, but here, this #1 alliance is a turret and a big dumper. That combination, they seem to work really well together in terms of field management. So during the transition period and when they're in the off period and they're not scoring, they're both feeding their scoring zone, which leaves lots of potential for that turret to continue to score, while Bucks is able to do the cycles back to the midfield, recycling the balls that their total alliance is scoring. And because of that, they stay out of each other's way, pull the defenders into different zones, and are able to be scoring at a high level very effectively.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where, like, yes, the Bucks have got this very large hopper. They're holding 100 balls at any time. So as a defensive robot, you're like, I need to stop them from being able to go and score. But then you've just let 2056 use the entire alliance zone as their hopper, just shooting on the move, picking up that fuel and putting it right into those hubs.
Yeah, this match is just so crazy that it's even happening. I just can't believe I'm watching 2056 play in match 13 along with the Bucks Wrath. If you had told me at the beginning of the day that that's what would happen, I would have bet money on you that that was not the case. So, but that is that's definitely a compliment to the other alliances in this division, because that means somebody had to force them into that lower bracket. So the finals of this division, no matter who moves on, I'm sure are going to be insane. So this is actually a rematch. We just got some talk in our ear there, and so we are actually, this is the alliance that sent OP into the lower bracket. So this is like, when I said all the drama, I didn't even know how much drama there was. So, and I'm always here for the drama.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure these teams have been analyzing that past match frame by frame to understand what strategy, you know, this is a game of chess. You need to be able to react, and you can't use the same strategy against this alliance twice.
Okay, so now real question. Who, do you want to win auto in this match, or do you not want to win auto in this match? Are you A-stopping, like Paul Copioli has suggested, if it's close? What, I mean, what's going to happen?
I mean, in this case, because of the way that Alliance 1 plays the game, I think they're going to try and secure the auto win and then just continue the onslaught of scoring.
They have so much firepower that it is really hard for me to believe that they just don't want to keep scoring at every opportunity that they get.
At championships, anything can happen. Yep. You're talking robots that have been through hundreds of matches at this point in the season, and now, you know, they're here, they've played through the beginning of the weekend, but the game is rough.
Yeah.
Defense is rough. The field is rough.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember, like, I think about you say anything can happen at championship. I remember an anything can happen championship moment with OP Robotics when they were paired with 254 in a division, went out in 2 matches. Yeah. It sent waves around this place. I remember, like, just hearing the yells and everyone was like, what's happening over there? So OP has definitely been on both sides of upsets, the good side and the bad side. Let's see where they end up in this match. It looks like they have an onslaught of scoring. Almost 200 points in autonomous mode. This match is going to be crazy. Let's send it down to the Hopper field.
In. Fuel bouncing to both sides of the field as team shuttle. Zooming in, it looks like lots of fuel raining down on those robots. That's Denim Venom taking a lot of hits. They line up to score against that hub. Those blue robots quick at work. 2056, the captain of Alliance 1. Nova in red, making their way back, zooming around that defense from Yeti. Tons of fuel going up on the Red Alliance side as their individual shift ticks down. The Bucks Wrath shuttling fuel to their side of the field. 1 minute.
All right, we're going to go side by side with the Archimedes division. They're about to play match 13, Alliance 1, hoping to get back up into that rematch against Alliance 2.
Tons of fuel bouncing out into the middle. A few more scores go up for the Blue Alliance. 30 seconds to go. The Red Alliance hub is now reactive, meaning that the Red Alliance has a chance to gain more points and potentially take a lead. Denim Venom in their Alliance zone, scooping up fuel from that depot. .2056 trapped on the fuel, getting down thanks to their friends.
Currently active, fuel flying back and forth from the neutral zone into the Blue Alliance zone just for wired boars to toss it on back. AG Robotic playing some defense, trying to slow this level 1 Alliance down. Blue Hub now active. Lots of fuel starting to come on up from these team members. Red Alliance sitting at 252, Blue Alliance now just over them at about 275.
All right, we've got those scores coming over from the Hopper field. Red Alliance number 1 securing the victory, 729 points to 485. That does mean, unfortunately, that the Red Alliance is done for the weekend. Brian, can you tell us a bit about those teams?
Yeah, no, that number 5 Alliance, very formidable, captained by 1732 Hilltopper Robotics. They partnered with 8044 Denim Venom, 112070 Nova, and 5406 Celtex. You know, great job this weekend. Took a win off the number 1 Alliance. Fantastic work here at Championship.
Their partners, Gear Gremlins, launching in next to them as well. Red Alliance sitting at 416, Blue Alliance making their way to catch back up. 385 at this time, 389.
Knockout. Now we've got the scores coming up from the Milstein division. The Blue Alliance, Alliance number 3 taking the victory over Red, 824 to 652. That does mean the Red Alliance, the number 1 Alliance, has been eliminated from the tournament on this field. Brian, can you tell us about that number 1 Alliance?
Yeah, they were captained by Super Duper Robotics, 7457. They partnered with 2122 Team Taters, our levitating robot, 4907 the Thunder Stamps, and 7763 Carver Robotics. You know, always, you know, no shame in being the number 1 ranked Alliance at Championship.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, this season we've seen the number 1 Alliance in most of our events dominate the playoff period of, but here at the championships, we said it earlier, anything can happen. But coming back to the desk, Sarah, how have things been looking on your end?
There have been so many amazing matches going on in all the divisions. We've had some upsets, we've had some incredibly high scores. Behind us, I don't 457.
Yeah, that's right. That that is going to send home 91-28 Itcan Robotics, that Alliance captain. Their partners 973 the Greybots, 29-96 Cougars Gone Wired, and 83-73 the Flying Octopi. I think there's a big story there on is Jack in the Box going to partner with Itcan? Are they going to go? And they decided to forge their own alliance. Grabbing bare metal, trying to run it back from district championships here, and Itcan was like, all right, we're going to pivot, and they picked up the Greybots, built a really strong alliance there. Within 15 points of that there. So that was just a really strong match, a really strong alliance.
Again, that was back-to-back upsets here in the playoff tournament.
We now have the scores coming up from the Archimedes division, where we see Alliance 5 taking the loss there and unfortunately being eliminated. Alliance 1 surviving and going into the finals.
Yeah, so great job there just to Alliance 5, captained by 30-45, the Gear Gremlins. 121, the Gurin Catholic Golden Gears. 64-59, AG Robotic, and 94-01, Midas's Mayhem. Great job there for deep playoff run.
And now another match coming in with the scores. Galileo match number 13 in the playoff tournament. Alliance 7 with a score of 506 over the Alliance Blue with 393. Again, Alliance 3 going home at the end of the day.
Yeah, that would be 1506, the Metal Muscle. They partnered with 449, the Blair Robot Project, 484, RoboForce, and 614, the Nighthawks.
Interesting there, because 2468 did decline, choosing to form their own alliance. They were in the number 7 position. That's a tough spot to be in. You're not necessarily in the best place, but you do get an early second round pick, and they have been able to use that all the way. So at a minimum, they're going home as finalists today of their division. So
we talked about it a bit earlier as well, the depth of these divisions here at the World Championships in Houston, Texas. It's really impressive. We really saw during the alliance selections, 3rd and 4th robots on the alliances being number 1 or number 2 alliance captains coming from their own events.
Yeah, and I also love seeing the strategic depth that people are going. Like, and when we look over on like the daily division here, 44-14, 13-23, partnered up with, but they're not picking a robot and a backup robot. They've picked 2 flex players. They've picked up 40-65, the Nerds of Play, and 15-38, the Holy Cows, and they have been swapping them out based off what kind of a strategy they're trying to run in these matches. So there's so many options that these teams really trying to show it off. And let's see some alliances here on the Johnson division. We've got Alliance 7 versus Alliance 8.
Blue now taking a very slight lead. Itcon girls that get stuck on some fuel, that's some problem for the Red Alliance. And Blue Alliance prevails. Student drivers step forward, taking control of the robots. We're in our transition phase. Both hubs are temporarily active before we shift over to the first activation. Red is now active, and there are no red robots shooting. 836 comes back to steal some fuel. 972 Tiger Bots also stealing fuel. We have more blue robots in the Red Alliance zone than we had red robots. Red robot now showing up late. 6 more seconds remaining. Very end of that transition. Now we go over to the Blue Alliance. Red has a very slight lead, but Blue ties it up. 50-26. That's Iron Panthers. They're stealing fuel from the Red Alliance, while 4391 Brave Bots grabs fuel and shoots it across. 7220 Steel Falcons from Brighton, Michigan, backing up against their Alliance Station wall and shooting. And we shift over to Red now. Blue has a lead 320-246. Itcon girls going and grabbing fuel from the Alliance Station wall. That dumper robot getting ready to shoot. They shoot their last of their fuel.
we have a tie over on the daily field.
A double red card.
Double red card. The tie break was the major fouls there, so the Red Alliance progressing to the finals despite this tie of 0-0 with both alliances being awarded a red card.
Yeah, looking a bit deeper in the scores, it does look like the Blue Alliance was ahead on points. However, due to the double red cards, and the tiebreaker being the major fouls, the Red Alliance is moving on.
Yeah, so that's going to unfortunately send home that number 3 alliance there. But we're going to go and hand it off to the Milstein division here, going side by side with the Johnson division.
Crazy.
Robots in the neutral zone trying to grab as much fuel as they can. And now 48-9, shooting and scoring for the Red Alliance. It's Stealth Robotics. They are grabbing from the ground and looking for more fuel. Playing defense on the red side is Team 28-11, Stormbots. Still 5 seconds remaining on the red shift. 48-9, still shooting and scoring for the red.
What penalty, like what gives you a red?
To match with Curie, match 13 on the left, and Milstein, match 10 on the right.
Fuel in the neutral zone. Blue Alliance has the advantage, but now it's raining fuel into the red hub. Shooting from the corner, Stealth Robotics from Washington. Also there, the Canadian Machine, 2201, BCR Blackout. They are not moving, but now back to match, filling their hopper. And now ready to let it fly. It's the Red Alliance taking the lead. But now moving on to the blue side. Hawaiian Kids shooting and scoring. A constant shot of fuel up and in. It's the Blue Alliance now trying to take in the lead. One robot from the Red Alliance is stuck in the tower from the blue side, but now they are back to the match. And it's still anyone's match here. 30 seconds remaining. 4:15 to 4:04. BCR Blackout, letting it fly. It's the Red Alliance taking the lead. Blue Alliance trying to close the gap with Team North Green Robotics with a hopper full of fuel. They are trying to come back to shoot and score. Red Alliance has the advantage. More than 500 points here. 3, 2, 1, as time expires.
Daly, another red card impacting the match here, especially because when you look at the scores, oh no, they undid a red card, but the Red Alliance still takes the win.
That still sees the number 3 Alliance in Daly eliminated, so congratulations to those teams for competing.
Are we clear?
To go. Volleys go up for your Blue Alliance. Here comes Chop Shop and their partners in the red as they go up, and time expires.
Here we see the conclusion of that Curie match. Number 13, Alliance 1 appears to be ahead. We'll have to wait to see the scores.
That number 1 seeded Alliance having 5-9-0-7, 1-6-6, 63, 69. We've got the scores coming up right now, and indeed it is a victory for the Red Alliance. They will be advancing on, and unfortunately that sees the number 5 Alliance eliminated. Who did we have on number 5 there?
On number 5, we had 70-28, 51-93, 31-97, and 29-92. Of a bit of an award session, so we can talk a bit about what's happening now. Many of the fields are now moving towards the finals, or at least the upper bracket is nearly complete on most of the fields. So what do you think we're going to see coming up next?
So we're going to be moving into the finals where you're no longer in this double elimination bracket. You once again have an opportunity to have a loss and still continue onward. Things sort of reset when you hit the finals and it becomes the best 2 out of 3. So the teams who even have come in through the lower bracket have that loss on their record. It kind of wipes the slate clean and they have a fresh start. I'm really excited to see some Cinderella stories. We have a number 7 seed going into the finals here, which should be really exciting to see if we can have a number 7 seed go all the way to Einstein.
Yeah, you know, we've seen a number of upsets, and maybe we'll see some more. Maybe we'll see some number 7s on Einstein.
Anything is possible on a day like today, that is for sure. While we are ready for finals in a lot of the divisions, we also have some divisions that are running a bit behind schedule. We had a lot of match replays going on, particularly on the Johnston and the Milstein field. So don't worry, we're going to be getting all that action live at home, but we're going to be showing both finals here as well as some final matches in the playoff bracket.
It's hard to explain the energy in the house today, but if you can see behind us, the number of people in the stands are completely packed. Everyone is waiting for what's going to come next, which is, of course, the finals and the eliminations, the playoff brackets ending on all of the fields and moving on to Einstein Field.
Absolutely. The feeling in here is absolutely electric today. You can feel it in the crowd. There's times we're all having to press our headphones in a little bit tighter just to be able to hear. With Newton right behind us, there's been a few very close matches, a few upsets, and we have known about every single one as they've happened.
We're so close to the field, actually, that certain robots, you can actually hear their shooters spooling up before they unload into the upper goal. And it's quite a, auditory assault sitting here at the desk.
Well, we would like to welcome back to the desk Steve as well. Steve, how have things been going back in Video Village?
It has been absolutely wonderful to get all 8 divisions. We've seen so many lower bracket finals matches with number 1 seeds, not expecting to be there, but getting the opportunity to show their resilience. And it's so hard to defeat any of the alliances on any of these fields that it's an accomplishment to make it through the bracket. Now we are getting close, or we are at the finals. Best 2 out of 3 double elim bracket over, and I am excited to see how the chess match plays out.
Yeah, as we're coming into these finals, do you think there is any X factors that we haven't seen, strategies that haven't been deployed, or maybe mechanisms that we haven't really seen deployed, used on the field of competition?
We are getting ready to go down to the Johnson field here.
But I don't think we'll see those in division finals. I think that the teams that are bringing out the roof blocker, they might pull them out in division finals, but they are looking at the alliances coming out of the other fields and saying, you've never seen this before. How are you going to deal with it? When on Einstein, we might face you only once. If we meet in the upper bracket, if we knock you down in the lower bracket, we hope to not have to face you again. Somebody else can take care of you. So there is sort of a big picture, how do you get through Einstein, because it's no longer seeds that determine the first round. It is instead Archimedes plays Newton, so from the outside of the field to the inside alphabetically. So the first round matchup is not based on how well teams did during the tournament, but just a random pairing. So the bracket can break out to a situation where the 2 best alliances might meet each other in match number 1.
Fortunately, though, with the double elimination bracket, they will probably meet again in the finals.
Yes, they have the opportunity to meet again somewhere. That was the big change between when the second time that we had an 8-division championship was 2016, and that was the old quarterfinals, semis, and finals best 2 out of 3 bracket. And that led to pure chaos because the random matchups meant that perhaps the best alliances didn't make it through. This gives you the opportunity to get some of the best ones coming back through the lower bracket.
Okay, speaking of the teams who have made it through the gauntlet of the bracket, over on Newton, finals is all set. The number 6, all 6 teams ready to play. Who are they? Let's see. We've got Alliance with Jack in the Bot, Bare Metal, and Tech Hounds going up against the McGuanago Bears, Spam, and Team Beam. Steve, what do you know about these teams?
Well, with 180 on Spam on the Blue Alliance, they're going to be looking to use that turret to clear out Red's Alliance zone, because 2910 and 2046 during their inactive period, they sweep through the neutral zone and they try to pass at least one full hopper into their Alliance zone so it's up against the wall, so that then they can continue to collect from not in their Alliance zone the next hopper to bring back. So if 180 can counter that somewhat by pulling those fuel back out, it will make the Red Alliance have to have another stage of bringing fuel back into their Alliance zone.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a bit of a reunion for 2910 and 2046 from just a couple weeks ago, right?
Yes, they won the Pacific Northwest District Championship together, so they've got some reps on their side. They know how to coordinate with each other where they like to play, so they might have a little bit of a leg up in terms of one step ahead, being one step ahead prepared against different alliance makeups.
Okay, now let's move on over to see what's happening with the 6 teams that have made it to the finals on the Hopper field. On Hopper, we've got, in the Red Alliance, the Blazing Bulldogs 581, the Ratchet Rockers 1706, and Mars Wars 4143.
And going all throughout the qualification tournament, every time we turned over to Hopper, 1706 was pinging the top of the high scores. They have absolutely come in on fire, so it's appropriate that they would pick the Blazing Bulldogs to pair with them.
One of the things we've seen throughout the season that's kind of defined rebuilt has been the rebuilds in the season. 581 being one of those teams who did rebuild after their first district event. They did a full rebuild for their second district event, so that robot has had both the second district event and the district championship coming in here. So not a new robot for them by any means, but still one of our rebuilds of the season.
Interestingly enough, they're also up against 6329, who started the year with a turret robot, and now is one of the best double dumpers in the world.
So coming in on live action over on the Johnson division presented by Haas, we're watching autonomous mode just end. 9483, the team from Turkey with that massive hopper, but the Red Alliance still comes out with the win with the advantage after autonomous mode. So we'll see how moving the fuel throughout these shifts benefits these alliances. So remember, Red 1 auto. Is Blue going to take it?
Moving around the blue zone as their partners, 955 goes back to the middle of the field to refuel. Blue Alliance takes over the lead in shift 1. Let's see if the Red Alliance can take over in shift 2. 955 gets beached on top of some fuel over by the Red Tower. They've got a partner, though, joining them with 117, trying to get them off of the game pieces, while 11792 shoots on the move near the depot of the Red Alliance zone. Red takes the lead, 295 and counting to 260 for the Blue Alliance. Overcharge quick to go pick up the fuel over in the back right corner by the depot. Cycling it through, 955 tries to pick up more pieces to feed their alliance in this shift, but 1792 and 498 is denying them from getting over to their side of the field. They're bottlenecked over in the Blue Alliance at the end of that shift, but they hold the lead still. Red Alliance has the 1792 team over by the Red Trench, and 498 shooting as well, putting them in the lead. Red's in a good position right now with 12 seconds left in this shift. As they continue to shoot on the move, 1792 Roundtable Robotics now actually is going to go to the middle of the field while their partner stays and continues to score. But we'll go into the end game with the Blue Alliance trailing the Red Alliance by about 100 points. 1792 is not done as they continue to shoot with 498. 190 and 179 still continuing to feed their alliance. They hold the lead right now by about 15 points. Blue Alliance trying to fix that though, but they can't stop the Red Alliance as they got 179 joining in on the action. Let's see who comes out on top in 3, 2, 1.
So as we prepare for finals matches to start, we want to give you a little bit of insight on that match that had 2 red cards, but then one of the red cards rescinded. What happened, Sarah?
So it appears that 1325 accidentally disabled 2073 in the match, and when that is a red card. And when they went to enter that into the system, they accidentally put in a double red. So it was just a human error. Happens from time to time. Humans, we do make mistakes. We try our best here, of course, but grace to all the volunteers and thanks to the teams for using their gracious professionalism. It did get corrected. That's why we had the updated score. Fortunately, the updated score not changing the outcome there of the winners. Speaking of winners, we have an updated score from the Johnson division with Alliance 2 taking the victory there by just 6 points.
6 points at this stage in the tournament. It is just a hair's difference between these alliances. They are so good.
But we're talking 6 points, and both alliances over 500 points.
But you know what? Red 1 auto. Put 1 in the win column for that. I'm not giving it up either. I think that Paul is just straight up incorrect about that. You know what happens after you win auto? You go in with more points, and this game is about scoring more points than your opponent's alliance. So I would recommend scoring more points. You can do that during autonomous mode. And then you will have 1 autonomous mode. And then after that, after autonomous mode, you get the same amount of time with your hub active as your opponents. So as long as you do something with fuel, you can continue to do that during inactive periods and active periods, regardless of which order they're in. So the theoretical advantage of not having your last active shift attached to your endgame can be mitigated by passing, by getting in your opponent's way, by scooping a whole bunch of fuel to your side, or getting like 1 extra big hopper by knowing where the fuel is and picking it up. Because the opposite of that is losing autonomous mode. Your first active shift, you have to go out and get more fuel right after the transition period, when your opponents are able to go out and get more fuel and pass it. So there's a lot of nuance to it. I think that it's about even whether you win auto or lose auto, what you can do in the rest of teleop, but in this case, winning auto does get you more points.
It looks like we're getting ready to go to a match, but they're not quite ready, still waiting for a few robots to connect there.
Yeah. I feel like I have to at least fight a little bit for Paul's side, or he's going to maybe come and take my chair away. I do see the merit in Paul's theory in that you can play a more consistent style of game if you don't have to go back-to-back in the endgame. But I also see Steve's point of view that if you just feed additional balls earlier in the match, then you can still focus on the collecting and scoring in the endgame. That's just an extended endgame.
Well, we will see if that comes into play as we're playing finals match 1 on Newton between Alliance 1 and Alliance 5. Check out these major dumps, and it looks like the delayed auto from 868 getting in the way of 2910's second sweep on the red side. So Blue Alliance will look to have, no, still Red Alliance advantage coming out of auto. 930 still on the bump when they fired that last hopper, so it went straight up into the air.
Over 150 points. Blue Alliance is ready. There goes 180 back in to try and add to the blue total. Blue looking to get past 175, and they do. Blue Alliance with an opportunity here. 10 seconds remaining on the clock, looking to get more fuel scored during their shift. Red Alliance looking to collect as much resources as they can during the blue shift, of course. Blue Alliance now, the last surge, see if they get up over 210, and they will. Red Alliance is ready. They will launch they will score. Red Alliance ahead of blue now. Bean sending some fuel back to their side of the field while Red Alliance comes in to try and recharge.
Here we have the Archimedes Division Finals on your left with Newton on the right. We're going to be bringing you both of these matches simultaneously.
Red Alliance with the lead, but Blue Alliance with an opportunity. This is not a huge lead in this game. They can certainly make it up. There goes McWanago. And Blue Alliance is past the Red Alliance with 7 seconds remaining. Can they get one more volley in before their shift expires? And we hand it back to Red. Here comes Red, 29-10, empty already. Heading back into the midfield, bumping into 180. Who's going to try and keep them from getting back to their side of the field so that they can score one more time. Blue Alliance is getting ready for their shift. Red Alliance is doing everything they can to shoot during their remaining few seconds of their sole scoring opportunity. Red Alliance now has the lead by 120. Blue Alliance is ready and starting to fire. Red Alliance doing the same. 20-46. 180 is lying in wait, looking for 29-10 to prevent them from getting through the trench, to prevent them from scoring, which they can do so fast. We're down to 15 seconds. Red Alliance is still ahead, and here we go, 29-10. Blue Alliance, though, looking to close it up, see if they can match them point for point, but Red Alliance has started the unending flow, and there's the last bit of fuel going into the hubs on both sides. We'll have your official results in just a moment.
Drop the audio tag.
We're going to bring you live side-by-side action. Archimedes Division Finals 1 with less than a minute left, and Hopper Division Finals 1 with about a minute and a half left. Let's see which alliance will take the advantage in this best 2 out of 3 on each of these fields.
Down by 200, quickly climbing. 63-29, the Bucks Wrath showing that they want to be division winners.
Newton match that we just watched, Finals 1, 570 points for the Red Alliance, winning over the Blue Alliance. So Alliance 1 takes the advantage over Alliance 5 by about 100 points in the first match of Finals on Newton.
Fuel going all over the floor. 1706 Ratchet Rockers moving back to their Alliance zone. Fuel goes up towards the red hub. There are 26 seconds to go in this finals match. Alliance 2 still up by 200 points. An incredible defense from Mars, making sure those blue robots can't get up any more points.
Looking like Alliance 2 on that Hopper Division probably going to take Finals 1, so what is Alliance 1 going to have to do to tilt it back in their favor as we get through these matches?
Well, I would say it was an uncharacteristically low score for that Alliance 1. So I'm wondering what exactly happened. What went wrong? Was it a strategic mistake, or did something break?
We do have those scores from the Hopper Division Final 1. It was Alliance 2 taking the victory there. Interestingly enough, Archimedes and Hopper were our 2 divisions so far that are in finals, where we are seeing a 1v2. And in both of those matches, it looks like Alliance 2 is taking the victories.
And we get this score in from Finals 1 on Archimedes, which we saw 11-14, and their partners 27-50, 5-48, and 40-96, taking that first match. Very close match, but look at the difference. It's penalty points. Lots and lots of major fouls. There could be for anything from pinning or tower protection. Doing these heavy defense strategies, those defenders have to be very careful, because when you start getting major fouls, those can accrue very quickly, and fuel is worth only 1 point. The major foul is worth 15.
And when we talk about defense now, it's especially interesting because teams playing defense now may have been the primary scorers on their alliances throughout the whole beginning of the competition season.
And all the way through their qualification matches here, or at least part of them. These are teams that win their district events or their district championship events because they are the primary scorer, but it also means that they've got great control of their robots. Flip side of that is maybe they don't have all the experience to know what it's like to have those sight lines through 2 hubs across the entire field, or they might just have basically gotten sort of trapped in. Once you're in a position where you're pinning somebody, if you can't move far enough away, that pin count can continue if they don't move and you don't move.
On the field right now, we are showing Galileo, and we're going to now go to split view with Milstein. So we are showing Galileo final 1 and Milstein round 4, match number 12.
This shift, and they probably are going to get it. Orbit, the crew, both putting in a ton of balls, over 400 in shift 2. We go to shift 3. The Blue Alliance putting in that rainbow of fuel cells as we watch them go over 400 here. Both alliances with over a minute to go, over 400 points. And here comes shift number 4. The Red Alliance gonna hit 500 easily. Looking for 600 in this shift. Let's see if they pull it off. Gathering a bunch of those fuel cells. Already at 580. The Red Alliance goes over 600 here. The end game begins. The Blue Alliance getting close to 500 here. 20 seconds still to go. Blue's gonna go over 500 now. Red looking to go over 700. Still got 10 seconds to go. This is a high scoring match. Over 700 for Red. Blue's gonna get up to 700 as time expires. Nope, they get around 650 though. Wow.
5 seconds remain until our end game period. Blue Alliance has started to pull out.
Now up on the screen, split screens again. Daily division on the left, showing finals match number 1. Milstein still on your right, showing match number 12 from the lower bracket.
15 seconds left to go. Blue Alliance is going to try and maintain this lead in the final 10 seconds of the match. Red Alliance, 2200 back, looking for one more deposit here with 8 seconds left in play. It's 683 to 522. And 3, 2, 1.
And we're also going to be bringing you action from the Johnson field. We got match 11, so still in the relatively early part of the upper bracket on Johnson Division. Alliance 3 and Alliance 5 duking it out here with about a minute and a half left in the match as we watch endgame for Daily Division on the right side of the screen.
Number 1 seeded Alliance, over 780 points already. Could we break 800? Yes, we can. Another volley up and in for 11:56 now as they are back up and moving. 8:29 and counting here. 8:50, we have a new high score already. Can we get to 900 before the end of the match? Looks like we do. We have a new world high.
Over to blue. Alpha Dogs shooting right at the very beginning of their activation. 2337 engineers from Grand Blanc, Michigan joining them. Blue now taking the lead, 466 to 408. 42 seconds remaining. Getting ready to go to in-game time. Both hubs will be active. And the Blue Alliance has a very big lead. 549 to 413. Red Alliance is way behind. Here comes Red, 190, Gumpy in the herd, shooting.
Here we have the match results from that match over on Milstein. Match number 12, we see the number 3 seeded Alliance taking the win, 744 to 570. Unfortunately, this did see Alliance 6 limited. Meanwhile, over on Daily, we have a new world record.
Oh my gosh.
964 points going to the Alliance number 1. They take the victory over Alliance number 6. But that is not the end of the day for Alliance 6. They do have another match coming up, but we did see that Alliance with 13-23 in high tide.
Tele-op score from that Alliance number 1. 814 balls put into the goal.
I did not anticipate seeing a high score in playoffs. I thought that 903 match would be the high water mark for Rebuilt, but that number 1 Alliance showing they have the most firepower in the entire world. We also have results in from Curie Final 1, Alliance number 2, one of the Alliance, the 2 seeds on their field that's taking an advantage in finals with 254 paired up with Valor, so they're up 1 already, and Johnson, that match that we just watched, you're going. That's the upper bracket. This is a lot earlier than the finals. So Alliance 1, they're going into finals. They have a long time to wait for match 12 and match 13, where the 5 Alliance, they will be going straight into match 13. So still a lot of time for these 2 Alliances before they play again. Another opportunity to stay in the tournament for Alliance 5, but Alliance 3 already punching their ticket to finals.
Interestingly, on the Johnson division, double turret versus double turret. 2337 versus 118 playing in that match, and both of them still staying alive.
The double turret it's a legitimate strategy. It is perfectly, it made sense because one of the limitations of turrets is your throughput. There has to be a theoretical maximum of fuel per second through a single stream, like the size of the fuel, even being next to each other. So why not double that? Well, weight and complexity. Yeah. But if you've got it dialed in, 118, 2337, going to many district events, many matches, they've got them working here, and they're able to put up these high throughputs that we're seeing from teams who have a more straightforward way of getting more than one fuel out of their robot at a time.
I'll be honest, as a team who built a robot with a single turret, I have no idea how they made weight. I have no idea how they got 2 full turrets worth of mechanics to meet the weight requirements of this year.
Well, I think some of it I have not looked too closely at these robots, but the turrets are turned together. They're probably mechanically linked. So some of the amount that you put into the turret is saved on the second turret. It's not like you're entirely double, but yes, to get it so that it spins and doesn't break, lots of bearings, and bearings are heavy. So yeah, kudos to those teams pulling out enough weight out of the rest of their robots. Robots are only allowed to weigh 115 pounds without bumpers and battery, so still big robots, many motors, complexity. Teams have developed a lot of strategies for how to pull weight out of the tops of their robots and also out of the plates and tubes on their robot with keeping enough structural integrity, because in this game, your robot may be light enough to compete, but then you run over the bump or you run into the tower or somebody hits you, and then your robot's not the same shape anymore.
Yeah, we've talked about it a bit before. This year's rules kind of allow the bumper rules to be stretched a bit to make the bumpers maybe a structural member of your chassis or your superstructure, whereas, in years prior, that was not really allowed.
Well, the structural part of it has been the case for many years that hard parts of the bumper can extend into your chassis, so teams have done like corner brackets to make them more structural, but now we're seeing superstructure out of the hoppers, or out of the bumpers. So extending height-wise out of the bumper zone, if if you can fit a couple of pieces of thin plastic into your bumper weight, that's a couple of pieces of thin plastic that don't have to be in your robot weight.
Indeed. I've even seen a team this year that had a full belly pan attached to their bumpers. So that's definitely structural.
As we do look across all these different divisions, we have 6 divisions now that are in finals. Interestingly, 3 of them are 1v2, 3 of them are not. But of all of the divisions that were 1v2, the second seeded alliance took finals 1.
So it is not a done deal when the top 2 robots or the top team in the division picks the team that they want to play with the most. There's so much that goes into whether you're going to succeed in playoffs. You've got 3 and a 4th team to wrangle and kind of get the best ideas for what to do in your strategy, and then it comes down to how you execute it. Are your robots working at the end of the match? Are you making the right calls with your drive team? Are you timing it correctly?
There's certainly also a bit of an element of luck. It's not just skill. So there are in First Robotics, unfortunately, you can align as many planets as you want, but you still might not achieve victory. So luck, the field, bumpers, small 1020, 1032 or 1024 screws, anything can throw you off at this level of play, especially with the abuse that these robots have seen over the course of the season.
Yeah, we're getting to the point where one of the advantages in the late season to rebuilding your robot is you could rebuild your robot and not change the design at all. If you have the capacity to do that, it's worth it, because the cycles that are on the different components on these robots, some of the things that we're running at full speed shouldn't be running for as long as we're trying to for all of these matches. So swapping out your bearings, checking all your bolts and rivets and things like this, it might be worth it even just to do a physical rebuild of a couple of components, because robots are not long-lived. Yeah. A lot of them don't survive championship.
And certainly we haven't seen a game in quite some years where the throughput of the robot has been this high. And never mind that, the power draw of these robots is outstanding compared to previous seasons. In terms of battery management, teams have really had to focus this year on proper current limits, when to turn on what motors, and really being intelligent about how they use the battery. Like, the battery is a finite resource on these robots, and you can draw an insane amount of amperage with these with the brushless motors that are in the modern FRC.
If you look at the history of FRC, the early days, the limits was your drivetrain. How good of a drivetrain could you build? Could you even move? Then we had the kit chassis come out, and all of a sudden most teams could move. Then it became motors, right? And then we had all of these brushless motors come out. So now all of a sudden we had more powerful motors. You weren't having to be picky and choosy about where did you put that sim. You just put a brushless motor everywhere, and now we're getting to sort of that next stage, which it's the battery is the limit.
I feel like the swerve revolution that came right after the brushless introduction, like the amount of power we draw in a drivetrain is even higher than in the past.
Well, we're also asking all of this new stuff, this new technology, the faster refresh and the more powerful motors of the same battery that FRC has used since the year 2000. But we see how well teams can use it here, where in match 12, the lower bracket, one of these alliances will make it into the lower bracket finals, and one of these alliances, this is the last match that they play today. So it is for all the marbles here on the Johnson division, presented by Haas, just coming out of autonomous mode.
As a result, Red takes a very big lead as the student drivers take control of the robot, 189.92. Long distance shots here by 179, Children of the Swamp, shooting fuel all the way from the Blue Alliance zone completely across. Long distance shots once again. Some of those shots going outside the field. A little less than 2 minutes to go. Red has the lead, 214 to 200. Blue has the active hub for another 5 seconds. No robots are shooting right now. 90-72, last second shots there. As now we shift over to Red. 836 the Robo Bees. They're playing some defense against 498 the Cobra Commanders. Now they come over and they give some grief over here to 1792 Round Table Robotics. Minute 30 to go. Red has a lead, 310 to 246. Blue's getting ready to shoot though. RoboBees up and shooting. 7220 Steel Falcons from Brighton, Michigan, dumping all their fuel. They go out and they grab some more. Tigerbots grab a whole bunch of fuel, head through their trench. 12 more seconds left in this blue activation. Blue now takes the lead, 398 to 358. 1792 for the Red Alliance. They're ready for their activation now, which happens in 2 seconds. Boom, 498. Cobra Commanders already shooting. 1792. Round Table Robotics shooting from the corner of their line station. Looks like some of those fuel went a little short. Now those last shots are going in. Getting ready to go into in-game time. We're almost tied. Children of the Swamp once again stealing all that fuel and shooting it all the way across. And it's endgame time. Both hubs are active. Red has the lead 505 to 498, but blue is shooting. 7220 Steel Falcons just dumping lots of fuel. 836 now shooting. It's neck and neck. This is going to come down to the last few shots here. 1792 Round Table Robotics shooting. 836 RoboBees coming back. 10 seconds to go. It's still tied. Where's this going? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. Woo. Doesn't get more exciting than that.
All right. Well, what an exciting match there. Mason, welcome to the desk.
Thank you.
What a match to come in on.
Yeah. We're still trying to figure out, is winning auto an advantage or a disadvantage in that game? And it looks like, in that case, once again, not winning an auto gives you a leg up at the end of the match.
Was it not winning the auto, or was it the breaking of the intake?
There's no way to correlate. There's no way to correlate that, yeah. We're trying to build trends here. We got to look at things that go across matches.
An agenda has to be pushed. Regardless of information, there can be no context given. Only one data point decides all the outcomes of these matches.
We're having fun here, though. We're in the finals on 6 out of the 8 divisions. Right now, we had 2 divisions that had a few replays, a hub failure on Milstein that slowed us down, so we're going to stretch this a little bit. This is kind of one of those things where at championships, different divisions play out at different paces. Sometimes teams cruise through. They go quick. It gives them a little bit more time before Einstein. We have not crowned anyone on Einstein yet, but we're getting very close. We're going to be playing finals 2 matches coming up in a wave of them here.
And we have a score coming in from that match. Alliance 7 moving on to the lower bracket finals. So yes, they did lose auto and they won the match, but tremendous job there by Alliance number 2, headed by 1792.
I believe they're going to have to face off against the 190-118 Alliance coming up in match number, lower bracket match.
Alliance 2 is their last, but Alliance 7 moves on to match 13.
Right, and match 13 is going to be who is playing in the finals, right? So that's such an important match, but we still have live action happening. This is finals 2 on the Hopper division. The Alliance 1 won the first match.
They lost
Alliance 2 won the first match on Hopper.
And I believe they've played one other time together earlier in the bracket that Alliance 2 beat them as well.
I'm sorry, Mason.
Zooming in on those robots, I see the Red Alliance side already has a blue defender. Fuel raining down on the Red Alliance side of the field as 1706 lines up to shoot. Those dual shooters line up. Their partners on the far side of the field, that is the Blazing Bulldogs, scooping up fuel, going to play on the defensive on the Blue Alliance. There is one robot scoring for the blue side, and they are holding their slim lead. A minute 30 to go. 63-29, the Bucks Wrath making their way over to the blue hub. Last second shots go up for them. They are at 391, and the the Red Alliance is quickly climbing with 15 seconds to score before their hub shuts off. They need volleys. 17:06 Ratchet Rockers putting up their Alliance score to 363. The Blue Alliance score is once again climbing. A volley of fuel from Alliance number 1. That would be 2056, their captain, OP Robotics. They crest over 500 points with 35 seconds to go. Lots of hang-ups and traffic on the red side of the field as robots race back and forth. Alliance 1 score climbing. 10 seconds. Last second volleys from both alliances. We have your score. The Blue Alliance wins 673 to 530. The Alliance number 1 gets.
So here we are. So finals 2 on the Hopper division. Blue Alliance, Alliance number 1 evens it up. Ratchet Rockers on the Red Alliance up until this match had not lost a single match all season. 2 regionals, all through qualifications here, all the way into finals 1, no losses. Getting dealt their first loss in finals 2, now it's even.
Wow. That's so impressive to go this far throughout, and I'm so excited though that we get to do a third matchup. We are going to be going to the Archimedes division next, where we have the number 1 versus the number 2 seed. They did play in match 11 in that one, or round 4, match 11. The Blue Alliance, 11-14, who's now the Red Alliance, but 11-14 and 27, they won that match only by 642 points. Then these two teams faced off in finals 1, and they've only won that one by 500 points. However, this Red Alliance has put up over 800 points 3 times throughout this tournament. So when they face this alliance, they really struggle. We're also going to be showing you finals 2 on the Newton division. Remember, Alliance 1 won the first match handedly, so Blue Alliance is going to have to shake it up to see a victory in this match and stay alive.
Active hub control alt defeat, grabbing that fuel and launching it on in. These teams are going to, Red Alliance trying to make sure they repeat last match's efforts. Control Z playing some defense against these Blue Alliance robots, making sure they back off and make their way to the Red Alliance for scoring. Blue Alliance ending that first shift with 222. I believe that's the score we saw them at last match as well. Red Alliance, though, they're going to start to climb, sitting at about 330. Just a minute 20 left of the match as it shifts to the Blue Alliance. These teams continuing to toss up that fuel as much as they possibly can. Bread and Control Z launching fuel after fuel. Team Rush playing a little defense, slowing down the Control Alt Defeat, launching the fuel back to their side of the field. Blue Hub remaining active for another 5 seconds, and they are trying to get every piece they can in. Red Hub now active, wired bores overplaying some defense for this Blue Alliance. Red trying their best to score regardless of the defense, just now breaking 400 points. Just under now, only 5 seconds left in Red's shift before it becomes the last 30 seconds of the match. Blue is going to launch everything they possibly can during this 30 seconds towards that hub. Red sitting at 467, Blue about to break 400. They are slowly catching up to Red. Blue Alliance now taking over Red's lead, but there's still a little over 10 seconds left. Both alliances starting to score. These tentative scores very, very close. Red having a slight lead. Blue just not far behind. Blue slight lead as we 2-1. So last scores of the match showing a 5-point.
They were Alliance #1 captain. Here we go. One more shot for Alliance 1. Alliance 5 looking to close the gap, but Alliance 1 surging ahead. 3, 2, 1, and time expires here on finals match #2. A great display by the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance under heavy pressure, managing to hold the lead. We will have your final results in just a moment.
And we've got scores in from
Archimedes.
Archimedes, Alliance 1 forcing the tiebreaker.
Yeah, that was an insane match to watch because Red had at one point looked dominant, over 120-point lead, and then Blue caught back up, but Red had 3 robots, full hoppers with 20 seconds left. I thought for sure, oh, they're going to put that in. Blue ran 2 full dumps on, I think, 5 dumps in the last 20 seconds of the match from their dumpers to catch up and take the lead. That was incredible effort, and both these robots scoring a lot more. On Newton, we're going to wait for those scores, but for now, we're going to take you to the Milstein division, where this is match number 13. So this is the last one before we play the finals. The winner of this matchup is going to get to play in the finals. This is the lower bracket over here.
I'm looking at 694 on the Blue Alliance. They were posted up, ready to shoot for when that alliance shift started.
And look at this, we have our first alliance who is graduating to the Einstein tournament later today. Congratulations to this #1 seed. They strategically lost in autonomous mode, giving them the advantage at the end of the match to put up enough points to win it. What do you think about that, Steve?
I think that the difference was the hopper load of fuel that 2910 picked up from the neutral zone just before the end of the match and fired into the hub with just seconds left. So really not that affected by the shifts.
So 2910, our first Alliance captain to make it to Einstein. They are the reigning world champions, so we will be watching later today to see if they can repeat that performance from last season.
Ticket to the finals on the line. 44.99 and 6.94. Rapidly firing up in the air, looking to take the lead. It's close. Here comes the Red Alliance trying to close it out. 12 seconds left. We're within 10 points. Red Alliance pulling ahead, but Blue Alliance has it in the tank. 3 seconds to go. 2, 1.
This is First Championship Live. We are the Robo Sports Network, bringing you all the action here from the final day of the rebuilt season. We are seeing alliances on all fields bringing in their 4th robots strategically or because of breaks or just to have like a different
strategy even, right? We saw some defense being played.
A different way to play the game. But what we've got full screen up here, we've got Galileo Division Finals 2.
The Alliance 1 won this, the crew in Orbit and Explorer Robotics. They won it handedly by over 150 points in that matchup, but with 2 minutes left, it's neck and neck. So let's see if the Blue Alliance can take us to 3.
Catching up and surpassing them, but here comes shift number 2. The Red Alliance on offense, their hub is active. We've got Team Appreciate over on the red side playing some defense, trying to slow down these red robots, also picking up some of the fuel cells and bringing them over to the blue side. The Red Alliance up to about 450 points in shift number 2, and we go to shift number 3.
And we're going to bring up the daily field for you here. Remember, in Finals 1, this Red Alliance, they scored a world high score of 964 points. Can anyone stop them from breaking that limit again?
For the Red Alliance's first shift. Here we go. Both those robots reining in fuel there. There goes 44-14 and 13-23. Already back to the midfield, leaving those three Blue Alliance robots in place. 355-78. Blue Alliance not having done much scoring since the end of Autonomous. There they go, 13-23, and Madtown, another double volley from those machines before we switch over to the blue side of the field. 432-90 as Blue Alliance's hub is now active and they can score. Red Alliance raining fuel down onto that blue side of the field, while 60-17 seems to be having some control issues over on the red side. Blue Alliance just now crossing 100 points with less than a minute to go. Just seconds before we begin the Red Alliance's final isolated shift. 44-14 and 13-23, collecting fuel, raining it in from the corners, protecting themselves from that defense of the Blue Alliance as under control, 11:56, trying to knock those robots off target. 568-145, 35 seconds left to go. There goes High Tide, 44-14, scoring another volley up and in for the Red Alliance. Red over 600 points now with 26 seconds left to go.
We are now watching the Curie division on the side-by-side. So on the right side, we've got the Daily division. They put up the world high score. That's High Tide and Madtown. On the Curie division, we've got the Cheesy Poofs playing with Valor, 6,800. They're going against the #1 seeded Alliance, Mercenary Robotics and CC Shambots. Red Alliance won the first one, so if they can win again, they will advance to Einstein.
Up and in for your Blue Alliance. Still feeding, Mercenary holding down the Poofs. Blue Alliance starting to come back here. 1 minute to play in what could be the final match here on the Curie division. Here comes Red. Big volleys up and in from Valor and the Poofs. Everyone driving around. Mercenary playing.
Here we see the scores coming in from the Galileo division. 612 points for Alliance 1. They take it 2 wins to nothing, so they will be headed to Einstein. Congratulations to the #7 seeded Alliance, the finalists on the Milstein, or the Galileo division.
This is how we play, providing fuel. Red Alliance climbing back. Blue Alliance responding. 15 seconds left. Mad dash in the center of the field. Who wants to go to Einstein? 5 seconds left to go. 3, 2, 1, time.
So it looks like we may have another Alliance on their way to Einstein from the Daily division. The Alliance #1 won the first of the finals matchup, so if they win this, they move on to that Einstein tournament. We see a couple representatives already going, and a couple more fields that have yet to crown a champion.
Both Archimedes, they're going to a third match, and Hopper is going to a third match. Playing in both of those are the winners of the Canadian District, 2056 on Hopper and 1114 on Archimedes.
Meanwhile, we're getting the scores in now from the Curie division there. The Red Alliance takes a victory, which will send them also to Einstein. That is the #2 seeded Alliance on Curie.
Wow, so I think that makes 3 fields that we have sent our representatives to Einstein. Pretty fantastic teams advancing. This tournament, some teams make it look easy. They seem to just sail through. They look just well dialed, but I tell you, there's so much work that happens behind the scenes to get prepared for these, to make those big scores happen. No one gets a free ride through the playoffs here at Championships.
Of those teams that are going on and advancing to Einstein, we have 2 #1 seeds and 1 #2 seed. Our Cinderella story over on the Galileo division of the #7 seed making the finals. They unfortunately weren't able to come home with the victory, but they're not going away empty-handed. They are still finalists of their division. So kudos to them.
The level of play here has just been a delight. When I first saw this game revealed at the beginning of January, I thought, oh, this could be a really good one. It's so exciting to see how dynamic these matches are. We're seeing matches decided by very small margins, very big margins. High score, low score, different makeups of alliances all seem to be relatively viable.
Even the ones that look like they were blowouts don't feel like blowouts when you're watching them. They can be very close and back and forth, and with those periods as well, it's very interesting to see how the ebb and flow of the match can make it feel closer than it sometimes is.
Sometimes it looks like, oh, this match is really close, but it's close just as an alliance shift, and if all 3 robots are ready to shoot, sometimes it can just completely tilt. Other times it seems like, oh, they're really pulling ahead, but it's exactly in time for the alliance to shift, so it's right in the regular ebb and flow. There's more to pay attention to than just the live scoring, but if you look at the live score sometimes, we'll get down to endgame, and it'll be increasing on both sides so fast that it's just hard to keep track of. It's fantastic.
It's such a fun game. Just checking in where we're at in the tournament. Archimedes going to a 3rd match. On the Daily field, on the Hopper field, we are going to a 3rd match in finals. On the Johnson field, we still have to play our match 13, I believe, so we don't even know who's playing in the finals. We do know that the one of the alliances is going to be the one, Alpha Dogs, Engineers, and the Blue Devils. And then on the Milstein division, we have just learned who's going to be playing in those finals matches. It's going to be the Robotiers, Citrus Circuits, and Sparktronics on the Red Alliance, going up against Techno Dogs, the Rembrandts, and the Crusaders on the Blue Alliance. So we're waiting to start the finals over there on Milstein.
Milstein will not have the #1 seed in the finals. We know that for sure already. They've already been eliminated. Most other divisions did have #1. We're still waiting to find out about Johnson as well. So
it's interesting to see in that match 13 on Milstein, the #3 alliance, the number 4 alliance elected to play the 3 teams that they picked. So the captain not on the carpet, instead dictating having those 3 robots out there, getting them into finals.
And up next, we're going to be going over to the Johnson division presented by Haas. As we just mentioned, this is match 13. This is in the lower bracket. So the winner of this match will go on to play in the finals.
And Red Alliance with the advantage out of autonomous mode. Can they keep enough fuel on their side of the field to maintain that lead?
They go grab some more fuel from the neutral zone. Blue Hub is active for another 15 seconds. They have the lead, 186 to 159, but Red Alliance is prepping themselves for their activation. 190, Gompy and the Herd trying to grab fuel. 1002, Circuit Runners Robotics gorging themselves with fuel, getting ready. RoboBees, they're ready for them, trying to prevent them from shooting. We shift over to Red. 20 seconds of activation remaining. Blue has the lead, 240 to 220. Red about ready to tie it up here.
And we have the results from the Daily division. It took a bit to get them, but the Red Alliance is advancing to Einstein with a whopping score of 794. They were assessed a yellow card. We did see the refs talk for a while. Unclear what that's for, but this alliance has sailed through their tournament. 44-14, congratulations to 44-14. High Tide, 13-23. Madtown Robotics, 15-38, who played only in the first match, the Holy Cows, and 40-65.
They shoot it all. They go grab some more. 190, Gompy and the Herd. They have a lot of fuel. They try to grab some more. They're shooting, but they're shooting the wrong direction. Now their shooter, Kurt, slews to the right direction, and they start shooting again. Blue has the lead as we get ready to go into our in-game. 1002, Circuit Runners Robotics fires a salvo. End game. Blue has the lead, 470 to 438. Lots of fuel going. Robonauts trying to play defense against the Red Alliance back there. 17 seconds to go. Blue still has the lead, 536 to 461. And this match ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Match 13 in our round 5 is now in the books. We'll tally up the final score and post it in a second.
What we're seeing on all these divisions is bracket busters. So there we have the 7th seed making it to finals. So not based on initial seeds, but based on how well these alliances have played, the Johnson division is going to see a finals matchup between the 3 alliance and the 7 alliance. Number 1 and number 2, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I was just tracking the teams as they traveled through this. It's a crazy route through the bracket, but we have the scores from that Johnson match. It is the Red Alliance scoring 500 points and the Blue Alliance taking the W with 601 points going on to finals number 1. So Johnson's our furthest behind. We still have Milstein to play our first finals match that's getting set up soon. In the background, you see there's lots of awards being handed out between the teams.
We're also waiting for the tiebreaker matches in finals on Archimedes and Hopper. We'll be bringing those to you live as they happen. But interestingly, Johnson and Milstein are 2 divisions that we still have yet to start finals. Neither one will see the number 1 seed. Every other division, number 1 did make the finals. So bit of upsets there in Johnson and Milstein.
We have between 6 and 8 matches left in the tournaments before all that's left is Einstein. The way Einstein works here at the championship event is the winner of each alliance plays the winner of every other alliance. They call this a round robin tournament. So
it's double elimination.
It's double eliminations. Oh.
So
explain it for us, Steve.
Well, when championships moved from 6 fields to 8 fields, if you take a round robin tournament that is 15 matches for 6 alliances and make it 8 alliances, it's like 28 matches. So to make Saturday end before the end of Saturday, we needed a different solution. So these alliances will meet each other in double elims once they have made it out of their division. So replace in your mind the names of the divisions with 1 through 8 in alphabetical order. And then it's the same playoff bracket that we just went through on all of the fields.
So Archimedes will play Newton, Curie will play Milstein, Daly will play Johnson, and Galileo will play Hopper in the first round of it.
That's a preview of what's happening this afternoon, but that is why the double elimination bracket made its way down into qualifying tournaments as well, to establish how this is going to play so that it's consistent between the Einstein tournament and all the tournaments the teams play at their qualifiers.
We're going to be going over to the Hopper division. They're almost ready on this field. We're having Alliance number 1 playoff against Alliance number 2. Remember, each of these teams have won 1 finals match already. It's been interesting to watch Alliance 1. They've had such a broad spectrum of scores throughout their matches. In their first match, they were able to put up a whopping 676. They went on to actually only score 500 in their next match, which they lost. They went to the lower bracket, and then they really started turning things on. They was 749. Then they scored 809. Then they scored 729. So working their way back through the brackets, a very slow start for this number 1 alliance, but really ramping up and showing they have all the firepower they need, but everything has to go right in their robot. When they lost that first finals match, they only scored 402 points. So the worst performance out of this entire tournament, and then they turned it back around and scraped out a victory with just 675 points. The spectrum of scores is extreme for this alliance, this number 1 alliance led by 2056 OP Robotics.
So that kind of volatility gives you so much more drama. It is something that makes a game like this so interesting to watch. You can't predict, even as they start the match, exactly how it's going to play out. Some alliances have put together the same game plan every time, and some of them have swapped out robots or made a major change to the roles that they have these robots play. And you look at the first two matches of these finals, and yes, you can go with cumulative points, so you think that one side is an advantage, or you can go with who won the most recent match. There are lots of predictors, or there are precedents to use so to say whether Alliance 2 in red or Alliance 1 in blue is going to win the next match. But I know, sitting here, having watched all these matches, I don't know. I really don't have a very good prediction for how this final... That was Ratchet Rocker's first loss of the entire season, so that's unprecedented. It's unprecedented that you see 2056, this perennial powerhouse, it's paired up with 6329, who's able to put up world record scores and did great at all of their tournaments. If they're left completely undefended, then you can expect to lose to either of these alliances. So how that defender comes into play, whether they've got their timing right, do they manage to keep the robot that's cycling in to their alliance zone from getting across that line and being able to shoot? Do they have an opportunity to get them into a corner where they can't pick up anymore? Or is the defender just slightly out of position and then a full hopper load goes into the hub exactly when they're trying to defend?
Yeah, you're really focusing on all the strategic things that can happen in the match play. There's also robots that just have failures, have jams, have a ball end up, bounce, take a weird bounce, and block your intake from coming down, or your shooter from spinning up those wheels.
And we've seen with because autonomous mode features a meeting in the middle of the field, there's a lot of potential for disrupting each other intentionally or unintentionally. And with the number of fuel that these alliances are shooting in those 20 seconds, that can be a huge factor in the score and also the shifts, their timing throughout the match. So a match play, every alliance goes into every match with, if we win auto, we'll do this. If we lose auto, we'll do this. But those are two different plans to have to prep, and you're going to be better at one rather than the other.
We're also looking at the Archimedes division, waiting on them to get ready. In this is the other division that is going to a third finals match. What's interesting about this is the two alliances that are playing against each other. This is the fourth time they've played against each other in this tournament.
They met in the upper bracket, and then they met in finals, right? So
it looks like we are just about ready over on the Archimedes field. Looks like all those robots are connected, so we're hoping we're gonna have that match starting here any moment for you.
And who's rooting for blue? Red! Blue! Red! Blue! And who's just hoping everyone has fun?
Our final tiebreaker for these teams. Each alliance walking into this match with one win under their belt in finals. Unfortunately for that red alliance, looks like Team Rush getting stuck on the bump on their way back. For the first time in these finals, blue is actually going to take the advantage as we get out of autonomous. Red Alliance is going to have the first active hub shift. Robotics trying to get to their side of the field, but Wired Boars playing some tough defense against this Red Alliance. Defense may be the changing factor in this match. 5 seconds left in that active hub, and Red Alliance has not yet caught back up to what Blue was able to get. There it goes. Blue now having an active hub, lots of fuel coming on up out of those robots. Blue Alliance already over 300 points as a boatload more fuel comes raining down on that hub. Blue sitting at 372, Red sitting at 246. Only 350, now 60 scored though by that Blue Alliance. Some of those points must be coming from penalties. Red hub active, Symbotics trying to get back to their side, but Wired Boars just will not let them. Symbotics lining up, emptying their robot into that red hub. They are now just finally breaking 300 when the Blue Alliance currently sits at 392. They're about 50 points behind this Blue Alliance, so they're really going to have to put everything they've got into this. Control Z working on scoring working on defending for this Red Alliance. Having to be careful to make sure that they get far enough back. Blue hub active as we're getting to this 30-second mark. Blue Alliance already over 500 points. Red Alliance gonna do everything they can in the next 30 seconds to get their count as high as possible, but Blue 526 now for their score. Just now only 10 seconds remain. Blue Alliance breaking 600 points. Red still not over 500. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
To that lead, there's a minute left in play. Blue Alliance on heavy defense, trying to keep Alliance 2 away from the fuel. With 5 seconds, 30 seconds to go. These teams are neck and neck.
We have the scores coming in from the Archimedes division. It is Alliance 1 taking the victory, 689 points to 527. That will see the Northern California duo of 5940 and 9470 headed to Einstein, along with their partners 3006 and 7407.
Alt F4 during that match, just taking giant swaths of fuel from the Red Alliance zone against that wall and bringing it all the way back into theirs to score, proved the difference. Just more control of the fuel throughout the match. Win the match there for Archimedes Field. Truly a deserving win for those two massive hoppers of 5940 and 9470. So 2 tiebreakers in a row. I'm buzzing with how much strategy went into these matches. In that hopper match, as Blazing Bulldogs was trying to get back for their end game, and they were just completely stymied. They were unable to get past the defender on the bump, and just not only were they not able to score that hopper, because it was so late, they couldn't even go out to get a second hopper. Where we're seeing these cycling teams in endgame in the last 30 seconds be able to do at least 2 full score, like hoppers full of score. Or from their alliance zone. But either way, like if they're not back in their alliance zone to start that last shift, so there, finally, I now have one argument against it.
Well, we are getting ready here. We have 6 divisions done. Of those 6 divisions, 5 were won by the number 1 seeded Alliance. Curie, the outlier, currently with the number 2 seeded Alliance winning, but we know both Johnson and Milstein are not going to have number 1 winning because they did not make the finals. So we're going to have 3 non-number 1s playing on Einstein versus 6 number 1 seeds.
So after just watching 2 finals tiebreakers in a row, we get to do it all again. We've got 2 divisions just going into their first finals match here at the first championship, and we've seen some advanced play here, some things being brought out, new blockers being brought out for division finals, and tilting the game by presenting a way to stop these high throughput dumpers from scoring in like a very short amount of time. If there's just a physical blocker in their way, then they no longer gain the benefit of being able to unload their hopper so quickly. So what's the plan? All these alliances that have made it to Einstein now have to noodle it out. Now they have to figure out, they have to look at the matches that their opponents have played and try to guess what that's like, because they haven't been scouting them all weekend. They've been worried about their own division. And an additional wrinkle for the 2 divisions remaining, Johnson and Milstein, how much have they already been looking at matches on other fields? Have they been watching our stream, or have they been just focused on what's going on in front of them? Because maybe they pick up an idea or 2 from what has been successful in finals on these other fields, because so far they haven't played a finals match.
It's also a matter of just longevity. We talked about how you will play more matches today if you go to Einstein than you have played in the rest of the competition up till today. So that is a lot of batteries you need, and it's also a lot of time for the humans who need fuel and water and to eat and a little break. So, you know, those divisions that finished early have a bit of an advantage going in. They're not going to have to rush to Einstein. They can take a breather. You know, Newton's been done for quite a while now, and Johnson and Milstein are only just getting to their finals. So
And are we seeing this? Did 1678 a stop? They moved back with a full hopper. Are they choosing to attempt to just be prepared for the transition shift by a stopping, or did their robot just stop moving on its own accord? But they also miss a pretty significant portion of that hopper that they just
control, and Red Alliance goes on the offensive here first. Some defense coming in here from the team out of Brighton, Michigan, 3707, slowing down first the Citrus Circuits and now the Robotiers. A bunch of that volley from the Davis, California machine, missing on its first volley, recollecting and able to score here as the Robotiers make another delivery. They are fighting back here in their first Alliance shift, trying to match Alliance number 4. Not quite there, and Blue Alliance is going to have an opportunity here to extend that lead. 44-81, finding more fuel underneath the tower. They're trying to avoid the defense of 49-15. 37-07 back at the hub. Another volley in from that team, Techno Dogs out of Michigan. And all 3 blue machines adding on to the score here with 1:20 left in play. Red Alliance takes over. Here's the volley from Red. A great way to get things started for Alliance number 2. They're fighting back in this one. Currently down 344 to 277 with just over 1 minute left in play. Citrus Circuits find their mark on the far side, shooting right against that trench, and 24-81 finds themselves in between 2 blue robots. Team number 686, Bovine Intervention, trying to slow down those red machines. and they bought enough time here as Blue Alliance takes over once again. Currently still with the lead here in finals match number 1. They're extending as Blue Alliance continues. They have plenty of fuel on the blue side of the field. 4481 launching it up into the hub just as soon as they intake it into their machine. 5 seconds left until the end game period, and Red has catch-up work to do here late in the game. Unofficially 450 to 355. Red Alliance score is climbing with that volley coming into the end game period, but they still have more work to do here with 20 seconds left in play. Citrus Circuits and Robotics are back, as are their teammates. 49-15. Here's the barrage from the Red Alliance, trying to cut the deficit. It's going to be close. They take the lead with 7 seconds left, up over 500 points. Blue Alliance trying to push back with 2 seconds on the clock, and time expires in finals match number 1.
So live scores very close there on the first match of Milstein finals.
Here we get the scores from the Milstein division. The Red Alliance taking
5-point
the victory with just 5
Clean match, though.
points, no penalties there. So was losing Otto the difference in that match?
Yeah, I mean, definitely have an advantage to come back, though it's hard to imagine that that was intentional to score no points in auto. It seems like they would at least empty that first hopper and maybe pick some up, but they were trying to have a disadvantage to score less. But
I think that match will not be especially predictive of the rest of these finals, or at least there are some elements that make me think that that might have been not exactly what either alliance really wanted. Lots of fuel being missed.
Yeah,
during those active periods, like shots not going in.
So definitely coming from a major disadvantage. The Blue Alliance, though, Rembrandts, Crusaders, Techno Dogs, holding on to the lead for almost the entire match. I don't think it was until about the last 30 seconds that Red clawed back into the lead of that matchup. Those big dumpers, though, when they're able to fully fill up and line up and have the freedom to go get more, the score can quickly shift. We are going to go over to the Johnson division next. This is our first finals match over here.
For the first final match, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rebuild.
This is our first finals match on the Johnson division, sponsored by Gene Haas Foundation. Our Red Alliance is our 3rd seed alliance. Our Blue Alliance is our 7th seed alliance. This is best 2 out of 3. Whoever wins the next 2 will go on to represent Johnson on Einstein. Blue Alliance doing very well in our auto period, but Alpha Dogs, they have a lot of fuel. They dumped some fuel at the very end. Did they do enough? No, they did not. Blue Alliance is triumphant during this auto phase. 62-34, shooting into that active red hub. 23-37, Engineers from Grand Blanc, Michigan, shooting, while the Alpha Dogs get completely filled with fuel. 7220, Seal Falcons doing great defense against the Alpha Dogs. They stop them temporarily and slow them down. Alpha Dogs has only 7 seconds to empty out that robot full of fuel. They're able to do that very quickly. We shift over to Blue. Blue is behind, 188 to 244, but they are shooting like heck. 836, Robo-Bees back there against the outpost shooting, while 9072 shoots over that bump. 23-37 from the Red Alliance. They're trying to play defense and grab fuel. 63-24 Blue Devils. They grab some fuel. They leap over their bump and they get ready for their activation. Red now active. Blue has the lead, but Red is shooting. Alpha Dogs and that robot Moto continuing to shoot. 23-37 Engineers from Grand Blanc, Michigan, going back, pushing a few fuel for their human players to shoot. 11 seconds remaining in this activation here. Alpha Dogs there getting almost out of fuel, but they can grab some more from their depot. And we shift over to Blue. Red has the lead, 428 to 345, but Blue is shooting. 7220 Steel Falcons from Brighton, Michigan, shooting from their tower. 836 Robo-Bees comes out in the middle of the field. They run into Alpha Dogs. We have a little collision here between Alpha Dogs and the Bees. 9072 grabbing additional fuel. 6 more seconds left in this blue activation, and we go into end game. Blue has the lead, 485 to 438. 63-24 shooting, but Alpha Dogs, that robot can hold 110 fuel, and they're going to put every single one of those into that red hub. 19 seconds to go. Red has the lead now, 519 to 488. Blue coming back, 72-20 starting to shoot, 836 starting to shoot. Red has the lead, and this match here ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, 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 wow. We can feel the floor shaking from all the way over here. That was a close match. Really impressive.
Right there at the end, though, with 72-20, had a nearly full hopper, but just nothing left to run their robot. Steel Falcons from Michigan, just we've seen it, especially at these highest leverage matches, pushing through defense, running all of your motors. If you can just drain your battery. And then
battery management is a big part of this. It was really cool though watching so many turrets. I've really enjoyed the Alpha Dogs, watching them all tournament here. One, because their robot looks different, because it's got that round bumper on the front. I feel like it really is a strategic advantage to roll off of defenders. But that big giant die rotor, super tall, being able to spin those balls and just have that stream coming. They just move around in their zone, just continue to score. And then the Engineer's got the double turret on their robot, so that's just cool because it's different archetype. We haven't seen too many of those, and they are the one making it the deepest. I mean, these are the deepest turrets in the tournament. 2056 is going Einstein, so they're deeper right now. Yeah.
And High Tide
and Mad Cow.
23.
Yeah, I forgot about those guys.
It's actually kind of fun because we did have this season of rebuilds and rebuilt, and to see all the different archetypes succeeding here at the World Championship.
But
we're going to bring you live scores.
Just a 55-point win there.
Wow.
Yep.
So we have 25 penalty points for the Red Alliance. Not enough to really make a difference in this matchup, though, because the Blue Alliance also had 20 penalty points.
So very close match there. A couple of things could make the difference.
Yeah. I wouldn't say they're a lock to win that one again, right?
No, these last two finals matchups that we're watching, 5-point difference, a 50-ish point difference. These are surmountable challenges for the alliances that lost the first match. We speculated during the playing of that first Milstein finals match on what exactly was going on with 1678's auto not continuing. That was not an intentional strategy we're hearing. So perhaps a very different game playing out when we get to finals 2, because that number of fuel that Citrus Circuits robots usually puts in during autonomous can really shift the shifts, but also just the balance of that entire match.
I'm looking at the growth of that winning alliance as they've moved up. They got 520 in their first matchup, then they got 541 in the next, then they got 674 in their next match. Then they maintained at 650. So they've definitely been on the upward trend, starting competitively, winning their matches. They've gone across the top of the bracket the whole way. But the scores keep growing. And then in that last matchup, I don't recall what their final score was, but we're seeing teams starting to peak at the right time and hit their stride, which is a really important part of this.
Yeah, I think we saw scores dip as playoffs started to get slightly deeper in the lower and the upper bracket as defense came more to bear. But after having played against defense a couple of times, these alliances that prove robust, they can still score even with heavy defense against them. So I think we'll see the scores creep back up. It's going to be about just how many times can your robots pick up the same fuel over and over again compared to your opponents, because the numbers just sound wacky in your head, but even the highest capacity robots getting to about 100 fuel, and the large capacity robots 50 or 60, that's still, there are 500 of these on the field. So even if you're doing a starvation strategy, there are ways around that.
Yeah.
There are always fuel to pick up, but are you close enough to it?
As we talk, though, about this battery management as well, if you can hold 100 balls, each of those fuel does weigh half a pound. So that's 50 extra pounds of weight you are lugging across the field, potentially over the bump.
Yeah, going from 140 pounds to 190 pounds, that's not just 50 pounds, but it's also a massive percentage of the weight that you're dragging around on. Mentioned it earlier, these 12-volt lead-acid batteries that we have been using in FRC unchanged for 25 plus years. So how do you find these teams that have made it through? They have finally dialed in like the exact right numbers on all of their motor current limits and stator limits and supply limits so that they can make it to the end of the match while also providing full functionality and scoring at a high level.
It's a big part of the game. Big part of the robot design is accounting for that, and it's frankly something that's new. And as teams are challenging their robot to do more, they're being challenged to have more throughput, to shoot things faster. They push the limits, and when you're at home working on this, like, yeah, great, crank it. The motor has more power available, so it's a natural thought. Like, we can just turn everything to max, and you just eat through the battery in a minute. And so then you've got to get smart. You've got to make choices. What are we prioritizing? Some teams doing more things with software, where I only run this when I'm not running that. Other teams dialing in their limits as a way to get it figured out.
So with 6 of the divisions finished, they're finishing up their awards. We still have these 2 highlight fields remaining.
Between 2 and 4 matches remain in the playoff tournament here across the divisions.
Hopefully not more than that, because you can have ties, have a tie in finals.
Have a replay.
Looking ahead to the second matchup on the Milstein division, so Alliance 2, the Red Alliance, won by 5 points in the first match, but both alliances, I believe, didn't look their best. There were full volleys being missed and shooting on the move and slowing down on both alliances. So do they make any changes, or is this a case of just make sure that it's back to neutral?
Right.
This time, hope it holds together.
Yeah, as you mentioned that, 1678 did not run their autonomous mode, so they were there. And then the first thing we all had, is the robot going to move? Is it running? Their first shot, sloppy by their standards, and so definitely not playing at their best, at least in the beginning of that match. Seemed like they certainly found their groove throughout it. It's amazing you can survive having that bad of a start. If your alliance captain does not move an auto and does not perform their best at a finals match. But that's part of the win, is being able to shift gears, be able to change your strategy and play aggressive throughout the match. This is one of those unique games where everybody is playing a role. Everybody in the alliance is playing a role that's diverse. Sometimes you're scoring, sometimes you're defending, sometimes you're just hoarding balls. So you could be very flexible with your strategy throughout the match, but how do you stay coordinated as an alliance of 3 teams back there behind the glass is a challenging thing.
And how do those 3 teams come together and be greater than the sum of the parts? Have the sum be greater than the parts? We are seeing a lot of different robots here, which is exciting. We have certified dumpers like Citrus. We have the double turrets like 2337. We have the single turrets. So no single archetype remains here. We have a very great mix, and seeing how those play together, I think, is really the fun part of these last finals that we're waiting on.
We've already seen these hyper-coordinated autonomous modes. A lot of third robots on the fields are running a complementary auto that goes to the depot if the 2 partners go to the neutral zone each time. Some of them are just waiting a couple of seconds and following behind one of the robots, because it's not just during the match, it's during autonomous mode that the fuel just recycles back into the center of the field. So there's as other robots come in, the timing of it, there is potential for there just to be an endless font of fuel for everybody to collect during autonomous mode. So we might see some really big swings in the points scored as we get into the Einstein tournament, just from, did these robots happen to all meet there at the same time, so they could only each collect like a half? Or was it just timed out, so exactly all 6 robots happened to come in, just missing each other and picking up full hoppers full?
We've talked a lot about the things that have been fun about this game this season. We have the different active versus inactive periods, meaning the scores fluctuate a lot more. We have all these balls going through the air, very high scores, but also new this season was we changed from a 15 to a 20-second autonomous period, which I personally have found as a software engineer super exciting. We've gotten to have a bit more of a challenge there and a little bit more creativity from the teams as well with all of those different autonomous modes and the extra coordination potentially required for what is only 5 seconds, but feels like a lifetime.
And it isn't just, so yes, it is that lots of robots, almost every alliance has the 2 robots starting under the trench, and they kind of sweep towards each other and they come over the bump to come back, or they start over the bump. This sort of thing, doing that twice seems like, oh, okay, you just went from 1 to 2, but there are differences in how they end and how much time they have. It's not just more auto means do the same thing over and over. It gives you these opportunities to really start exploring the studio space. What's the next thing that gets me set up for teleop? It's not like comparing it to last year to Reefscape. If that auto were longer, it would be you just do the last thing that you did another time.
Right. And there's also no scoring differential for scoring the fuel in auto versus teleop, right? So if you stage, you have the opportunity to score immediately as soon as you enter teleop. So that kind of changes the game where you're not trying to get every last piece of fuel in there at the end of the match.
I think the one remaining thing that we don't see on any of these alliances that my team at least thought we might see on the highest levels autonomous is a robot going into the neutral zone and staying there and passing instead of trying to come back into the alliance zone and scoring. So perhaps we just read that wrong in the first place, but it's also still more matches to play. It could be the case that somebody tries it out and just wants to, with the additional fuel that collect there near the end, maybe get a few more over against your wall before anybody else has the opportunity to come and take them.
We could see it on Einstein.
Or I might just be deluding myself.
So I was just looking through the different teams that have advanced to Einstein, what our breakup is of international teams playing this year. Going to be very well represented by the U.S. in that we only have 2 teams so far that have qualified for Einstein that are outside of the U.S. One is Orbit, 1690, coming from Israel, and the other is OP Robotics, 2056.
You also have 4613 Barker Redbacks from Australia.
Oh, they were the 4th pick for
They were the 4th pick.
4th robot on the Alliance. I missed that, yeah.
So so far we have 4 countries represented.
But still in the finals, Rembrandts from the Netherlands have an opportunity to make it in. Alpha Dogs from Canada as well have an opportunity to make it in. So hopefully we get more diversity up in the Einstein. It always makes the crowd excited to represent their country and root for them. We are still remaining with 2 more matches to play. Milstein hitting that point where the timeout has ended. The robots are being asked to report to the field, so we should be seeing them quite soon. 2 fields remaining. I'm looking behind me on the screen. We can see the Rembrandts lining up in their orange shirts. So we should be seeing these teams come play pretty soon here.
On Milstein, we do also have the storyline of Citrus, right? They had those 10 years on Einstein last year, unfortunately not making it. So they're going to be trying really hard here to restart their streak and maybe have another 10 years.
Yeah, that's right. You got to start somewhere, being able to do it. Incredible team that they always find a way to get back here. I mean, even last year it was close. They almost made it, you know. So it's been neat to see them always climb up. I think that's a mix of, they build really incredible robots. They've got a great program running at Davis, great feeder teams that lead into that. They really prioritize not making those flashy robots. Not everything's powder coated. Not everything's fully catted. They find a way to make it work. A lot of hands-on engineering. I'm just like, cut a piece of wood, shove it in there and make it work. Tie a rubber band on that piece, and if it works, it works. Who cares how it looks? Very different than some of these other teams like Madtown, High Tide, Cheesy Poofs, who are going to be on Einstein. They're come out with that very polished look, sometimes sacrificing in performance.
Well, right. To say that there is one construction method that is correct or incorrect, when it comes down to it, there are a lot of 3D printed components on robots.
Absolutely.
We've got great like good composites that can actually handle FRC loads, but those are all, a lot of those are kind of just a kludge of this is the shape that works because we tried it once and it works, and this is something that we can do with additive manufacturing that's very easy. to me, there's not a big difference between that and a big old plank, like a big old wood plank. Just
right.
This is the thing that we put in. It works until it doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter how well it's planned. It's just what's on your robot.
There's also, I mean, the army of support of off the field that you don't see when you're watching this broadcast, but a reason why Citrus Circuits and many of these other teams that we see coming back to Einstein year after year, the reason they work, they've got scouts in the field who are watching every single match, taking detailed notes on every robot, and then they spend their evenings watching match video, assessing each robot. They're not trying, often they're trying to find who do I want to pick first, who do I want to play, but it's that second and third pick on their team, their third and fourth robot. They want to make sure that those robots are excellent. They want to make sure that they have high uptime, that they're not breaking. So they're evaluating all 75 robots in their division, trying to make sure everyone is up to snuff to make it onto their pick list. And then we have the pick crews, the things going on in the background behind the scenes. Just effectively a mobile machine shop gets rolled around here, and they're not just working on their robot, they are working on every single one of their alliance partners the entire tournament. So every qualification match, that's 10 qualification matches, 2 partners each, 20 robots there, making sure they're tip-top shape for every one of their matches to work. And then when we get here to the playoffs, they're checking out each one of their robots, and they deploy a team of pit assistants to go to each team.
Think of it like car racing. As there's one driver, and there are drivers. Think of the drive team as the one driver, but the amount of time at a tournament, most of it is spent not racing.
That's right.
It's all in the pits. So not just car racing like during the race, but in between races, there's so many hands that have to go in to make sure that it's ready, because these are very difficult 2.5 or 2 longer than 2.5 minute matches that these robots have to go through. There's a lot more prep than the execution time, because the worst thing to do is to go out to a match not ready. So how well can you structure your team so that it consistently puts out your best foot forward?
All right, well, we've got thumbs up on the Milstein field. Let's see if we will be crowning another team with a trip to Einstein or going to a third match.
Milstein, Alliance number 2, took finals match number 1 by just 5 points. Alliance number 4 in blue looking to equalize here. A large volley up from the Red Alliance. They'll have to go back to recollect. Blue Alliance continuing the scoring as Team Rembrandts comes back out into neutral space. Back and forth here in the opening period of play. Dust settles as a 1-point advantage to the Blue Alliance, 142 to 140. Red Alliance sets up for their first shift of the match. Blue Alliance looking for any fuel here in the opening transition shift. No dice. Red Alliance will head on the offensive here, starting with the Robotiers with that volley up for the first set here in their Alliance shift. 1678 will follow suit as they switch places with a team from Tremont, Illinois. Team 4481 is that blue machine in red territory. They are lying in wait for these Red Alliance machines. 3 more seconds on the Red Alliance shift, and 2481 with a last second delivery here as Blue Alliance takes over. Trying to cut the lead here by the Red Alliance. And fuel going flying up into the air now from 686. The volley up and in from the captain's bovine intervention out of Frederick, Maryland. Just under a minute and a half left in play. 7 more seconds on the Blue Alliance shift. 1 more volley coming in from the Brighton Techno Dogs as they make their way all the way across the field. And here comes the Citrus Circuits, followed by the Robotiers. Red Alliance heading back to recollect after their first volley meeting at midfield. And the team from Davis, California back in action once again for volley number 2. Just over 1 minute left to go. 2481 facing the Brighton Techno Dogs defense, trying to match them on the red side of the field. 2481 backs off as the Red Alliance shift ends. Red Alliance back in the lead here, 415 to 295. Blue Alliance with 18 more seconds on the clock here for their active hub. And 686 with another volley on the near side, followed by the Techno Dogs. Team Rembrandts continuing to try and slow these teams down as action shifts to red side of the field here early. Still 3 more seconds on the Blue Alliance shift. Team 686 able to take advantage, but look at this absolute barrage from the Red Alliance, extending this lead up over 500 points now. 20 seconds left in the end game. 534 to 350. 44-81 trying to slow down the Roboteers. They're able to get up and over the bump, but they're running into team number 3707 now as their teammates able to score freely with ease here. The team from Davis, California back at the tower with 3 seconds in play, and time expires in finals match number 2.
So on that division, it is looking like
Milstein, yeah.
On Milstein, looks like 1678 and 2481 able to clutch it out over there. So one more representative to Einstein to go.
And a new streak begins.
Oh yes, for Citrus, they're back on Einstein. Who could possibly, what an accomplished team. To have that level of consistency is just unheard of.
California, of course, moving to the district model this year, and so far with this victory, we have 6 California teams who have advanced to Einstein, 5 of them coming from Northern California.
So, one field left.
Once again, losing an auto by 1 fuel, put them in the right position to be able to take that victory and carry them all the way to Einstein. Both finals matches.
One field remains at the championship before we go to the Einstein tournament, but from First Champs Live, we're the Robo Sports Network. We have been excited. We love to bring you this show each year at championships. It's our favorite thing to do. We hope you've enjoyed watching all the matches with us, trying to break down what's going to happen, what did happen in the match, and how much that's going to affect the whole tournament. Look, Johnson match just about to start, but we've loved having you with us. Please enjoy potentially the final match of divisions for the rebuilt season.
Blue Alliance taking a big lead here. However, 49-46, they can carry a lot of fuel, and they can do a great job putting more fuel up there. Where do we end up? Wow! Blue Alliance by 2 points. They win the autonomous period. We go now to the teleoperated phase. Alphabots grabbing fuel and shooting it over into their alliance zone. 836, that's the Robo-Bees in the middle of the field grabbing fuel, playing a little defense against the Alphabots. We got the Tigerbots back here behind the enemy lines. They're in the red alliance zone, trying to push around 49-46, but they are not moving much. Minute 51 to go. Red Alliance has the lead, 205 to 168. And we get ready to shift over to blue. 7220, they were ready to shoot. Steel Falcons from Brighton, Michigan, pummeling that hub. 836 shooting while they maneuver around. 63-24 from the Red Alliance. Blue Devils from Salem, New Hampshire, grabbing fuel and shooting it over to the Red Alliance side. Alpha Dogs, look at all the fuel they have in that robot. It's just gorged with fuel. 836 trying to prevent them from making it over into their line zone. 49-46 Alpha Dogs from Ontario, Canada, able to finally get over. Oh, nice job there by Tigerbots. They bumped 49-46, and the Alpha Dogs missed a few of their shots. 1 minute to go. Red has the lead, 329 to 310. And we get ready to go to the last shift for the Blue Alliance. Blue's behind, but they are shooting. 7220 Steel Falcons from Brighton, Michigan, shooting into that active blue hub. 836 Robo-Bees going out in the middle, grabbing as many fuel as they can, while 63-24 Blue Devils from Salem, New Hampshire grabs fuel for the end game. Speaking of end game, we're going to end game right now, and the Blue Alliance has a very slight lead, 374 to 366. Robo-Bees, they're pushing around 94-96. Alpha Dogs, can they stop Alpha Dogs? We'll see. Robo-Bees go back, they push them again. 16 seconds to go, it's tied. We are getting very close. And this match here ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Johnson, we have a score. Let's see who goes on to represent Johnson on Einstein right now. It's our Red Alliance. Our number 3 seeded Alliance on Johnson goes on to represent our field on Einstein, led by 63-24, the Blue Devils from Salem, New Hampshire. That means our number 7.